We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, attraction, I can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love.
It's Astralis.
Sure?
D?
Да, это где
Okay,
Кербайн.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Good job.
Если по контре я убью.
Nice.
Изи.
On PGL major.
Easy.
Gambit. Adrian MVP. Да. I hope
Смотри.
it was Pasha's or Snacks or
Wait.
for us.
Wait. 2014, yeah? It's... Okay, in 2013, Getright was first, I think. 2014, Pasha Bitus was MVP of Katowice. They won Katowice Major.
Yeah.
Seems like Pasha Bitus plus Snacks, but...
I really don't know. But
I don't remember. Pasha Bitus was top 3 in the world or no? Snacks was top 4, 100%.
let's go.
Pasha Snacks.
Pasha.
Pasha Snacks, final decision.
Yeah. Я думаю, Kenny Sharks.
That's right.
Yes, nice, easy. Easy, крот, easy. Okay, I think it's really, как сказать, дорогой-то, забыл.
Very expensive.
Knife. It's not C, it's not B, I'm sure. It's unique knife. But it's A or D? 100%.
But D it's so much. I think
Yeah,
A.
I think A.
Yeah, but because these numbers are not real.
А если он full с двустороннего бой?
Can you? If it's of knife.
If other side full blue, I don't know. It's but 1.4 million. It's
Maybe someone offer for him
Yeah.
1.4, but he didn't sell it. Sold it. So yeah.
If I can jump in, someone offered him 1.4 million in Bitcoin, but he declined then.
No, D.
А
Yeah.
Нормально, крот. Спасибо.
Okay.
Okay, that was my bet.
Yeah. Nice try.
You got a point.
It's a lot.
Wait, we are changing in rubles. Окей, 350, допустим, 30 тысяч рублей.
I think B.
Yeah, I think B too. Хотя...
You gifted
wait.
me. You gifted me this info.
Окей, B.
Let's go.
Ну,
B.
я думаю, так, Рад. Ну ладно, пускай будет B. B.
Let's.
Изи.
Good job.
Крот. Гений.
Good job.
I think no one will buy these stickers from the beginning for 400. So it's more real. See, I don't know.
Окей, CRD. Ну, давай C, пофигу.
Let's go see. Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's go see.
Yeah, думаю, D.
Good job.
Да как он сделал? Why so easy, guys?
I'm on fire, you know.
Окей.
I think he'll.
Ну, а
raid it.
Шер? Ну, а Stun Dragons он не был на мажоре.
Yeah.
Not Navi, not Liquid, not Stun Dragons. How Razors?
Yeah. I hope he'll raise it too.
Final answer B.
B. Yeah.
Yeah, good job. It was Hellraisers.
It was pretty simple question.
Okay, I will do it. Wait, name 3 things you could buy in 1.6, but you can't in competitive. Okay, it's Shield,
Night vision.
Yes.
Night Vision, and блин, I played 1.6 like 5 years.
Эти bullets.
Yeah, bullets, ammo.
Yes, ammunition.
Блин, крат гений. Я забыл, он тоже покупается.
Under Heaven, you see this? It's like photoshopped. Or no? Oh, Yeah,
Ah,
and they have, one...
Ракета вот это?
It's rocket,
Uh-huh.
but from which map is it? And
No,
from
looks like Nukehead as well.
No, не, подожди.
Maybe Mirage from B side?
Там
But
ракет
I
бэк есть?
didn't see. I didn't see.
No, подожди, ладно. Does 2 no? Inferno, Rocket, I think no.
Probably.
Inferno?
Uh-huh.
Где
On
это
B
может
side, near temple.
Yes, that's right. B-side coffins. Good job.
Какое-то убийство.
I think we CSGO must bring back like I don't like Mirage nowadays because it's so simple and everyone know everything on this map, and on this map starting to find some bugs, and I don't know, it's like so old map, and Valve should update it or change it to maybe new Tuscant. I saw that someone released that map, and I don't know, Mirage is so simple and everyone really knows everything on this map.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think I don't like Vertigo because it's too simple to play on this map. It's you can split anything or like just simple map in like strategy and this stuff. I think I like when I play like 7 years ago or 5. It was Cobble and Cash, but updates I think not good. After no, I mean this Cobble is don't good, and new Cash is not good too. They need update this map because I played in 1.6. For example, Tuscan was really good, but in CSGO he's not looking like in 1.6. I think it's not good for official competitive.
They updated it and released like a few weeks ago. It's like it probably good, better than they showed it some years ago.
I want a Cobble and Cash
Yeah, I liked Cash.
instead of Vertigo. All guys who is cheering us, who support us, thank you very much. We appreciate it. When we if we lost or if we win our official games, our tournaments, thank you very much. It's really important for us. Cheer for us, and we will do our best. Thank you.
2 kills, so his name is Xcloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Obviously got to swing out wide on the contact. Kyle try and do the same, see if we can isolate these jewels.
In hand. Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round. What a clutch from Calix. When high player still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward. Zataro's going to see so many. He transfers back. Makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer. The ace for Zataris.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Republic League Season 3. We're into Group A as the upper bracket semi-finals. We kickstart things here today with Entropiq taking on ECSTATIC. It is going to be a big day for Tier 2 Counter-Strike. And of course, Tier 2 is a loose term because these are some of the best teams in Tier 2 who are pushing up the boundaries in towards Tier 1. My name is Neokai. I'm joined by the lovely Retro as per usual. Ryan, brother, how you feeling for today? We got some big games.
Mate, honestly, I could not be more excited for this one. I am a huge fan of today's matchups. And of course, before we even dive into today, we can talk about yesterday's matchups a little bit.
True.
And we can sort of discuss about how things have shaped up to be. As you can see on screen, 2 matchups that took place, both of which 2-0s. It was Eternal Fire that eliminated Sprout, and of course, one win no longer with us either after K23 are able to take them down. But of course, in today's games, I don't think there's much elimination going on, mate. There's a chance at qualifying, some upper bracket games being played out, and ultimately, in today's matches, we find out the teams that can make it through to the upper final at to make it the first chance of qualifying.
Yeah, we got 4 of the best here in Group A. I mean, there's some big games. Of course, ECSTATIC and Entropiq is game number 1, followed closely by Bad News Eagles taking on Mad Lions. Another fiery game to finish off the day here in REPUBLEAGUE. I mean, we have been graced with some beautiful Counter-Strike on your screens. I can't wait for today's games.
Yeah, let's talk about the upper and lower brackets a little bit to see how things shape out. Of course, as you can see, Entropiq, ECSTATIC, our first game here in the semi-finals. Bad News Eagles taking on Mad Lions later on today. And of course, they move up to the finals. Both teams will then play each other for, of course, the place in the number 1 seed in the group stage. And of course, second place gets the 2nd seed as well. K23 versus 1 win. Sprout Eternal Fire already done and dusted. Today moves through to the lower bracket semi-finals. And the losers of today's games will join these teams respectively in this lower bracket for a fight in the grand final for that 3rd place spot.
It just shows how competitive it is at the moment, right? I mean, there's some fantastic teams on display. And of course, this being the upper bracket, you do have a little bit of that room to work with, right? It's not the be-all and end-all, it's not the do or die. But of course, the big thing that you mentioned, it's seeding. Seeding is such a big factor going in towards the next stage, going into kind of the playoffs past the groups, right?
Yes.
They have to try and get, you know, a 1 or 2 seeds to give you a better chance of going as far as you can in this tournament.
Of course, and there's a lot of prize money on the line as well. 75k for first place, 32k for second, 16k for third, 5.3k for fourth. There is so much money on the line, but you've got to make that top 4, and to make it ultimately first place in your group guarantees yourself some cash, but you really want to be pushing into that grand final and get that number 1 spot to your name. Of course, we could talk about the teams a little bit in this first matchup. It's Entropiq taking on ECSTATIC, and what better team to start with than the kings of tier 2 themselves, the CIS roster that has stormed through the scene in the last year or so, Entropiq. A name that, you know, it's weird that we even had, you know, such a weird time where these guys were unorged, right? Where they were literally a no-name team. No one wanted to pick them up. Entropiq welcomed them with open arms, and the organization with this team have ran to new heights. This roster has got high caliber. The introduction of Mir is something we'll talk about a little bit more. Recent form looking good for these guys as well. And when it comes to the veto, these guys struggle to find maps that they're not good at. Mirage may be one that they're not comfortable playing. We'll get into the veto side a little bit later on. But as you can see on screen in just a second here, the map choices, of course, for that Entropiq side, there are so many positives. Best map in the pool right now looks to be Ancient Overpass as well up there, just a little less experience. These guys know what it takes to defeat tier 1 teams. They've been there, they've done that, and now it's their time to claim the crown of REPUBLEAGUE Season 3 and, of course, solidify their space as a tier 1 team.
That's it, and they're a side that don't need any introductions for good reason if you're a fan of the tier 2 seed, just because of how good they are. 17th ranked in the world. We take a look at their opponents today, and in a similar fashion, they have gone to the pinnacle of tier 2 in a brilliant fashion recently. For ECSTATIC, they have been phenomenal. Of course, the big story around them is the man Wolfie, the Orpa stepping away, and Zello filling those big boots to fill. But so far, so good. Bird from Sky the Helm, the IGL, a genius in the server and out of it as well. He's been a fantastic player, and their run of form shows in exactly the same fashion. They have been brilliant as of late. And you were speaking about map pools, and the same can be said over towards ECSTATIC. They're very comfortable looking towards the majority of maps. When you take a look through them, sort of statistics, you can see how they've really started to garner themselves as one of them up there, so as one of the better tier 2 sides. Mirage is their only insta-ban, realistically speaking, but we just heard in the quiz that, you know, the likes of Entropiq don't like to play it either, so we probably won't expect it.
No, absolutely not. And of course, we can have a little chat about this matchup and how things go on a little bit more, Neo. Initial thoughts in this one, of course, the veto is always a big factor, but players I think we need to be watching out for. My honest opinion, Mir is a massive introduction to this team, and I am so excited to see him play with this Entropiq side. But Elian has been the top dog for the side of Entropiq. For the flip side of things, ECSTATIC, it's been fascist show, really, for us to be witnessing. We are going to move forward quite quickly into the veto here, Neo, and I guess a little chat about what maps to come out. Mirage and Inferno both have been banned out, and it's ECSTATIC's turn to pick first. They like their vertigo, they'll pick it. Entropiq, if I'm honest with you, maybe an overpass to come out. If not, it has to be a Dust 2 in my opinion. There we have it, a decider. I mean, it could go anywhere. Nuke banned out by the ECSTATIC boys. They're not comfortable playing that. But these, the Ancient still looming, and indeed it will be our decider. A juicy, juicy veto here.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, the two instabans come through. We can expect that. Always going to happen. They don't like playing Mirage over towards ECSTATIC and Inferno. Entropiq don't like it. So expect it to come through, but I like the picks coming in. For me, though, the real sort of question mark then starts to go around that Ancient if we get there. It's a map in which both of these two sides have played considerably in the last 3 months, and both of them have somewhere in the region of kind of the 12 to 15 times played in the last 3 months, and very decent win rates on it, roughly around that kind of 60% mark. So if we do get to that decider, things get very spicy for me. But you mentioned that big man's name, Mer, from Team Spirit Amp, a guy who got a lot of experience, not in tier 2, in tier 1. And I think him now with that introduction towards this team, I can really start to see Entropiq, you know, start to find even newer heights, which I didn't even think was possible, being one of the best in tier 2, now 17th in the world, and pretty solidifying themselves in that tier 1 conversation. I think that could go a long way.
Ladies and gentlemen, no time to sit around and wait, no time to deliberate. We move into the action. It's ECSTATIC taking on Entropiq here in a best of 3. I cannot wait. I am so pumped for this matchup here, Neo. I don't think you understand. I am, I've been dreaming of this matchup for a little while, and of course the last 2 times we saw these teams fight in a bout, it was in ESL Challenger League Season 40. It was a fair few months ago. I think 2 months ago now we saw them play out. It was Ancient overpass Vertigo. Of course, the mirror image, excuse me, in map 1 of Vertigo. No overpass this time, it's Dust 2, and the decider of Ancient still looming as well. Across that series though, mate, we had a solid amount of Counter-Strike played, 100 rounds at least in that best of 3. And you know, it was in the way of ECSTATIC, a 2-1 victory. Entropiq though, they could bounce back with vengeance, especially with this mid pickup as well. Man, it's a dream roster, and it's a dream chance for Entropiq now to prove themselves with this new 5.
Yeah, I mean, if we go off the last 4 times these two sides have come against each other, 3 out of the 4 went to double OT. At the very least, we were getting, you know, up there, close towards 50 rounds just for one map. And the other one of that 4 was a 16-14. So if we've got anything to expect there, I think we're going to be in for a marathon of a series. But that's what we love at Republic. We want the best of the best, duking it out, and these are 2 of the best in this tier.
And do you know what's crazy as well? One of these teams has to face off in the lower bracket and still under threat of not making the playoff stage. That's crazy. Huge. Ladies and gentlemen, with the noises stopped, with the shooting to a halt, you can only assume one thing. And ladies and gentlemen, we move into Vertigo. A highly anticipated matchup between 10 very formidable players. It's a game of 2 titans. It's a game that will only be set up as one of the best in tier 2. It's Entropiq taking on ECSTATIC, a best of 3. The winner guarantees himself a place in the playoff stage. That's what we're basically fighting for. Forget the seeding, at least you make it. Now is their chance to shine. Fast towards A, ECSTATIC wasting no time in making their pressure known. A molly at the feet of Forrester, who finds one. Oh, Forrester, that's a cracking start from Forrester. As 4 kills out of nowhere. And Entropiq, they will take their bow. It's Forrester's heroics, and Entropiq start with an absolute bang.
Why, you're saying Entropiq take their bow? Forrester, son, take a bow. That is beautiful. What an individual performance from him. 4 kills to his name before he falls. Fire at the feet, but it does not even phase him. That is stunning. Individual brilliance to kickstart this series. I can already tell we're in for a banger here, and Entropiq have made their presence known. 1-0 on the board for them. ECSTATIC back to the drawing board.
You can't write that any other way, can you? It's Forrester. Just finding 4 headshots, making it look easy. Elian, he'll swoop in and find the first kill. Zello shoved away from ramp, put aside by the FAMAS. And that 5-on-4 established a man advantage. Entropiq know what they're doing. They know the business they're taking care of.
Well, I mean, already for ECSTATIC, it's safe to say coming into this round, it was going to be tough. Not much of an investment, but as much as they could pick up. A scout in the hands of Bird from Sky. Zello, of course, the primary AWP for the side. Down and out for the count. The IGL will pick up that scout and try and make something work with it. But against one FAMAS and a quad M4 LNS, I think it's safe to say this should, on paper, only go one way.
So far, so good for the Entropiq side. ECSTATIC can definitely show some resistance. Can definitely put up a bit of a fight. Having a little tap away. M4s, we know what they're powerful for. The conversation we always have, Neo, are they too OP? Do they need to be nerfed? We won't get into the conversation too much.
Don't get me started.
I was going to say, you know, you'll get fired up like an engine, mate. You will not stop. You will not stop. But no, It's looking pretty comfortable here for Entropiq. As you said, it should be business as usual. Krad, he'll find himself a second and ramping up towards the A play. It's a nice kill from Bird from Sky as he follows up with another. The Tech 9s finding substantial damage, down to 2. Mir alongside Forrester, and Mir, he'll clean them both up. Easy as Entropiq with a second. A couple too many casualties maybe, but Entropiq, it doesn't matter how they come, they've got a second on the board.
Yeah, and that's what matters, right? I mean, a second round on the board is the priority, but I've got to say, as you mentioned, a few too many casualties for my liking. 3 kills out of 5 is really not too bad for ECSTATIC, and it kind of already shows that despite what buy they're on, they're always going to be a fearsome side. Entropiq potentially thought they were coming into this, you know, as the favourites, being able to kind of roll over ECSTATIC, but that's not how they work. This game is looking like it already is going to be a spicy one.
Damn. Round 3. An AK investment to Fasha's hands. Bird from Sky opting to lob it across to his teammate. We know how volatile he is as a rifler. We know the powerful player he is. Nickelback. He'll find the opener though. An easy 5-on-4 again with the AK gone as well. The lesser threat starts to come in ECSTATIC. All they have was Glocks to surround it. It's not the most comfortable position to be in, and so for them, this should be quite an easy mop up here.
Yeah, I mean, it should be. I mean, no questions asked. This should only go one way. Craig gonna find 1. Manx will fall. 3 remaining alive for ECSTATIC. And with the MP9 just in behind. 1, 2. A beautiful flash as well. And Nickelback will clean things up. It's really, really nice to see that Entropiq are already starting to find their footing. ECSTATIC now, this is the true test, and this is where we really start to get an understanding about how ECSTATIC can go about on the T side of Vertigo. A full buy to come through. The only question mark is what Zello does. Does he go for the AWP half armor or even the glass cannon potentially with utility? And that's what he's going to do. He's going for the glass cannon AWP, a flash and a smoke to support. It's a risky buy, but you know, you got to take risks if you want to get somewhere, right? And I like this.
You gotta respect it, right? It's a very respectable one. Going for the AWP, go for something dangerous, go for something ballsy. A great start for Bird from Sky. A Mac 10 downgrade as he dropped an AK in the previous has resulted in an opening frag. Nickelback, while he does find the trade, it's Fasha to put things in front here. ECSTATIC a step ahead in the minute 30 mark.
Well, yeah, now ECSTATIC against this bonus buy of Entropiq are already starting to, you know, test the waters a little bit. They got the toes in. What more can they find? Ellie going to double back on towards site. Nothing to be spotted for the time being. He's trying to invite a bit of pressure here to walk in towards an MP9. And of course, we know at close range that thing can do some damage. But for the time being, ECSTATIC, nice and passive, nice and slow from them. They don't need to overextend.
What I found really interesting as well for the ECSTATIC boys is that throughout the close qualifier, even though Vertigo is their pick in this series and actually one of their best maps, we didn't see it once from them in the close qualifier, right? And we've already seen it once from them here in the playoff stage. They're the second highest rated team. Manx has actually had a really good game the last time out. He had a 1.32 on Vertigo in their opening map.
Respectable.
On Vertigo in their previous series. Mir going to be looking to deny some presence towards A though. Dafu and Manx will do one better. And just like that, Forrester left alone. A 1 versus 3. The nade, just shy. Counter molly tossed in, put out by the flames. Or rather by the smoke. And just like that, Forrester, I think it's the tough decision, but it's the right one. He's going to have to go and save.
There's no point, right? I mean, it's a 1 versus 3. The site's already completely taken over by ECSTATIC. Just keep on to what you've got. Gonna have a nice little bit of movement on towards that top kind of spawn position. He'll hold and try and find an exit or two, but for, you know, realistically speaking, ECSTATIC don't need to go hunting. There's no point as well, especially with Zello with no armor. Don't go hunting. Keep hold of that AWP. Keep hold of what they've got. And of course, guarantee a round in their favor. First on the board for ECSTATIC, and now it's a question of can they use this first step on the ladder as a sort of a catalyst to success going forward. But that's a really nice round from them. Slow tempo over towards ramp. Once they gain control of it as well, they just one by one clear those angles of utility and force Entropiq into a really difficult hold. Mare only able to find 1 towards backside 2, instantly traded. That's how ECSTATIC need to play. Numbers in their favor, and it works really well. Dafu, bit of a masterclass from him too as well. Once that bomb goes down though, it's all the more done, isn't it? Post-bomb setup, nothing they can do.
I mean, you're in a 1-on-3, right? And for Forrester, it only is the right decision. Entropiq have decent money. They can reinvest the rifles. We've even got an AWP out on Elian and quick towards B. Forrester, who's looking for a way in, but the counter utility going to be quite good for the T side. ECSTATIC just letting them know that they want B. That's their idea. That's the presence that they want to be taking. So it's a pretty chill start here for Entropiq. No over-oppression just yet.
I like this. I mean, they don't need to do anything, right, for the time being. Sort of invite that pressure. They don't even mind giving up ramp. They've got a couple of smokes that can keep them at bay for the time being. The only question mark is if Zello starts to pop off that AWP, and he's posted up towards that, well, left-hand side of ramp if you're an ECSTATIC fan, as for the time being, tempo nice and slow. It's all quiet on that front. And another smoke in their face, well, denies that pressure. Now they're going to double back towards mid.
Yeah, having to think about it, aren't they, Entropiq? They've got the hold from Elian, but a smoke in his way. Orb shot, that'll fly through, but it whizzed past everyone from the ECSTATIC side. It's a slow maneuver towards middle, the boost coming in. But 55 seconds left here. I'm wondering, is this going to be the chance for them to find the opener? And Bird from Sky, life flash before his eyes.
He's very lucky to still be alive, in fact. I mean, Elian had the right idea. It just couldn't quite find the crosshair place. And an uncharacteristic miss from Elian as well. I think he's maybe just warming up a little bit, just starting to heat up, and maybe we can see something. Now they're doubling back over towards Ram. They're looking like they want to try and make this hold work in their favor. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Not a lot of time.
Molly dropped in on ramp. ECSTATIC going to make their way forward. Oh, and the boost ran into from Bird from Sky. Now the Orb of Elian. We're going to have to see Heroics. Nickelback, he's good for the first, though. In fact, Mir to steal it away. Good damage done to another, but Elian does not move. But he fires off the shot. He denies the bomb anyway with 10 seconds to go. ECSTATIC, they've got to amp this up to an absolute maximum. Elian has to be cleared. There's 6 seconds left. They go for the bomb plant. Forrester moves in. It's only a ding onto Dafu. And no kill. Elian left alone in a 1 versus 3. And listen, I think at this point in time, even though sure it's a chance that they could take, it's better off saving the Orb. You've got to move it away, and Entropiq, they'll concede a second.
You can think, well, I think you can start to see that, you know, Entropiq look a little bit nervy for me. I mean, you know, random shots by Elian in towards a wall. He's kind of on edge, I think is one way to put it. And for ECSTATIC, they need to utilize this to the maximum. Keep putting the pressure in towards Entropiq, and it'll force the errors. And that's exactly what we see as well. The errors starting to creep in for Entropiq, and a side who, as you mentioned within the tier 2 scene, uncharacteristic to see those errors flood through. But that AWP will be saved across by the hands of Elian, which is the priority for them. But they do give up that sort of wealth of a lead they were building. It's now only down to 1. And Bird from Sky, what an entry that is. Brilliant swinging in for the first. And that more or less confirms the side. Yes, the bomb gets denied first time of asking, but the second it's down to 1 versus 3. It's only going one way. Elian can't deny it. And just like that, ECSTATIC up to 2. The deficit at 1. They're knocking on the door, tying this game back up.
Tech pause coming in, hopefully nothing too much going on, but ECSTATIC's recent success in the last 2 rounds have looked very formidable, and for this Entropiq side, starting to lose out a little bit financially. You know, we've lost the grip of the rifles. Sure, we have an AWP saved into this next round, but behind it, I mean, Forrester had 2,500, but everyone else had below $750, literally the minimal amount of money. And so for them, actually, this gets very difficult because a fall by here, maybe a little bit out of reach. You have to take an eco, and you hang that AWP out to dry, can cause a few problems.
Exactly that. Well, hopefully only a small tech pause, as you mentioned. But while we do have it, with 5 rounds played, we can start to kind of discuss what we've already seen. A great start by Entropiq on the CT side. Things are looking on the up for them. I mean, dominant 4K to kick things, start things for Forrester. I mean, already it was looking like this is the Entropiq we know and love. A dominant force, you know, a hot knife through butter kind of type things in tier 2. But ECSTATIC in these last 2 have looked absolutely fantastic. Their ram takes have been really well executed, bit of individual brilliance as well, and that's become so important to them. They're 1 away from you know, tying this back up, and as you mentioned, with the CT side economy being a little bit lackluster in the long term, that could be problematic going into a buy around this AWP. How do they try and support it?
Indeed. Fasha's got a couple of problems, so it will be a PC reboot from him.
Not too bad. That's okay.
Yeah, we can,
momentarily.
We can afford to wait for that one, I guess.
Speaking of though,
yeah,
Fasha, I was gonna say we haven't really seen too much of him in the earlier stages of this. I mean, he's normally, if we're gonna talk about one person on ECSTATIC who's gonna make a difference, he's the one you focus your attention to, right? He's kind of the big firepower person who you have to really try and hard counter if you want to deny ECSTATIC running away with games. I mean, any of the other kind of tier 2 or lower end of tier 1 sides who play against ECSTATIC, they have ways to deal with him. But anyone else in tier 2, it's always the Fasha show, isn't it? I mean, he runs away with things. He very rarely tested, I think, is one way to put it.
Well, here's the thing, right? I was doing a little bit of a look into, you know, what is the highest rated player throughout this entire event, right? The closed qualifier, I think, is a fair assumption to make. Obviously, for Bad News Eagles, they weren't there. But in fact, Fasha made the top 10. In fact, he was the 7th highest rated player, but Zello actually did one better than him. He actually came 5th highest rated player in the entirety of the closed qualifiers. Over the 6 maps that they played, They secured themselves a 1.09 rating on average per player. But Zello, the fifth highest rated player with a 1.26 rating. He's a man to watch. He's been an underdog. And his story's been really interesting as well, right? Where we talk about a player who left Wolfie undergoing some mental health issues by the looks of his Twitter. And sort of he was revolving this whole thing around he wanted to take a step back from competitive play. And while there's rumours that he's moving to Into the Breach, you know, in the future, his time in ECSTATIC, maybe it was over-exhaustment through the best of threes and whatever. We had to see a replacement. And Zello was the man to step in on fairly short notice. We wondered, what is that going to take? Are we going to see him make that appearance to the same level that Wolfie did? And while it was a slow burner, he has really found his form. And he's another man we've got to watch heading into this best of three.
Oh, agreed, absolutely. I mean, he's been fantastic for a while. Back in his Nexus days, he was brilliant. And of course, I think people sleep on that Romanian scene just a little bit too much. There's some hidden gems there, man. There's some diamonds in the rough that just need polishing off, and they can definitely compete.
We have Volt and
of course, Volt, UK Romanian dude. Yeah,
Regali's also a Romanian. I think we have a Romanian in Tier 1 now, right? If I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm being stupid.
Most likely, off the top of my head, can't think of one.
I'm trying to think. Now we've set it up. Like I'm trying to think of all the Romanian players. There are a fair few. There definitely are. In this round, though, it is just an eco here for the Entropiq side. The Pavilion. He's stuck in the sandbag position. No nade truck to his feet just yet, but the wall bang from Manx. It'll finish the job. Down to 3. The Deagles alongside the P250 going to be looking to do the rest of the work.
Yeah, I think now it's just about potentially trying to make things a little more expensive if they can. Pick up one more kill. If they can even save a rifle, that'd be huge, but very unlikely. I think it's probably one way to put it. Just about timing. 45 seconds on the clock. They're still committing over towards his A site as well. If the util comes through, another kill in their favor. Mur will fall, and this is more or less just putting those nails in the coffin in towards this round. Crad falls, and Forrester is nowhere to be seen. Only just rotating over. A 1 versus 4. Bombs go down momentarily. He's a third on the board, but all tied square.
Yeah, this is a really comfortable round for ECSTATIC. As long as there's only that single casualty, things will be looking good. Forrester edges on in, and he'll take a head with him. Manx will fall like a sack of potatoes. It is a very easy pickup for him, but I think only the one will be enough. Fasher, low HP, sure, maybe you can get a fortunate Deagle spam onto him, but he's on the other side of the map right now, you know? There's no catching him in a bit of a goose chase. Dafu and Zello are going to be the players you face into, so more headshots required. And for Forrester, I think it's safe to say he'll be looking for some exit damage if he can. But at the end of the day, it's not going to stop ECSTATIC ultimately finding a third.
Yeah, that's it. ECSTATIC up to 3, and it's been a fairly decent performance. We were speaking of Zello as well. Still yet to see him get off the mark. It's actually been, you know, a bit of a slow start from him after being, as you mentioned, very good in the close qualifier. But at 3 rounds apiece, now things start to get quite interesting. That was just an eco, however, so we can start to reset. This is the first time we're going to see a full buy coming out from both sides. Last time that full buy came through was against the bonus. We haven't seen that true test. Full buy, full utility, all of that good stuff coming in towards the round. So this is the full test coming through. We'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. But I don't know, a quick question, just because we're on the topic and it's running through my mind. Who was the best rated player in the closed qualifier?
Throughout the entirety of the closed qualifier only, so obviously we're not including the main event games so far, it was Zershan with a 1.41 rating.
Makes sense. I mean, a fantastic player in his own regard.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. A lot of the Mouse NXT boys actually doing really well. Speaking of doing well, Forrester, he's had a good turn up in this game so far. 6 kills in the 7 rounds played so far as he finds the entry onto Fasher. ECSTATIC want nothing more to do with B, and they will slide away. Max, I think, might double guess and move back, see if he can find himself a bit of damage. Anything? No leads. Entropiq leave everything cold, and for ECSTATIC now they've got to wind up with this man disadvantage.
And Forrester's playing such an important position. He's that anchor over towards B, but he's also playing the tough thing of rotating each and every time. We saw in that previous one when he put the Eagle back over, that slow rotate coming through. It's a hard position to play, and it requires a lot of sort of mental fortitude to time things right.
Smoke towards ramp. ECSTATIC going to be playing a slower game. The tempo ramped right down. Nickelback baited out by the molly. I thought he was going to get caught off, and considering he's only 33 points of health, it wouldn't have been ideal. But nonetheless, ECSTATIC made their move towards ramp, not dropping the penny on their presence just yet. Not a single footstep picked up by the CT side. The first form of contact will only be gunfire, but with 30 seconds left, they've got to get a move on here as Elliot, he'll strike fear into the eyes of the Danes as Crad finds a second. Nickelback will follow up through the smoke. Zello left alone, a 1 versus 4, 20 seconds, and the flank from Mir has timed it perfectly. Entropiq up to 4, and ECSTATIC back down to the lower hand. But having won the 3 previous, they've got money to rebuy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a textbook hold. There's no faults for the likes of Entropiq there. It's a perfect way to play it. Aliens kicked on things quite nicely with the orb shot, just playing contact. And the idea for ECSTATIC is really nice. They try and play contact. However, of course, the execution not quite there. Love the graphics there to sort of see that wallbang work. In towards that sandbag position, you've got to clear that. At least throw a little bit of utility, like a Molotov, in towards sandbags. You've got to get comfort. You can't allow a freebie for Crad to happen like that. But that's what we see. 4 men alive, Entropiq up to 4. And ECSTATIC back to the drawing board.
Have a look through the smoke. Bird from Sky tries to play a disciplined performance, but Nickelback, a very cold spray transfer, will catch Fasher out as well. The young rifler drops him down to 3. Manxello and Dafu, well, they show a bit of pushback towards Ramp, at least demonstrating what they're made of here on this T-side full buy. Problem is, of course, the greater picture, they're fighting from the man down, a 3 versus 4. And they are none the wiser to how the setup for the Entropiq side looks like. Have they gamble stacked towards A? Have they re-rotated back towards B? There are all these questions asked, but they have no map control to show for it.
That's it. So slow, the tempo now, but of course, it has to be. Man disadvantage for ECSTATIC. They're in a brutal position to try and force their way to find something. Over towards A, their default is where they're testing the waters once further. Spam going to come through as well. I'm not going to find anything for the first time of asking. Flash of Forest. He's rotated back over and a smoking towards front sight. That can deny that presence once again.
Oh, that's a cracking shot though. Forrester, his 7th kill. Nade dropped in as well, just as the warning sign. You tried me once and I've taken your teammate's head off. Don't you dare test me again. Flash drops in on lane. Elian tucks away from it. Will re-peek. Manx, last man standing. 1 versus 4. And with the bomb in his back pocket, he might be able to push towards the B site, but a flank from Mir. Once again, the last kill of the round comes in from a B push. Mir's played that one perfectly. And Entropiq, they'll be rewarded. It's a 5th round to their name. ECSTATIC 2 behind, and they're back to Glocks in this round.
What it's showing as well, individually for Merge, just kind of touch on that point, you know, that's the 2nd time in a row that we've seen him find that final kill from a flanking position. His game sense, phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, he's been absolutely brilliant. He's got a very good understanding about how ECSTATIC are trying to play this. And he's reading them like a book. For Entropiq, that 2-round lead garnered now, and it's a question more about how far they can take this. I think it's already starting to see that things are looking very good over towards that CT side camp, and we're going to see a tactical pause called by ECSTATIC, and to be honest, I don't blame them. Heading in towards this next round number 9, of course, they've got no economy to work with. They have to try and stick around that 2k mark if they want to make something work. They can't even afford to pick up that hero rifle to try and force around. Full eco, stick around 2k, have a buy-in towards the next, but by doing so, it gives up 6 rounds over towards Entropiq, and that 3-round gap, once again, the way we started this map, 3-round lead.
Round 9. Entropiq have themselves a really good chance of, you know, doubling up, making the economy a little harder to unwind and tangle ECSTATIC in a scenario where they're always going to be on the back foot. Not to mention, this would be a massive confidence boost if the lads can pick this one up quite flawlessly. Elian, got to be careful, gets charged down, and the molly alongside the nade, it will do huge damage, but he goes down without a single frag. Manx will find a second. All of a sudden, Forrester, he's going to be needed for a few here, or Nickel back towards A will get tested in overwhelming numbers. Forrester, though, he swings in. Perfect timing. It's a laboured second, but he gets it done anyway. The AWP of Manx gone. Nickelback will transfer for his 2nd, and he's looking for his 3rd as well. Zello low HP. Forrester will have it, and a full house between the 2 riflers will give Entropiq their 6th, doubling the scoreline of ECSTATIC, but now the Danes are on a full buy.
Yeah, easy. Expected, right? That's exactly what we kind of thought was going to happen coming towards that. Just a full eco coming through. But to be fair, to find 2 kills, I'll give them the credit for that. That's actually not too shabby at all, but that's all they are going to be finding. Nice again from Forrester. Individually, he has been fantastic so far. I mean, I cannot fault him. Rotation-wise, been brilliant, timing it to perfection, and of course, not looking too bad in terms of mechanical prowess either. But as you mentioned, ECSTATIC now full buy. Coming in towards round number 10, we see just the rifles on display. No AWP for Zello, unfortunately. And of course, Dafu's only got a Galil.
They are letting themselves known quite quickly towards ramp that, you know, they exist. Lots of AK bullets flinging through the smokes for Crad. Gets the smoke quite close to him, trying to work around it, see over the top if he could find an opener or a way into this round. But from Sky, got to be careful. Brad launching the nade in. So much damage done to him, though, by throwing the HE. But from Sky at a similar standpoint. But ECSTATIC, they may have found themselves a route towards ramp that they can exploit as Fasha. He finds the opener. Elian just doesn't know that they're so close. And now Nickel back with the AK-47. It's going to have to be prime for a few, if not all of them. Because Entropiq are down to 3 and the resources are at a minimum. And as they make pace towards the A site, Nickelback, he's spammed down to 3 points of health. Not the way that the Entropiq boys want this one to start out with. ECSTATIC should be in a position to capitalize. And the push from Shaw, everything's worked out. Forrester, a 1 versus 4. And sure, he's able to find 1. But 1, I think, will be enough.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, now he's already been tagged. They know exactly where he's coming from. Might get a bit of timing. Looking for 1. Dancing around the box. Dafu deletes him. And that's ECSTATIC. Going to be chipping this one away just a little bit. Up to 4 rounds on the board. It's only a 2-round lead. That Entropiq hold, and that's a much, much better performance. Unfortunate as well, you know, Elian gets tunnel vision with that orb. He's trying to find that pixel peak above the box, and he just times it so wrong. It's really unfortunate from him, but credit where credit's due. ECSTATIC up to 4, keeping this game competitive, and we expected that as well.
Absolutely. A tech pause to come in. Hooch's PC now getting rebooted, so we're having PC issues.
Couple of PC reboots, yeah, all over the shop. That's an important one though. I mean, Hooch is I think for me, he's one of the guys that makes, you know, he's the backbone to Entropiq's success. I think he's been so crucial to them doing so well, and kind of. Yeah, a long time ago I had a conversation with him, and you could kind of see what he was trying to achieve at this. You know, when Entropiq just started to get into the scene, it's, you know, maybe like a year and a half ago, and I can't remember what tournament it was, but I did an interview with him. It might even be in REPUBLEAGUE way back in like season 1, but I was talking about kind of the steps he wanted to take for the side, and everything he said and predicted has come true, because obviously they've just put in so much work. I think I would put Entropiq up there with, you know, Copenhagen Flames and Sinners and those type of teams who are kind of the kings of grind. You know, they just play map after map, day after day, tournament after tournament, and it's worked. The success comes from it. Hard work and dedication has allowed them to hone their craft, and look where they are now. I mean, all 3 of them, you know, when we started casting, what, like 2 years ago, they were barely tier 2 teams, right? And look where they are now.
I mean, a perfect example of that, right, and to go with that narrative, is the Gambit youngsters, right?
Exactly,
obviously, now Cloud9, for those maybe that haven't involved themselves in professional Counter-Strike for
I am Dallas
while.
champs.
I am Dallas champions, most recently known as, of course, the major quarterfinalists. The organisation that they were with before of Gambit actually were in the major books, right, as the organisation, the name, which Zeus took them to their first victory.
Zeus,
but when you talk about this Gambit youngsters lineup, right, they slogged through tier 2. They played so much Counter-Strike. So many officials just didn't stop playing the game, and it pays off, right? They're top 5 teams in the world right now, really proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with. Everyone wants to follow in their footsteps, and Entropiq are a baby Gambit. I've always been saying this. They're trying to follow in those footsteps. They're a few months behind of what the Gambit youngsters side were doing, but these guys really are on the right track. And the more European side of ECSTATIC, I would say they're also following the same sort of path, right? Zello, of course, is a bit of a setback, but this team definitely fighting for a space in tier 1. That, however, is not the greatest of way of starting. As we resume the action, Elian Zorb able to pierce through the body armor of Fasha.
Again, an important kill. Fasha, a couple of questions for me starting to be asked about Vertigo thus far. It's a slow performance for me, and as I mentioned for ECSTATIC, well, I don't think he's a crutch to their success. I think he's vital to it, and with Fasha being a little bit slow, that's when ECSTATIC start to, generally speaking, be a little bit slow. They start to struggle, dwindle at times, and they just need that one man to step up, and he's the one who normally does it.
Minute and 15, ECSTATIC fighting from the man down. So, of course, you can start to see the gimmicks being pulled out. They're going to go to commit towards B. Forrester, 11 kills to his name. The first time that his site will be under any form of threat. The flashes are going to be pretty good. Tries to look down to avoid the utility. But from Sky, he'll claim that man advantage back. And now in a 4 versus 4, that bomb has to make it across towards site, but a smoke perfectly timed. Manx, he'll punch in the digits.
Bomb planted. Post plant as well to try and be set up momentarily. Oh, I know this boost. I've seen this a couple of times. You get a little peek just on the left-hand side of Gen. You know, there's like a little pixel gap.
Yeah.
You can have a little look there. You normally try to spot out a gun barrel, but of course the smoke in the face isn't going to help. Now, Mer in towards construction, trying to make a way forward. Bird from Sky in this close right is going to be a tough one to clear. They have to maybe just go expensive. Play for cannon fodder.
Well, they've got a couple of M4s and now an AK that could be retrieved. Jumping round the corner, Crad, he will fall, but the AK, well, I was going to say the AKs are retrievable, but the retake isn't quite there. No kits means Entropiq have to forfeit a 5th, and by bomb detonation, ECSTATIC will have themselves a round to their name, closing that gap ultimately to the CIS side. But with all 5 players going down, that has caused a little bit of turmoil economically. ECSTATIC are in a scenario now where actually, you know, we're a little bit worse for wear when it comes to the bank accounts. We've got to make sure that the next buy is our best buy.
Precisely. You know, we've said it before that these are two of the best sides in this scene, and this is, you know, chalking itself up to be a little bit of a marathon, and so far we're getting exactly that. It's so evenly matched, a round-for-round affair, but of course, as you mentioned, heading in towards round number 12, a full investment coming through here from Entropiq with whatever they can. I mean, it's an MP9, FAMAS, Deagle to support the AK-47 and AWP. Not exactly the most adequate kind of riflery to have coming in towards round number 12. For ECSTATIC, this is a real opportunity for them to once again tie this game up.
Smokes towards ramp. Having a little look here, the AK of Nickelback firing off. And, nothing happening. Absolutely nothing right now. ECSTATIC creeping in for control. Entropiq none the wiser. It's a passive play towards A. 2 players actually towards middle here for the Entropiq side to see if they want to go for anything gimmicky themselves with Elian on the angle with the AWP. There's a FAMAS of Mir to back him as well. ECSTATIC, they have their sights set on A.
Tempo slowed right down with it again, going back to their default, over towards the A-ramp, testing those waters, cutting the clock a little bit as well to try and go for that last round execute. It's worked before, brilliant flash though. Nickelback could buy a little bit of time individually, especially if that bomb gets dropped, and it does. It's Elian's hands with the AWP that finds it, but Mank's falling, bomb on the floor, and one more to the hands of Nickelback. Make that a second two. Brilliant. Bird from Sky will trade, pistol whipping though, cannot deny the presence.
And the nade will finish the job, and ECSTATIC down to 2. Zello will amp up the pace as he finds a shot onto Elian. Switches out to the AK-47 as the Romanian continues to go aggressive. Press the issue. Mir on a flank, and he will find Zello. Bird from Sky will have him taken down, but it's Forrester's Deagle yet to find a kill, and the worst weapon out of the 5. But with only 10 seconds left, Forrester moves forward to pick up the AWP, but he's confident with the sidearm. He draws the Desert Eagle, and a body shot will be enough. It's Entropiq 7, ECSTATIC 5.
God, what a round that is. What a round. Individual brilliance from the likes of Nickelback. Drops the bomb, finds a second 2. That's perfect. Forced the grenade, a Bird from Sky, and the IGL stepping up huge to give them an opportunity, a lifeline. But it's that man, Forrester, in towards backside. We sung his praises time and time again, and take a look at this shot again, by the way. Oh my God, Zello, you cannot do that. You can't hit a flick like that. That is ridiculous. Bird from Sky, a good opportunity and a great attempt, but Forrester, brilliant from him. The stoic god are going to find one more.
Flashes early towards ramp. Nickelback doesn't see them through the mist of all the smoke. And they'll have to back away. ECSTATIC, despite only having the pistols, making their shadow look a lot bigger than themselves. As Entropiq, they are going to be looking here for a ramp play. Smoke dropped in on the corner, but actually Nickelback will get charged down. MP9 tries to swing in, but it's only damage. And now we turn to Mir, the big man, X-Spirit. He needs a chance. Some of that experience against the world's best needs to be applied here. A nade from Elian will start things off quite nicely. He goes aggressive, but Fashion will have his head taken off, and a second kill for the rifle. Leaves just Elian left alone. And in a 1 versus 4, the force buy of the pistols, ECSTATIC might have just brought themselves into a 6th.
Yeah, tail between his legs. He's hightailing it. Long gone. He is trying to keep that AWP in play. $850 in the bank to work with a Bird from Sky. You cheeky man. He's looking to try and deny that AWP being saved. The crossing towards round number 14, and he might have just spotted the gun barrel. He did. Bit shot. Beautiful. Bird from Sky doesn't miss though. Had the timing to perfection. Had the rotate and the flank, and Elian's AWP does not get saved across. And as you can see, over towards that CT side, there is nothing in the bank for them. It has to be a save here, surely. I mean, Mer's got $900 $900, so he potentially might just pick himself up an AWP, not an AWP, a Deagle, may I say, and a flash. Maybe, a hand AWP, the hand cannon of the Deagle. With only $900, what's the point in saving? And of course, they don't really have loss bonus to work with either. This game, looking like it already is going to go the distance. It's as even as it can get in terms of its half thus far, and it should be title square now.
Dooley's on nickel back. I respect the attempt, my friend, but against the rifles, it is a very distant goal, and for Entropiq themselves, being at the lower hand, going for the force investment, they are going to be in a bit of a financial trouble. And as you said, right, it's pistols for the CT side, majoritively speaking. Deagles across the board. Mir, he's picked himself up a 5.7 alongside the half armor. Other than that, it's a very dire buy. And for ECSTATIC, they should be able to find themselves some success. But from Sky and Fasher both with kills. Counter utility lobbed in by the Entropiq boys, but considering it's only Forrester and Mir left, this should be an easy pickup. And to tie the game, ECSTATIC in round 14, boys against men on the server in this round.
That's it. Exactly. That is just, a case of ECSTATIC having significantly better firepower. There's nothing really Entropiq can do, especially when they were kind of bringing in Julies to go aggressive. That was a hope and a prayer of them finding a round in their favor. This game about to be tied all square once again, 7-7. I'm loving it. Thus far, this is exactly what we hoped coming in towards this game on a map number 1, on a map which both these two teams don't mind playing. And I think this as well is a credit to how both of these two sides have such a deep map pool. Yes, they both have their insta bans of Inferno and Mirage respectively, but then it's, those other 6 maps are... They will play any of them happily. In towards mid. Mer will be able to save. It's a flawless round for ECSTATIC. 7 on the board. All tied square once again. Going in towards the final round of the half with a distinct advantage. Look at the buy that Entropiq are going to be able to pick up. Coming in towards the 15th. Again, it's just going to be pistols, surely.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant for them to find that right. And now they can start to progress a little bit more here at ECSTATIC. If they find themselves a round lead, as you said, sure, doesn't really matter the map. Sometimes it depends what you like rather than what side the map lands on. For ECSTATIC, to get 8 rounds on their T side, though, that would be quite scary. And all they have to face up again is similar to what was in the previous. The investment for Entropiq here consists mostly of Deagles. It's force buy, half armor, a little bit of util, but ECSTATIC have already earned themselves the early man.
That's it. ECSTATIC, significantly better firepower, as you can see. And a man advantage, surely things now fall into their favor unless Forrester can do something special. Shooting through the wood. Mank still 4 down to 75, but remaining alive is what matters most. Couple of pop shots, still staying alive. Forrester, how is he still alive? It's a question. More damage dealt, but not the kill.
Down to 3, Entropiq, they are going to go and send it in. No point waiting for the lifeline as Crad spams down Fasher with a headshot through the smoke. A molly to force Mir away from the jump up position. Elian, he'll try and make his way forward, but Dafu just doing one smart to cover him from behind. An off angle gives Mir an impossible 1 versus 4 task. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is safe to say there is no time to sleep on this matchup. There is no time to think, oh, this team's got it in the bag, because we are as close as it gets heading into the second half. Delaying his fate, Mir walks into the AK above from Sky. ECSTATIC 8, Entropiq 7. Can Entropiq come back on the T side? We find out after the break.
Wait, I can go defuse.
Yeah, you can stick it.
Guide me.
Left,
Yeah.
left,
Left now. Aim more to the left.
left. W. Right, a lot more. A lot to the right. A. I mean D.
Height.
D. D, 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 D,
Nice.
D, D, D.
Go to the right now.
D. A
Run
lot.
to the right, run to the right. Keep running, keep running. Yes. Nice, run forward. Okay, run forwards more. Left side now. Left, left, left.
Look down. W. W. And hold D.
Where?
Yes. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. To the right. Down. Left. Yes, shoot. Keep shooting, keep shooting. Nice.
You need to buy kit. You have 1. Right.
Do I need
right,
to go
right,
D?
right.
Or do I need to aim? Okay.
When I say D or A,
Okay,
it's when you move, and when I say right or left, it's when you move the mouse.
Okay.
He's there, shoot. To the left. Yes, yes. To the right.
Left.
And a little
Tiny
up.
bit to the left. Oh, don't move.
To the left, 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 left. Yes, yes.
Okay. Right.
Guard. Your haystack. Shoot left, left, left. Left, 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 left. Shoot. Right side. Right. Yes, headshot. Let's go.
Where?
Stop. He's fake. He's fake. To the left. Down. A lot down.
Around. Yeah, shoot. Left. Yes. Just doing the same as you, so just keep shooting and hope you hit him. Oh no. Yes! Yeah! You had 7 HP.
Short.
Lower, 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 way lower, way lower. And to the left now. To the left, left, all the way to the left. He's skulled. Left, left, left. More left, more.
And I just need to run in directly into him. It's gonna be the winning tactic.
Go. Left. 8, 7,
W, D.
6,
Look to the right.
5, 4, 3,
Left, left,
2,
left, 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 left.
1. Easy!
Ow.
Better. Okay. He's blended default. You're in front of your shocks now, so you need to go around.
Don't shoot
Tell me when to shoot.
Aim to the... Wait, wait, he's going on the bomb.
Go dev under you. Let's see if we can make it. To the right, to the right. More to the right. Yes, dev.
Go to the D.
You have your knife out, by the way.
D, LRC is different. Left, look left.
See! Sit down!
What is this info? And why don't I cannot shoot?
Did we win?
Yes, we won.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. Well, second half on the way. As you mentioned, going towards the end of that, it's as even as it can get. Entropiq, credit to them, it was a good start, but ECSTATIC started to put the fight back onto them, and of course, they go in towards the second half with a slight lead.
Ever so slight. ECSTATIC now their chance to strike, their chance to bring this game to justice. It's their map pick, the preferred CT side. The majority of their rounds played and one come from that CT side. So let's see how things go. Entropiq, an uphill battle, but one that they would have fought a million times before. Let's see if this time the tale can be wrote in their favour and if they can pinch away the opponent's map pick.
Oh, already nice and slow. I mean, having a little couple of pop shots, just show you the presence. But for Entropiq, they won't make any too much of a commit for the time being. Farsha taking a bit of presence. It's Zello's double dualies, in fact. That kicks off things quite nicely. Elian will fall, and that might cause Entropiq just to commit. And then walk straight towards Fasha. Good for 1, looking for 2, and he will find it as well as Murph follows Sue 6 feet under. Fasha will fall to the hands of Forrester.
Clinical, absolutely clinical. The dualies of Zello fighting the opener. Fasha doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Nickelback on 5 points of health. And ECSTATIC with a 2-man advantage. No, complacency is key. They want to back up. They don't want to risk anything. ECSTATIC, they can't afford to lose this round, especially from such a positive position to be in. Entropiq now have to play a game of chase. The only thing going for them right now is that Forrester has a fair bit of HP and the bomb in his back pocket as well. So maybe they can do the damage and squeeze out a plant.
Exactly. I mean, potentially now for Entropiq, that only priority just becomes a bomb plant, right? Give you some economy going forward, a little bit of confidence, but, you know, it's easier said than done. Really not the greatest of scenarios for them to be in. They have got mid control. The question is, what do they do with it? Bird from Sky getting a little bit curious. Now with the sound cues, he's all aware, eyes wide open. What can he find is the question. Information. They're wrapping towards that A site going back, but actually going to double back towards B.
And well, this is where the test comes in. Mag's already finding the first. Looking for the second denied at least. And this is where I thought about a bomb plant play to come forward. Nickelback will eventually find a second, but he goes down. Forrester, the high HP, getting eliminated. Not ideal for the matter. And Entropiq, they concede a 9th. 2 behind now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, for Nickelback to find 2 there, I'll give him the credit. I mean, that was already looking a little bit dire. 5 points of HP, so fair play. Zello with those dualies. Brilliant shot from him. It's fashions this doubling towards ramp, and because of that doubling towards ramp, they were trying to commit. They were trying to just go, you know, that heavy metal CS, right? Try and flood their way towards ramp, overwhelm the CT side, off the back of that opening kill from Zello, and it's Fasha's double that just denies that presence, and then they just become clueless.
Round 17. Entropiq put themselves to pistols in this one. Don't want to go for the force buy to play chase with ECSTATIC's 9. They'll let the gap let a little bit further out. And they'll try and play a game of chase when they have the better weaponry. For the start of this one, though, an MP9 of Bird from Sky to find $600. Fasha will also find, in fact, 900. Make it... Oh, never mind. I was going to say 1.2k, but Bird from Sky will be the man to take 2 with the SMG through the M4 of Fasha. And with that, ECSTATIC double digits.
Double digits. Gotta say, I'm impressed. The start for ECSTATIC's been very, very good, but this is the true test for them. Heading in towards the next round, a full buy on the board for Entropiq. This is where we can potentially start to see the cogs starting to turn on the T side of Entropiq. They desperately need to, sooner rather than later, or this gap is going to start to become a bit of a problem. Already up to 3, and if it gets even further, I mean, if ECSTATIC win this, it's back to an equal situation for Entropiq, and that's them getting, you know, 4 or 5 rounds on the board before Entropiq can once again come back and fight for it.
Going for a cheeky spam, Elian. A single bullet connects there. Other than that, everything is very slow, very methodical. Entropiq may have found a window to break through as well, because Mir, advanced position towards mid. Zello, he'll jiggle peek. He knows all too well about this pressure from Entropiq. Eventually, the kill goes in favor of the T side. And a 5-on-4 for Entropiq here. For the first time since the halftime switch, they're in front.
Numbers in their favor. Of course, this is a bonus round for ECSTATIC, so we've got to take that into account. So for them, I mean, even finding damage will be... you know, a positive. A couple of kills, 3 or 4 kills, even if it's a round loss, it's not the end of the world. But of course, taking this one is monumental for them finding success. Flash will come through. Bird from Sky, not going to spot too much. Double stack here alongside Fasher, the IGL, and arguably the MVP of this side, looking to single-handedly lock things out in towards ramp. Now doubling back over towards mid. Entropiq are playing nice and slow, but it's looking like the commit over towards B is going to be made now.
Yeah, this is perfect. No one's here. Manx is going to be the first form of contact, but he's 3 seconds too late to the rotate, and with that, bomb set down, I reckon ECSTATIC have to go for a save here. I mean, Zello's out of the round. You've got 3 M4s and a FAMAS. That's a lot of weaponry to be losing, and a big investment if you do. So it's just better off keeping it into the next round. Stabilize your economy that little bit more. It'll only be Zello that has to reinvest, and maybe Bird from Sky can get an AWP on him. And all of a sudden, that ECSTATIC buy becomes ferocious in round 19. But for number 18, Entropiq will close the gap back down to 2, and ECSTATIC halted at 10.
Yeah, just keep on what they got. I mean, that's not really the end of the world. Potentially as well, what they could do going in towards this next round is drop Zello and AWP. I mean, Bird from Sky has a fairly decent amount of economy to work with, and of course an M4 in his hands. He could probably afford to drop an AWP across. It would limit the amount of utility they have coming in towards the next round, but then they'd have that distinct advantage in terms of kind of range, right? I mean, he's got 5.1k to work with, could drop an AWP, but I'd probably expect just a rifle, keep things a little bit more stable. Oh no, yeah, there we go. He's going to go for the AWP buy. I like this. They know that Entropiq don't have one on the cards for them, right? They know Elian's rocking the AK-47, so they know for a fact that they're going to win those battles at range, and they can post Zello over towards mid if he wants to, or towards ramp, and single-handedly lock things out.
Indeed, sir. Round 19, Entropiq, a game of chase they've got to continue to keep up in. Fasher taking a lot of damage actually early on. Forrester, a similar amount though, so a bit of a stalemate considering the HEs towards ramp.
On there, in towards mid, might get a bit of a aggression momentarily. 3 players here over towards ramp. For the time being, not too much to be found. Crag going to try and take a bit of mid control. There's 1 player towards construction, which is going to be the tough one to clear. But aside from that, I think Entropiq get this for free. Daffy might not want to contest.
Just taking their time, mate. Very slow and methodical. We know CIS sides love to be calculative. Look at Na'Vi,
yeah.
look at VP, or I guess Outsiders. So many rosters sitting in the CIS region that know seconds can be used a little more effectively than some European sides. And Entropiq, they're going to be using every second to unravel the ECSTATIC game plan. So far, I'm not sure if they'll be any wiser to the play, but it is towards A that they had to go towards. Zello, though, AWP could be on the line, and this could be very dangerous for Nickelback, but it could be dangerous for Zello as well. But he hits the first shot. Mir next into the guillotine of Zello as he finds himself a second crad. He will trade, but there's an M4 Bird from Sky to try and support. A man advantage in favor of the CT side, and it only gets better from here, because with the seconds, I said, the calculative approach, sometimes it backfires, and this is a round that Entropiq will want to forget.
Yeah, nice trade from Fasher as well. That more or less confirms things. 10 seconds on the clock. They cannot possibly make their way towards the site. At the very least, though, Forrester has picked himself up at AWP, and he might be able to have it ticked across into the next. 2 seconds left on the clock. He's clearing the close positions. No one's there to meet him. So, ECSTATIC take the round, which is great for them, but the biggest cost, that AWP getting dropped back over towards the hands of Entropiq, of course, will be wielded by Elian. That makes things all the more concerning and cautious into the next. But Zello, individually from him, brilliant. To find 2 before falling, fantastic. Got to give him the credit as well. Bit of a spam code through from Bird from Sky as well. Love the graphics, man. I love Republic.
We love it. We love it. Round 20, though, Chief. Entropiq, still a lot of work to do. Fortunately, for this side at least, they can rebuy it. The money, sure, it's a bit low, but they want to be on the safe side, and they want to make sure that they can get themselves involved in this matchup. Don't let the gap of ECSTATIC expand too large. Alien, a whisker away from finding Fasher then, but a smoke will save the man from the Netherlands' life. Dafu, in the meantime, he'll find himself a double. The Dutchman, sure, he doesn't go down earlier on, but this time around, it's Dafu towards middle, and the Dane kicks things off on the right foot here for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, Dafu taking damage. He has to play a little bit more passive, but a double swinging towards ramp. ECSTATIC trying to just play the numbers. They know they've got them. It's a 5 versus 3. They can just play, well, quite aggressive, to be perfectly honest. Flashbang going to come through. Leg as well. Nickelback very fortunate to still stay alive. Alien trying to support with the AWP at range, but he can't find anything. Fasher goes aggressive here. He should be able to net himself a freebie.
Having a look, isn't he? Alien towards ramp. Oh, nearly a burst from Sky, dead to right. Got to be careful on the jump spot sometimes. The AWP phoned in on the angle, focused upon that frag. But no, nothing to happen. Nothing. And I do believe as well, right, a little bit of trivia for you.
Go on.
For the ECSTATIC boys, Fasher plays inverted mouse.
Oh, really? So he shoots the right click?
No. As in, when he moves his mouse right, like he looks left.
No. What?
Yeah.
Why? Like,
I think that's like, yeah. You know, I have the trivia for like Mezzi, who obviously runs with like right mouse button.
Yeah.
Because how Quake used to be played, used to
Quake,
run
right?
with right mouse button. But yeah, I think Fasher plays inverted mouse. That's another one to add to the tally. As you can see, the replays ran a little early just because it's a save for Entropiq. They don't want anything to be done. But yeah, inverted mouse gamer. Maybe that's the new strat. Maybe I go inverted mouse next time.
Absolutely not. It's definitely not. I mean, I can't think of what's the reason behind that, apart from potentially if he was playing, you know, like flight sims, maybe. You know, it's like for those flying games, they use inverted mouse or right and
Hey, you think the flight aim transfers from like
yeah, I mean, I cannot think of a reason. I can't think of a reason why you would possibly play inverted. I cannot think of the benefit. Because, like, surely that's just an extra step for your brain to do. All right, he's on my left-hand side. I have to swing right.
Yeah, but it's muscle memory, right, for us?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, maybe because we don't play it like we're used to it. For him, he's probably used to it by now. Probably he's played thousands of hours where he moves right and he looks left kind of thing.
So weird.
My question is, does he operate his desktop in the same way? Like, you know, if he wants to like move onto his right monitor, he has to move his mouse left. Now that's where things get confusing, you know?
Yeah, I just feel like I think it's safe to say, like, I just feel like it just doesn't help. But I mean, it obviously is working, so I've got to give Fasher all the credit. I want to see it in person. I want to give it a go as well. Actually, it's kind of making me want to give it a try.
Maybe that's the new bit of content, Mr. REPUBLEAGUE. You hear us?
Retro Neokai to invert.
Yeah, that'd be sick, you know. I'd be down for that. Try like we 1v1 inverted mouse, and then like we get given random guns. And, oh, that'd be cool. There you go. We're inspiring the content team. Nickelback though, providing content and context for Entropiq here. They're down by 4. They need heroics. They need someone to step up, and it seems to be he's the man of the hour so far, establishing that 5-on-4.
Yeah, already not too bad from Nickelback. Good for 1. What more can they find? Mine's taking a bit of pressure. Needs to be careful. Mags of 2. Dafu one of his own. And this is now turned hands. The CT side looking brilliant. I missed shot from Alien. It's all down to 1 man. We hyped him up just earlier into the round for the opening kill. Now he's going to find 4 more.
13 seconds left though, Chief. There's going to be no time in the round. Nickelback.
Of course.
No point in oppressing the issue. He will find another kill before the time expires. The question is if he can even get away with his life, right? If ECSTATIC want to go hunting, a decent position financially to do so, but Dafu, despite having $11,000, I think he wants to be running away with his life here and keeping the M4, keeping ECSTATIC in the best possible position. A great ramp reaction though from ECSTATIC here, considering it was a 5-on-4 in favor of Entropiq. 4 players disintegrated on the B stairs.
That double hold there from Dafu and Manx is textbook. Really nicely played. In towards backwood as well. It's a tough one to clear out the utility, and they don't even... It's a second thought to the likes of Entropiq, which becomes so costly. ECSTATIC, they're on the home straight. They're taking map number 1, and in a slight kind of one-sided fashion, the way we didn't really expect with how the previous results have gone. So far, so good for them in towards round number 22 for Entropiq. Just an AK-47 in the hands of Nickelback to find anything. This would need a prayer and a miracle to work.
Yeah, you're going to need heroics, right? And I guess from 14-8 down, that's the reason why you eco is because you have a chance to full buy in the next. Nickelback, obviously saving in the previous won't help with the financial issues. It'll only dampen them personally. For his team, could be a good chance to get back on the board. They need it. It's ECSTATIC's map pick, but 8 rounds to show for it, considering, you know, they were only down by a round heading into the second half. Not ideal. Not ideal whatsoever here.
Swinging in towards ramp. Should only go one way. Bad from Sky. Good for the first. Elliot will 4. Trade coming through from Nickelback, but he's limited to just 1 as Dafu steps in for support. It's comfortable pickings. The AK's still on the ground as well. Can't be salvaged, can't be collected. It's Deagle to try and find some salvation. In round number 22 with 40 seconds on the clock, I think this one is safe to say it's done. Swinging forward. Hang on a second though. Dafu needs to be cautious.
Yes.
He might swing right in towards contact. But it doesn't matter. He passes that test with flying colours. Looking for one more. Meh will fall. Dafu a double for him. 3 in the round overall. As ECSTATIC up to 14. They're 2 rounds away from the all elusive 16 and taking notch 1 on this series.
Of course, a best of 3, and it is indeed the Entropiq pick up next of Dust 2, just to give a little bit of further context to this entire series. For those maybe that joined, didn't see the pre-game, this is the upper semi-finals. The winner of this game guarantees himself a space in playoffs. The loser of this game will have to play another BO3 to fight for 3rd place in their group. Well, technically 2 BO3s, in fact, to fight for 3rd place. So, not the greatest of positions for the loser of this bout. ECSTATIC so far looking comfortable, but from Sky, maybe a little too relaxed as he dives into the jaws of Mir. Dafu, he'll try and keep things good here for ECSTATIC, but in the 3 versus 4, the Danes now a man down. An unconventional one for the context of their CT side, because it has been pretty impressive so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been a scenario we're all too familiar with so far in towards half number 2, where ECSTATIC are so consistently being on there. You know, man advantage. Now, hang on a second. Crad, that information gain. I don't think they spotted him back. So Dafu going to test the waters. Could be risky. Pulls out util. And it becomes costly. Crad, that was brutal to watch. Pulling out the utility. Mank's going to get a freebie as well as Nickelback's caught in transition. Everything has changed hands. And now ECSTATIC take the man advantage and keep it.
Forrester and Elliot, so much work to do. Fasha, a clunk of the metal will signify that they're in T-spawn, but actually it may have fell on deaf ears. Elian not reacting to it. Forrester's already out towards B. First noise that the T side will make, at least in knowledge of the B play, is Forrester having moved completely forward. Elian was going to chuck a flash in to support, but no, mate, none of it. It will be the bomb that gets set down, or will it? Because Fasha, the flank, is going to be comfortable for the first, and no man to respond. Forrester, he's in no man's land, and ECSTATIC with that 4th kill in. It should be the easy 5th pickup now. Dafu, Fasha, Manx. Just 1 kill between the 3 of them required, and Fasha's got them both covered as ECSTATIC map point.
15-8. They are 1 step away from taking map number 1 under their belt, and I've got to say, deserved. It's been a really solid performance, especially going in towards their CT side. It's only been one-way traffic. I mean, Entropiq have really struggled to sort of scratch the surface on their T side, and it showed. Now, with only 8 rounds on the board, they have to be flawless for a mammoth task ahead of them to be able to take this to just overtime. That would require some nerve.
And it would be a comeback definitely to remember. As you can see, 5 flashes dropped in the spawn. May not even be needed because Zello, fast towards ramp, he finds the opener.
Already, 1 kill in favor of ECSTATIC. Only 4 more to find, and 16 is confirmed. It's looking very good for them thus far. Nickelback testing the waters, trying to find something over towards ramp, but he's going to be met with a HE to the feet, and he gets chunked down to 74. Not the greeting he was looking for.
Yeah, not ideal, is it? Definitely not ideal. Zello, he'll chuck the molly in. Krads burns in the flames as Fasha collects a kill. Zello over the top of the smoke will find the 3rd. And Entropiq, you may try your damn best, but you will not succeed. ECSTATIC 16, Entropiq 8. Map 1 secured for the Danish
Brilliant.
side. But of course, it's Dust 2, it's Entropiq's pick, it's their time to respond, Neo. The question is, how do they get it done? Is Vertigo going to play into the mindset? Is that going to affect their game? Or are we going to find ourselves a comfortable position where ECSTATIC will steamroll through, use this pressure, use this ability, the newfound success, and continue it through to Dust 2 and take this series 2-0?
Yeah, that is the big question. I'm very, very impressed, though, with how ECSTATIC played that, especially going towards their CT side. They were unscathed, unpressured by anything Entropiq tried to throw at them, and that's the kind of mentality they need to bring towards Dust 2 on a similar fashion. On Dust 2 CT side, if they bring that same metal, I think they could take this 2-0, but it would take a big task.
Yes, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, Dust 2 on the cards. The only chance for Entropiq to guarantee themselves a space in the playoff stage. We'll find out if they can do it after the break.
I know it's hello. It was Hellraisers.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, this one is hard.
99, right?
Yeah, I think it's 99 too.
You wanna go with it?
Yeah, I think it's that too. We go with it. We take a risk.
Okay, so answer B, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
No. I knew it was 99 or 02.
it was Envious, right?
Yeah, I think it was Envious too.
Envious.
Yeah.
I didn't attend it, but it's in my country, so I think it's Envious, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Envious too. It's Envious on NIP, but I think it's Envious.
Envious. Yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. Let's go.
Which of these maps was not in the map pool during first two majors?
Oh, that's hard. It's not Overpass for sure. Oh, it's Overpass.
It's Overpass, yeah.
Not Overpass. Yeah. C, Overpass.
Yes, you're right.
I thought it was two maps for some reason, but it was two majors. I think it was number 11.
11th, yeah.
Yeah, if you think it too, let's go with 11. It's 11 or 13.
Right.
Yes, let's go, Cello. We're so clean.
Yeah.
We know it.
Yeah, it's D.
Nightwish. It's D. Oh, it is, right? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Nightwish. D.
100%. Okay. Yes, you're right.
Oh.
It's actually... Oh.
I think it's
C, right? It should be C.
You think it's that much?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's factory new. You think it's that much?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't.
I mean, I remember, like, I searched it a lot some time ago and it was like a lot. But not B and not A.
You don't think it's A?
No.
Okay, then we go with C. Then I trust you. Because it's not D, that is full troll.
Yeah. Okay, so
I go C.
Answer C, okay.
I think it's...
Yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. I thought it was A, but you...
Oh, it's a lot, it's a lot.
It
Copyright
was the...
issues,
yeah,
right?
yes. It's D.
D. Yes, you're right.
Nice. Okay.
The sign,
Yeah.
the Vespa thing, the motorcycle,
Yes.
and the last one
Let's think. I think it's the...
is the ramp,
Yeah,
You
it's
don't have
ramp.
to- Yeah.
I think it's the ramp. It's used to be stairs.
Yeah.
But the ramp. Yeah, so it's the C, the sign with the arrow to the side, and the moped, and the stairs ramp to the right.
Yes, you're right. For me, Banks, it will be like cobblestone for sure. Like
Yeah.
the old cobblestone, not this new one.
Yeah, the cobblestone. Yeah, I think cobblestone is that too. It's between, for me, it's between like cobblestone and Tuscan. But
Oh, yeah.
like just getting something new. Cobblestone and Tuscan.
Yeah,
Or if you have to bring it back, it would be cobblestone for sure, because that was already in the pool.
Yep.
Okay,
Cobblestone.
and what would you like to remove from a competitive map?
Is it still like both of us or just individual?
Yes. It's both of you.
Because for me it will be like Vertigo.
Vertigo.
Yeah.
I think Mirage. It's been there for too long, the same way.
I think 90% players from this quiz answered Vertigo.
Oh.
And bring back Cash map.
Cash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Republic Season 3 Group A. In the upper bracket semi-finals, kick-started with a banger. It's ECSTATIC with a fantastic start from them. We cannot fault them at all. 16 rounds found with relative ease, I think it's safe to say. And now they go in towards map number 2, Dust 2 on the cards. It's Entropiq's pick. Ryan, what do you make of this so far?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game from the ECSTATIC boys. There's no denying that, right? When you look at a matchup like this, when they pick Vertigo, they look so strong on the map in the first place. They should be winning this map, and that's what they did, right? Did take care of business as per usual, proving themselves to be the decent side on it. Now it's Dust 2. Now it's time for ECSTATIC to play on a foreign territory to them. It is, of course, the Entropiq map pick, their chance to strike, their chance to shine, and more importantly, push the boat out to a third map, because if they lose this, they don't guarantee themselves a place in playoffs. That's what they're fighting for here today. Exactly. This matchup here determines top 2 seeds, right? You get either first place or second place. Of course, first place, you get introduced to the semi-finals if you go second place, obviously, in the group. But, first place, semi-finals, second place, quarters. You have to play an extra best of 3, and it's no guaranteed prize money. So, yeah, it's a bit difficult. Teams definitely want this spot, and for Entropiq, they now need the reverse sweep if they want to see them through to that top 2.
Precisely. I mean, it would require a mammoth task, I think it's safe to say. But of course, we're going in towards Entropiq's map pick. It's Dust 2 on the cards for them, and you've got to take into account how good Entropiq have been on Dust 2 in recent times. They're a side who have very much impressed me, and I think while it was a great start from ECSTATIC, they've got their a tough task set out ahead of them, because taking Dust 2 over Entropiq has been notoriously so difficult, and that's even for tier 1 teams.
Yeah, I think for Entropiq as well, they look pretty good on the map. They know how to play it. They're sensible. They understand the map in its entirety. And now it's just about applying the usual, right? And making sure it's just that normal day in the office. No time to blabble on more about it, though, Neo.
Of course.
We head into the matchup here. It's ECSTATIC taking on the boys over at Entropiq. It's these lads' pick now. It's their time to strike, their time to shine. If they don't, they have to play 2 more best of 3s to see if they can make it through as the 3rd place slot of Group A.
Exactly that. I'm excited. Getting in towards Dust 2, we already mentioned this is a map in which Entropiq, it's safe to say, are the favourites coming in terms of they've been fantastic on it recently. It's a map in which, well, it may not be their comfort pick, you know, safe to say, but it's definitely a map in which they've proved they're very, very formidable on against some pretty decent sides. Same can be said, though, for ECSTATIC in terms of they've played this map a fairly decent amount of times. 9 times played with a 44% win rate isn't, you know, something to turn your nose up at. So at the same time, I still think we're going to get a very competitive Dust 2.
Fasha's had a bit of a problem with his PC starting into this map as well.
Classic.
So we're just going to be waiting a little bit longer. But it's all right. It shouldn't take too long. You know, the old PC reboot for the pro players when they have the good PCs and what have you.
Oh, instant.
Yeah, mate. It's just you blink and they're back on. That's what the treatment is. If I'm not mistaken right now, by the way,
Go on.
I don't know if this is true because I was kind of like scoping out the Entropiq social medias, right?
hit me.
And I was wondering, they made a tweet, a bit of content that they uploaded 2 hours ago to their YouTube channel, right? Well, actually, that's a lie. They re-uploaded it. It was made in May. I was wondering if they were at boot camp, right? Because usually we see these guys at boot camp every now and again, just chilling, doing their thing. But no, I don't think they are this time around.
Yeah, I think they're home at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, for now. But my friend, no time to theory craft about boot camps or not. It's ECSTATIC versus Entropiq. The CT side taken by the Danes. Let's see if they can close out this series 2-0. A fast play towards short to kick things off, though, for Entropiq.
The age-old classic, hit A and hit it fast as well. What can they find is the question. 2 in towards Round, trying to drive a bit of pressure. 1 in towards Car as well, on that corner, trying to tap away. Fasher good for the first. Better for Sky, 1 more. Cello as well, it's a massacre.
And no kills come in for the T side. They've done 0 damage at all. Daffy even had a deagle at the beginning of this round, by the way. He bought a deagle in a pistol round.
That's confidence.
If that doesn't prove that there is confidence from map 1, I don't know what would be. But a brilliant round nonetheless, and ECSTATIC, they find themselves a round up. A tech pause to come in, wondering if these same PC issues are going to plague the CT side of ECSTATIC a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very easy going there for ECSTATIC. No ifs, buts, or maybes. A tough one to analyse too as well, as the only fault you saw was Entropiq's decisions. Trying to go quicker towards short, the idea and the principle behind it is nice, but the execution was lackluster. They paid the price for just trying to be a little bit too quick. They should have bought a little bit more time with the utility and tried to at least fake out a rotate. But what you can see as well is that ECSTATIC have done their homework. They've done their research. They know exactly what they were up against. There's 4 players stacked up towards their site. They were expecting an A here, and they got it, and they passed it with flying colours. First round for them, deserved one as well, and of course, coming towards round number 2, a very comfortable buy to come out for the CT side. Same can't be said for Entropiq. A double scout setup supported by 3 deagles. It's doable, but it's going to be a very kind of a rough round to watch as well.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a problem here, should it, for the T side to lose out on the second. We'll have to see. Boo's coming in. Elian having to check towards mid doors. Peeks in late. No one. A vacant mid position. ECSTATIC. They're no better than to give the scout the opportunity to find the opening kill.
I'd say, I mean, now, slower tempo for Entropiq compared to that previous round, but what can they do with it? Make the way towards mid, there'll be a better from Sky, go towards A as well, and there's a couple of players ready and waiting. Fash is deep in towards pit too, he can play from range.
I'm going to check towards short. Forrester having a gander to see if he can find the opener. Nickelback flies off a shot in middle. The Deagles just getting a bit over-oppressive here. See if they can force an engagement, force the early man advantage. For now, 1:10 to go. ECSTATIC in no position to go forward and try and play a game of chase. They're just going to wait for the T's to group up and head on in. First kill. Oh, Zello, a little bit slow on the angle. Gets tagged up by the scout. Now the gap can continue to close, and maybe Entropiq get a bomb plant out of this one as well.
Does need to be cautious not to let this one slip away from them. The scout will find a tag as well. Fasher, low, very fortunate to remain alive as well with 15 points of HP. And Bird from Sky trying to find a bit of security to work with. Fasher and Bird from Sky, one apiece. Mags 2 as well, making this retake a possibility. And the Deagle has to go huge. Finding the first. Damage on towards the second, but not the frag is Mer with 2 points of HP and a dream. And he's all the way over towards long. Bomb is somewhat planted for him. Will find the head of Fasher for the first, but trying to deny this second and third ain't gonna happen. Defuse coming forward. It's a full 10-second defuse too.
He'll be stuck though. Mir won't find anything in this one. 2 HP, but 3 casualties on the ECSTATIC side. That's a little bit on the harsh side in my opinion. I think ECSTATIC definitely got a little bit scared at the middle part of that round. I mean, in this position, they had things under control. On the site, this Deagle, Nickelback finding one. Could have been a second, and how quickly that round would have turned negatively. A cracking shot from Mir as well. But yeah, the shots don't quite add up to a round. Entropiq on the back foot. Fortunately, they go for another force buy. They've gone for, you know what, we got the bomb plant, let's send it.
That's it. Now, for Entropiq, at the very least, they've got a little bit more of a stable economic situation to work with. You see, you know, a full buy coming through. That scout for Elian is better than nothing. And it is technically speaking a bonus for ECSTATIC. I mean, Daffy's fully invested, of course. Losing this would make the economic situation of it was ECSTATIC pretty rough, but they've got the rifles out in from before. It's been made expensive, as you mentioned, though, and that's keeping the ECSTATIC economy just that bay, which Entropiq know all too well about.
Mir having a little poke around towards the middle position to begin with. Bird from Sky will try and welcome in the rifle. Flash will force him away from the angle. All of a sudden, pretty confident amount of ground gathered here for Entropiq, but they don't want to go with it. Instead, Mir does the old self-boost up towards short, using the E-box to get up. And actually, this is going to be an A play. The formation will be towards long and short. A bit of a split coming in for Entropiq.
That's it. Again, defaulting back over towards the A side. For the time being, though, no one there to meet them in terms of that early bit of short aggression. A smoke is trying to just do its work. And there's one responder from Mer. What do they find? Perfect timing on the flash. 35 seconds. Entropiq might leave this a little bit too late.
Molly dropped in. Zello's still kicking. He's sat on the left-hand side of the boxes, but he's got to be careful for long. Fasher's going to need to find a couple, but only a dink. A man disadvantage. Zello, he's still kicking on the site, though, as he finds himself the first. There's 19 seconds. The bomb, it has to go forward if they want to win this round. What are ECSTATIC doing? They've all gone off the A site, and it's a short push to come in. Mir's found 2, and they just gave up the entirety of the round. They thought that they were bamboozled, but they've only done it to themselves, and ECSTATIC will concede a first. Entropiq get away with murder.
Yeah, I mean, they never should have been able to get away with that. That's one player over towards long with the whole responsibility of the round on his shoulders. ECSTATIC, they overcomplicate it. It's as simple as that. They overthought that idea there. They rotate away and they pay the price for exactly that. It's tough to watch, it's safe to say, but Mer, that doubling towards short more or less started to kind of put those final nails in the coffin, which potentially as well kind of tempted a rotation away. Mer finds 2, and then him doubling back over towards B. That's a risk that they couldn't afford to kind of really prospect in their mind, but falling away from long. The bomb, if he's dropped there, that's the round done, but ECSTATIC, they have to just save a MP9 and M4 A1S. Their lackluster economy in the long term really played with their mental there.
Wow. A cracking start for ECSTATIC. Do really well on the A-hold. Then all of a sudden we think, oh my god, no guys, it's B. What have we done? And there you go. That is one hell of a way to end the round. The okay hand. It's not so okay for ECSTATIC. They call the timeout damn straight they should. What on earth was that call? Why do we think it's B? Why do we not have any pressure, any knowledge? And Entropiq, they get a very easy round. And I mean, it was a good round from them. I don't want to take it away from the T side of Entropiq. They did a really nice job in finding themselves the A site there, but it just came with fortune because ECSTATIC gambled way too much towards B. They panicked too much.
Couldn't agree more. Tech ball is going to come through. As we kind of mentioned, there was a very kind of lackluster amount of long-term economy for ECSTATIC, and now here's what happens. Here's the responsibilities of exactly that. It's a full investment from them, but not much of one. I think it's probably one way to put it. We see a double MP9 set up, a scout to the Deagle to support that one rifle in the hands of Manx. He has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to be able to find just something here, and that was saying a lot. What can they find is the question. 2-1 is the score. 1 round in it, and Entropiq, a prime example and opportunity to be able to find themselves their second.
Out towards long, Entropiq, very free, very easy control. Out towards B, Fasher caught by a passive Mir. Manx will get the trade though, and with that, a lot of information gathered towards B. And look at the reaction here for Entropiq. They can't afford to chill around, they can't afford to decelerate, because the entirety of the information towards B has been retrieved. No one's there, it's going to have to be A, and so they want to cut ECSTATIC off before the rotates come in. So far, so good. Forest has leaped across the smoke, there's a slight gap in it. Dafu nearly falls to it. Zello sitting in. Gandalf right now fires off the scout, won't find the first. Instead, it's Crad to catch off Dafu. A molly at his feet, forcing him into the open. Forrester with a second, in fact, doubling up with the AK. Manx a 1 versus 4, and while he's good for damage, it will only be the one. The equaliser, Entropiq respond.
Yeah, I think that round just asked a little bit too much of ECSTATIC, I think it's safe to say, and they felt the pressure. Manx really found himself one. Entropiq quite comfortably showed that their firepower was all they needed just to force their way up towards A. Another extension from Fasher became costly. Trade does come through, which is decent as well, because Mer's been a problem in terms of his flanks, but either way, I'm impressed with Entropiq turning things around back in their favour, and now they're kind of a decent path to be able to find a couple of rounds in their favour. And Zello, that's risky, and well, that's what happens when you do it.
Great start, and you can see the fear for ECSTATIC is now like, whoa, I don't want to peek there. Nate, that is juicy damage done to everyone. Bird from Sky taken down to 50, similarly to Fasher. Manx and Dafu catching a bit of the shrapnel as well. And this is a brilliant round for Entropiq if they can keep the players alive. Crad, oh, I like that. I mean, he did nearly lose his life and just flash the entirety of his team in the process. But notice how he finds one and doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Doesn't want to give up the A1S. It doesn't matter how much damage he takes in that fight. Just wants to make sure that that rifle doesn't go in the wrong hands. Forrester, on the other hand, he tries to make it look flashy. A 2K for him, not quite the third. Manx will scoop up an AK and now look to save.
That has to be the core here. I mean, 36 points of HP, 1 versus 4. There's no way to make anything of this. Try and tuck yourself in a little corner, keep that AK ticking across. And of course, in towards the next round as well, ECSTATIC will have a full buy coming out, so it's better than nothing. However, Mer still causing issues. I mentioned him on those lurks. We saw it quite a lot in towards Vertigo, especially when, you know, he would come in from behind, flanking ramp, for example. They've got a very good understanding and idea of where he's coming from. It's the question of can they clear him. Jiggle peeking. Nice flash as well. Not long for this world, and there he is. Mer, read it like a book. It's a beautiful flash as well from Crad, and well, just like that, Entropiq take a lead. 3-2 on their T side. Starting to build something of a lead. Full buy response coming through for ECSTATIC, but even still, it's going to need something special. That's a beautiful shot, isn't it?
That's brilliant. And I mean, Forrester, that would have been a very nice way to round the end of the round, but it was only that one casualty Mir was able to trade. And now ECSTATIC on a bit of a difficult one. They used the nade to get across. I like that. You know, most teams will burn a smoke. Why not use the HE, mate? It blocks the vision just as much, but just for a shorter period of time. And it's a little less integral to your side. With that being said, very fortunate here, ECSTATIC. They find themselves in a 5-on-5. Forrester with a fight towards long will level the numbers. Fasher's trade to put things to a 4 versus 4, but cheeky. I mean, he's the only man out towards long. He loses the control, but he wants to take the fight anyway, and Bird from Sky out of the round.
Already, that tempo's right back down, but at a 4 versus 4. Potentially looking like they want to go back over towards this B side. Now, they haven't gone for that kind of formulated hit yet on a full buy of the B hit, but this split is going to be everything. It's all down to Dafu trying to deny a bit of that pressure, and he knows all too well how important he is, waiting for the opportunity. There's one player in that of Manx going to come and support with the AWP, but this split is everything. Nickelback, for smoke in his face, can't afford to push through it, so that buys the CT side just a little bit of time.
45 seconds left. Entropiq need to make the move. With no man advantage, no lead in this round. We've got to make sure this one counts. And as you can see, zipping up towards the upper tunnel position. Entropiq, most of their forces light. Manx on the back of the site, his AWP. This could be good or it could be terrible. And well, he spots the first man, waits for the nose to stick out a little bit further as crowd will fall. Nickelback dropped as well. Bomb in the open, 20 seconds left. Mir, the flank is good to find one, but it will only be one. And with Elian, the last man standing, he's going to run to the hills to save the big green. It's going to be ECSTATIC responding. It's 3-all.
That's it. I mean, that's all down to kind of a double opener onto the side. They push through. They can't get the angles properly. First round, they all open, and a second two off the back of it. We said this Daffy or Manx hold has to come up huge, and it does. Really well done. Can't fault them at all. Entropiq made that a little bit difficult for themselves. I think it's safe to say. Flooding out towards the side without the kind of necessary utility became very difficult for them. Nice double from Fash as well. Can't fault them in that regard at all. But yeah, no, really nice. It's all down to that hold. Yeah, Mer's, you know, lurking in the shadows over towards mid, but finding a kill there is not going to be too much of a problem, even if he remains alive.
Round 7. A chance for either team to take the lead. More importantly, for ECSTATIC to get the lead on the CT side. I mean, sure, we classify it as the easier side. We've seen ridiculous comebacks, I feel like, on both sides of the coin, though, where it has been, you know, a T side comeback, CT side comeback, whatever the, you know, the story is and the way we go with it, it does feel very dependent on an individual level, on sort of like what the team prefers. ECSTATIC, if they can get that early lead and putting Entropiq in a little bit of a worse for wear mentality, that's really where they can exploit. With a minute and 10 to go of round 7, this is a chance to reset that T economy completely.
Oh, it's an opportunity. For Entropiq, they're just trying to control that tempo. Smoke in their face isn't exactly what they want for the time being. Double flash from Zello as well. Could buy a bit of time for Bevan Sky to find one, but he can't find it. Mer, good for the first. Zello trades on towards Nickelback, and he has actually forced him towards CT in his own smoke, just trying to stay alive as best he can. Deny that presence over towards A, but he needs to be cautious.
Zello just sitting in the smoke. He knows he can't afford to over-oppress, and in a 4 versus 4, ECSTATIC know a numbers game is going to be so valuable for them. The nade, oh, it's great damage to Krad, set back by half. A counter nade doesn't do as much. Manx will make his way forward. Mir's head undetected in the matter. Will peek in, and that's the end of Manx's life. Dafu alongside Fash are both coming from long, but Elian, he's got the AWP held down on the angle, and ECSTATIC know their days are numbered. Losing that early man in the retake, it just isn't going to work. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a force on the board, and it's Entropiq to take the lead.
There we go. Entropiq hit the lead back in their favour. As we saw in the earlier parts of Vertigo, map number 2 of Dust 2 is looking simultaneously as round for round as we saw in the opener. He's been a really good showing thus far from both of these two. For ECSTATIC that time, a couple of missed shots became very costly. That man advantage falling in favour of Entropiq, and then they just kept it. It's so simple. I don't think as well they want to afford anything of that. Both from Sky going aggressive towards Shore. Now the idea I really like is he's very unfortunate not to find Mer. If he finds that kill, I think the round is completely different. Because he'll find a kill, Zello probably going to be able to find a trade off the back of him, and then the numbers are reversed. It's 4 versus 3 in favour of ECSTATIC, and everything looking good over towards the A site because there's still one player deep in towards long. It's all down to one mistake there for Bevan Sky, one bit of a laboured spray that, cost him a round.
Molly at the feet of Mir, first kill. Oh, Fasher so low as Mir finds it through the smoke. And that is one hell of a way to entry out towards long. Something that they've been struggling with a bit is dealing with ECSTATIC's early pressure. And finally, they are able to deliver. Zello, in the meantime, donked by the molly, but it doesn't stop him from sticking around. In the meantime, Krad's caught off Dafu on B. This is a vacant B site. Krad strolls on in.
Oh, behind
Manx, though, this is a very difficult spot because look at the position that it was Elian that was in, right? He's looked down mid, doesn't spot anyone. Nickelback dropped. Bomb is now at siege. It's in the palm of Manx, and he's dropped utility to delay. It allows Zello to rotate in and try and help him in assistance. But with 58 seconds left, Entropiq have plenty of time to play a retrieval game. Problem is, 2 low HP players. Krad's the only man, or sorry, Elian's the only man with HP.
They still need to get control of the upper tons now. Zello falling means it's down to 1 man. What can Manx do to spot the AWP of Elian in aggressive? Krad gonna drop an HE as well to try and just cause a ruse, a little bit of a problem. For the time being, not too much to be found. There's one player, Krad. He knows he's close and personal. He's heard the steps, heard the utility, overextends. And Krad will find the kill. There we go. Entropiq up to 5. 2-round lead built up for them. And of course, for ECSTATIC, it is back to that grim drawing board as they try and figure out what's the next step of action for them. And unfortunately, heading in towards round number 9, there's going to be not much in terms of the economy to buy, well, too much.
An A-okay, but it's not okay because they lose the round anyway. Entropiq have themselves a 5th. Continue to pull ahead, continue to develop their T side of Dust 2 for ECSTATIC. Look at the buy here, it's pistols. You know, it's an eco taken by them. Bird from Sky, 99 damage done to him. I think proof that there is a god in Counter-Strike, and Bird from Sky gifted a chance now to find a kill with a P250. 1 point of health. Not the most ideal situation to be sitting in.
Yeah, so far, I mean, so slow. For ECSTATIC, what can they do? They go aggressive, they get punished. They play too passive. Same scenario. I mean, it's safe to say you can't expect too much of them. These Deagles will have to go nuclear to find anything here. And with Bird from the Sky on 1 point of HP over towards CT, it requires something monumental from him. Taking a pop shot, did spot the jump across as well. Sound cue game, but Forrester passed that one easily. Looking for one more. The question is, will he find it? Aggression towards the site. It's actually Zello who comes out on top. The Deagle as well now in the hands of Fasher could cause problems. But no, as you mentioned, the dink comes through, but it's a kill for Ellie and a Nickelback apiece. One more for Mert. That'll clean things up. The HG finds Bird from Sky. He was a slither of HP away from death. That's it.
Was that through a wall, or was it just so long range that the Deagle didn't one-shot headshot? How does he only take 95 damage there, Elian? I don't know how or what.
Through the wall or through... Yeah, I don't actually know.
I was under the impression that the Deagle was always one-shot headshot, right?
That's what I was
not through a wall. But I don't think there was a wall there for him to block, right? The AWP got the kill. He had to be peeking. His head had to be showing. So I don't know. Elian, he's able to find the early kill. The AWP of Zello, or the AWPer of Zello, is out of this round. This one, unfortunately, a very quick response. And Entropiq, they have themselves a man advantage. Humble beginnings here. The T side starting to gain their momentum, and the traction is looking good.
I'm really impressed so far with this T side. I mean, Entropiq, there's kind of no real fault since they found the full buy. I think when they were kind of jumping in and out of those kind of dicey economic situations, they could very evidently feel the pressure from having no stability in the long term. But now it's looking really good. No kind of credit all to them. For the CT side as well, it's kind of what we saw earlier. I think they're overcomplicating things just a little bit. Crowd needs to be careful. Wolf by one, can he make a second reloading at the worst time?
Yeah, that's gotta hurt, doesn't it? Down to 3, ECSTATIC now with Bird from Sky on lesser HP than the rest. It's even slimmer, the odds of winning this round. Bird from Sky tagged down even more so, and he's taken down. Fasher, he'll find one. Jump spotting, I should say. Fasher will find a second kill. Nade dropped out. A great kill from Dafu. Now a 1 versus 1. How has this ended up like this? ECSTATIC have a chance. Mir peeking in. Fasher has the kill. And ECSTATIC, a 4th round on the board. It's heroics. It was Fasher and Dafu, excuse me. They do a lot of the heavy lifting, but eventually ECSTATIC have themselves a 4th. How on earth do they find this round, especially from the position that they were in?
I already kind of counted them out. I was like, yeah, this is done. You know, Entropiq fair play to them, found a couple of openers. That reloading towards mid is unfortunate, but a nice double here. At the very least, kind of getting the damage, and it allows for Fasher just to be able to clean things up at range. Nice shot as well. Got to give him the credit. That means that's a tough one. Pixels to work with. Now over towards doors. Elliot sitting on the other side of the Molotov. Didn't spot the cross, but I'm sure he's auto aware to possibility. Fasher, this is so aggressive. Needs to be cautious.
Oh. Could have found the opener, but no, not meant to be. Elian reallocates himself towards middle, having a little look. This is cheeky. This is very cheeky. Like, you're never going to pregame this. If you're an AWP scoped in, you are never looking this high up. If Bird from Sky walks into this, you wouldn't know how to explain. It's like, is this a triple boost? Is this a double boost on the box? Is he Jesus?
It's a big question. You got to ask that time.
Oh, and he can see over the smoke. Oh, I didn't even think about this. Like, if they want to cross back now, thinking that the site's clear, like the whole of long is clear, then Forrester could still see over the top, and it would be a very easy pickup for him. But of course, the downside to it, no one from ECSTATIC is going to be running out towards long. And with this burst of utility, Fasher and Zello now got to team up to success, but a flash forces him off the angle. Zello not going to find anything other than Nickelback. And with that, ECSTATIC a man down and up towards short. Krad's got the flanking frag. Max and Dafu, I think they're going to be left to save.
Yeah, I think if this one's done now, I mean, what can they do, realistically speaking? It's an MP9 on a FAMAS. And of course, the most important thing, as we've spoken about time and time again, they don't have the economy to try and attempt this. It's not worth it. It's 2 versus 4 with them, you know, really knocking on the door of a double eco situation. There's not much point trying to give this a go. Just keep hold of what they got. But Max needs to be very cautious. Which by smoking towards doors at least gives him the ability to cross back if he wants to, which he will just about be able to do with his life and tactical support Dafu in towards upper tunnels. But yeah, the MP9 and FAMAS, while it's not the greatest weapons to have, it's better than nothing, which is the case that will happen if they try and force a retake here. So they'll keep hold of what they got. Entropiq up to 7 on their T side so far, showing why they're so formidable on this map of Dust 2. You know, speaking of Entropiq on Dust 2, if you look at it kind of in the last 3 months from the teams they've managed to take down, they beat, what, G2 in Pro League, 19-17. They destroyed Endpoint 16-3. Beat Looking for Org as well. Again, in Pro League, back 16-7. So some very, very decent results from them.
Dust 2 is a map in which Entropiq, we know they're comfortable playing. Looking at their stats on Dust 2 as well in the last 3 months or so, they have had a brilliant time. I was going to say pretty good, but I will upgrade that a little bit to brilliant. Through RMRs, through different events. They've only played it 5 times, sure, but it has been against some of the best teams in the world, taking down G2 in Pro League Season 15. That's huge. It's a big one to talk about. They know how to play this map. For ECSTATIC, lesser experience, but maybe a little bit more of will. They want to make sure this CT side is good and an accurate representation of how well they can play this game. This round it's just pistols and the saved weapons, so not ideal. Have to see how they get it done though.
Well, a couple of pop shots deep in towards mid, trying to find something through the door. Won't do, however, does need to be careful. There's the first Manx. Gonna find Alien. That's an important kill. Orb off guard. Now they don't have to worry too much about range. Dafu doubling back. The HG could cause a few more problems. But Crad just taking a couple of points. Doubling back in towards that a short. Denies their default, and they need to be careful now. The numbers favouring the CT side, despite the weapons not.
But from Sky, gonna get taken down. Forrester's AK to find the opener. As anticipated against these pistols, the Entropiq boys shouldn't have a hard time. Zello, he will get taken down. Mir's got the second in this one. FAMAS to fall third. With that tertiary frag coming in, Fasher and Dafu left alone with a USP and an MP9 to find all 5 kills. Mir reads into the MP9 push perfectly, and he'll be rewarded for it. A 3rd kill, a hat-trick for him. And ECSTATIC, they're down by 4.
Down by 4. I mean, what started so well for ECSTATIC, it was looking like, as we were saying earlier, this could be a real round-for-round affair in terms of these two sides being so evenly matched, and it started off in exactly the same fashion. I mean, ECSTATIC kickstarted things with a pistol, and a dominant pistol like that, and look at where we are now. Entropiq have turned things around brilliantly, and heading into kind of these final few rounds of this half, I'd very much kind of question whether they can even compete realistically. Speaking, Manx is very fortunate to still be alive. Alien, that in lightning fast reaction.
And it's the prediction play more than anything, right? Is that he knows, like, in that scenario, at that second, he's going to be here. And he pulls the trigger, squeezes it, bang, Manx. 10 points of health, basically. And, well, right back to the slow default. Forrester going to get a boost over the top. Drops down. Bird from Sky. Gonna have a swing in. He'll pre-fire, and he'll be rewarded for it. The boost could have worked out, but I guess we'll never know, because he's taken down the top part of it. And Nickelback now just to try and defend the doors and stop ECSTATIC from pushing too far.
Well, now, of course, with the opening kill going the way of ECSTATIC, for the first time in a long time, this is where they've seen kind of a little bit of potential in their favour for them to finally put a round on the board. The only thing to mention, as we've already mentioned, is, well, Manx down to 12 points of HP. That's going to be the biggest concern. You know, bit of utility, and he's down and out for the count. Dafu, not too much for him to find too, but Zello, brilliant. Nickelback or fall. 5 versus 3, and 1 by 1, second by second. This is going in favour of ECSTATIC. 3 remain for Entropiq, and what can they even do from this position? They're trying to go towards shore, but they know that A-side sacked.
Zello waiting. Aiming to the right of the first smoke, no, above the second, I should say. Entropiq, they want nothing to do with the A site though. We've been bamboozled amidst the smokes and amidst the executes. It's out towards mid and in towards B. Crad will face, Dafu will find him, and this B hold becomes even better. Entropiq have left this one way too late. And ladies and gentlemen, it's done. It will be a 5th on the board. ECSTATIC They find themselves a chance to close the gap. There's no halftime success story for them. It's just about playing a game of chase. The question is, how close do they get?
I'd say, well, I mean, at the very least, that AWP stays in play. That's better than nothing. It's a positive sign. But yeah, really nice round from ECSTATIC. Just individual brilliance. And Seller, so quick. The second he gets flashed, he takes a pop shot and falls away simultaneously. That is just, you know, muscle memory, rinse and repeat. And ECSTATIC up to 5. What was already looking like potential as well, that Entropiq could make this quite an embarrassing first half. It's now got a bit of backbone behind it. That was a slightly mixed buy coming through, and with Manx's early bit of damage dealt, it looked like they could be in for a rough one. They turn around quite nicely. Full buy for Entropiq, of course. Much of this half has gone in their favor, so the economy has too. Flash out towards long. Flash needs to be careful. He's going to double buy.
I think ECSTATIC realise that there is a serious chance that they can win this half, right? They don't, or not win the half, but at least close the gap down to 1.
Making competitive, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so what's the point of risking it all in the first 30 seconds of your second round to recovery? There is just no need. Forrester, a wild spam. Bird from Sky will best him. Crad at least will find the trade, and a second shot through the smoke. The molly giving away Zello's position, saw the trajectory, saw where the molly came from, and now Fasher has to slip into the utility. A flashbang that blinds 2 players, but he drops the bomb. He's able to escape. Fasher with a second. Tech 9 drawn for Elian as he finds one. A second kill for the Tech 9. And in a 1 versus 3, he only needs 1 more, and he would have spotted the utility from Manx. The smoke to give him a bit of a cover as the bomb picked up, and Elian to move forward towards the site, and the bomb set down.
Yeah, going for a nice sort of passive plan here. Over towards short as well. What's the game plan here? I mean, this would require some brilliance from Manx, because he got a pretty decent idea. Can I come towards CT? No one there. Falling back over towards long as well. He needs to be careful of short.
Brilliant.
He might have read this wrong, but no, doubling back towards short. Stunning. Elian, that is genius. 1 versus 3 is a Tech 9 double and AWP to clean things out. That's why we regard him as one of the best AWPers from Tier 2, who's now comfortably made his name in towards Tier 1.
That is sublime. Unreal, Elian. A 1 versus 3 keeps composure with the Tech 9. Notice in this situation, right? He has to draw it out. It's his 3rd man gone, and now he takes down Dafu. A second reactionary. And then beautiful on the 3rd. You cannot stop him.
Love it.
And ECSTATIC, just when they thought they had the door swung open, it shut, slammed, in fact, in their faces. Entropiq up to 9.
That's it. Attack pause going to come through. Call, of course, by ECSTATIC. They need to just ponder over what went wrong. What went wrong there? How did we lose a 1 versus 3? Credit to Elian. Credit to him. And of course, to mention, before that, Elian only had 3 kills in the game. And now he's up to 6. Fair play. I really got to, you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to warm up, get in towards things. But that's the case. T-Tor's going to have a little look over towards Goose. He'll love to see it as we get things started. Final round of the half, 9-5 in favor of Entropiq. Can they make it double digits?
There is a chance, isn't there, that they can make this as one-sided as possible and give little to no room for ECSTATIC to work with heading onto that T side. Already towards long and in pit. Crad dives out. No care in the world. Wants to make this as scary as possible, as early as possible. And that long advantage picked up. Entropiq with a lot of control early on.
Well, into as long. Little look from Dafu. Won't spot too much immediately, but very fortunate not to be met by the scope of Elian. Gapping towards the right-hand side, and I'm hoping there's a second smoke to follow suit. There it is. Well, actually, Plume, they threw the same smoke. This could cost them.
Dafu.
Oh, no.
Goes forward. Flash drops in. Oh, so many players blind, but Dafu will only find one. Elian, smart to play anti-flash. He gets the kill. Dafu got a 4 versus 4, but it's so much information picked up that, guys, there was a fair few of them towards long.
They know that's the priority. Bird from Sky as well. He's got a pretty decent idea that that AWP is holding him. He's going to fall back into a side. Very fortunate to be hit as well as Elian takes a pop shot. Line that one up. Not going to find it. Tempo slowed right down by Entropiq. Now it is back to a 4 versus 4. But it still looks like they're tempted and want to commit towards A.
Elian having a good look towards sight. Bird from Sky does not move a muscle. The only muscle that will be moving is his finger when it squeezes down on that trigger. Flash is good. First shot is Zello's. Second flash to come in. Bird from Sky's position's compromised. Krad's got the kill. Bomb set down at a 10-5, a hellish half, and it might just end even more sour here for ECSTATIC. Zello to fall. Last man standing is Manx, and he pushes in from short, but the AWP will have it all. It's 10-5, Entropiq double digits. Can they close out their pick of dust too? Find out after this.
Ого.
Пизда, блядь.
Все, он не сможет нажать, по-моему, опять. Ой. Подожди, он может? О, Леха, Леха, он тебя ждет, не торопись. Security push,
Он нажимает опять. А он не может нажать.
А как я... Тут только бы хопом крат или можно так?
Не, можно. Когда красным горит, только хопом. Ой, блин, флешка.
Он потерялся.
Короче, все, проходи.
Будут красным точно.
Такое.
Ебать, там еще раз. Ёп.
Бля, кто это вот этот первый, сука, все портит?
Я переиграл. Спринтусел открыл. Проходите, мужики, проходите.
Я не понимаю, почему не работает?
Они не по КД работают.
Не по КД работаем, залаем.
А ты что? Тут со стены
Хорошо, все? I need to everyone to finish or I have to...
А как здесь пройти? Я не понимаю.
Я еще пройду.
Пройти, там видишь, просто надо
А,
подождать.
это прозрачное? Все, я
Я
понял.
запаковал.
Ой, Леха, не запаковал. Крадево, лети.
Я вдалеке.
Ну да ладно, блин.
Нет.
Прикольно, жестко.
Игорек, Леха, мы серфили? Сколько за первого?
Все, работаем, блин.
Это бред. Ладно, давайте я умру, а вы это.
Давай.
Стой, я тут уже...
Будет так, не ладно.
Оп.
Он ждет, чтобы всех оторвать.
Да, не торопись, дайте я пройду.
Подожди, я к тебе.
Подожди, Форестер.
Меня что-то убило, блядь.
Все, работаем.
Ой,
Давай, удачи, блядь.
О, Ники, хорошо. Ой, все.
Кто это, блядь?
Ой.
О, все отлично.
Давай, друг.
Нормально.
Крутилки.
Нет.
Бля, самое сложное первое, вижу.
Легко.
Бля, что я сделал, ГФН?
Ой, я правый.
Долго.
А, все, нормально.
Никель, возьми
Двое.
флешку там.
Секьюрити флешку?
А чё?
Да.
Не, я хз, сейчас я подумаю.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's ECSTATIC taking on Entropiq. Map number 2 at the halfway point. I gotta say, Ryan, I'm a big fan of the death run we were just watching. I was eyes on it.
Mate.
I was invested, mate. I was loving that. Brilliant stuff to see. I don't know who it was at the front there. Someone had some very good movement. I have to throw it out there. I'm not sure if it was Elian or Nickelback, but someone very good movement. And speaking of something that's very good, the gameplay for Entropiq thus far, 10 rounds out of 15 is not too shabby at all. They go in towards the second half with a nice 5-round lead.
Well, with that 5-round lead, of course, the pistol rounds pivotal for this ECSTATIC T side. If they can find themselves it, maybe there's a chance at a comeback story. There's a chance at a 2-0. And Entropiq, if they can close this one out, map 3 looks very, very likely. And it all lies down to the $800 you're given at the start of every half. And Entropiq, should they take it 11, as I said, I feel like a decider will be very much looming. Ancient could be the final factor to this best of 3. Cracker of a shot from Elliot as he finds himself a second. Composed as he tries to make it a third. Dafu will eventually take him down, but all the info play there. The compromise is out. Mir, he'll find himself the third, and Entropiq, they'll get charged out towards B, but it shouldn't be a problem for these USPs. An extra man falls, but it is Entropiq up to 11.
And this potentially now might start to just be the beginning of the end, right? I mean, that's a really good start from them. It was ECSTATIC who found the pistol round to kickstart this map, and now that they haven't, I'm getting concerned. The question of, is it too little, too late, is going to start to ring through momentarily, even when they manage to pick up a 4-buy. It's still such a vast gap for them to try and find their way back into. it's going to require a lot. In towards this next round number 17, we see a half buy coming through. That's all we find. Zello very fortunate as well. He's only tagged. Elliot, second time of asking, finds him. Looking for more. Perfect Sky wheels it, and he might not want to.
Beautifully done. Scout has found another tag. M4 of Mir, just going to tap down the remaining couple. It's a 4K for him. Very nice cleanup, and ECSTATIC, they find nothing here on the force buy. Entropiq one step closer to victory, and it is very, very confident grounds for them to be standing on. ECSTATIC, I mean, to be expected, right? When Dust 2's in the pool, and Entropiq have a chance of picking it. You have no chance. Clean. Elian?
We love some ecos.
Yeah, we do. Was it an eco, though?
Well, I mean, kind of. It was only pistols, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
this is comfortable picking, wasn't it?
Yeah. Nothing too much. Oh, Zello's got to be careful. Very, very careful. But from Sky takes the bait. Oh, Elian, he's so clean with it. But from Sky will take the AWP. But a man down already here for ECSTATIC. It's the worst possible start to the T side of Dust 2.
Stop feeding him. Stop giving him those peaks, because he won't lose them. Elian, good for the first. Again, same kill. And Zello cannot seem to overcome. It's not even the big green, it's the small green of Elian that's working brilliantly. He's going to find the opener. Entropiq, man advantage in their favour, but ECSTATIC doubling back over towards short. Bit of control trying to be gained there. Mer going a bit aggressive, and I like this. He's looking for that info.
A minute left on the clock. T-side, they are going to be heading towards short, jumping in towards CT. Nickelback, fortunate to be escaping with his life. They test the scout again, and Elian passes a second test, tries to get the wall bang onto Dafu. The flashbang only into support. He's dancing back and forth between the angles. He will eventually get taken down. Crad as well to go. And the M4s, hold on a second, because Manx has got another. Now down to a 2v2. They try and plant the bomb. They can't afford to do so for the short position. Mir in CT has dropped the bomb carrier. Bird from Sky next to follow. And Entropiq up to 13, and all picked up. And this feels all but over. Ancient should be on the card soon.
I think so. I mean, that was the full buy from ECSTATIC, and it gets so easily dismantled. It's all off the back of that opener as well from Elian. Once again, Zello, stop feeding this man. Look at the finest of margins. Spots him out, destroys him just through that corner of the wood. Elian, I mean, I'm so impressed with him, as you can expect, right? But for the rest of Entropiq, they have been phenomenal. It's been such a solid performance all round. And this is what we're saying. Don't pick Dust 2. Don't allow them to pick Dust 2, because it's such a punish pick from them. Mer looking for the Urzi opener. We'll find it. Fascia will fall. What more can he find and deliver? Probably going to be at least one more kill on the fact. The question is, does he consider 2 more rotating in from spawn?
Nicely done. At least finding the one. Oh, Mir, he'll trade. Zello next to follow. Easy as, mate. Easy as.
Yeah,
it's
easy.
ecos at the end of the day. ECSTATIC didn't really stand a chance of doing much damage. On for the ace, Mr. Mir. Can he get it? We're going to have to start calling him Mr. Eco Fraggy, you know. Because it was you got like a 4K in the last round, 4 already in
On
this
for the
one.
ace now, yeah. He loves him.
He's been spoon-fed. He's 30-7. Oh, my God. What?
Yeah, I was going to say, 30-7. Those eco frags have been helping out. I mean, without them, he'd be on just a mere 22. But now he's
a mere 20.
Up to the big 30. That's all part of the game, isn't it? Exactly that. Manx, Tech 9, 1 versus 4, and Mir's still alive. Ace on the cards, jiggling in.
Ooh.
A couple of shots. Give it to him, lads. Don't go hunter. Let him have it. Let him have it.
Oh, no, he's running towards Nickelback. The M4 is going to find it. Ooh, it's not.
Hang on.
Manx is going to be able to pick up an M4. And look at Mir, mate. He's running for it. He's like, no.
Knife out,
this is not going to be destroyed by one of my teammates unless he has to go. Unfortunately for Manx, he will fall. And with Crad holding his crouch key, I feel like he was paying respects to the fact that his teammate could have earned his first ace on the side of Entropiq. But not meant to be in this round. 4 kills, 400 damage. He has 146 ADR here on Dust 2. Talk about an impact player. He is your man.
Yeah, he has been stunning. Phenomenal. Cannot fault him at all. 30-7. What a performance from him individually. 14 for Entropiq. They're 2 away, may I say, from the all-losers 16. And they're going to make it even more of a one-sided fashion than what we saw in towards that of map 1. Swinging it in Forrester. What a piece with Bird from Sky. Then I might want to follow the way on towards this B side. This rotation is going to be tough.
Mir finds one more. And a second kill through the smoke. It's antics from Mir every single round, finding success. Zello will find one with a big AWP, but there's still a man advantage to work against. Elian right-clicks the smoke in, just trying to misguide the ECSTATIC boys, but with a minute and 20 on the clock, there is no misguiding them. The bomb will get set down. All three ready for this retake. Wallbang coming out with the M4. Zello, in the meantime, positioning himself a little bit more for this post-plant scenario. A counter smoke chucked in. The nade has done decent damage. And now Entropiq flood. The gates open. It's only the tag onto Elian. And they know where both players are. Zello is hiding behind the smoke. He's waiting for his chance to strike. Nickel back with one. Zello the first, though. The bomb, it's tapped, not stuck. And he still tries to work his way in for a second kill, Zello. And he tucks away from the third. It's a stick from Elian. He's off the bomb. A missed shot. Zello goes down. Is there enough time? It's close. It's so close. Oh my good God, it's so damn close, but Elian holds his nerve.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, the beat out of Dust 2, statistically, the hardest side in the competitive map pool to retake, and that is a prime way of doing it. It's costly, but they find 15, and Elian, a little bit of a masterclass, dancing around that pillar to find that final kill. Zello made this so doable. The second kill gave a lifeline extended, but pistol whip in Elian's 5-7 will trade things out. 15-5, a 10-round deficit for ECSTATIC to deny Entropiq taking this. They need 10 consecutive, and that's just to find OT.
Forrester swings in, he will go down. Mags, he thought about running through the molly there and taking the control, but had to wait for the smoke. Mir, he'll pick up more kills, even more with the M4 Mir. 34th kill of Dust 2. He has made such an entry in this second map. Burn from Sky will set the bomb down, and sure, he's low HP alongside the AWPer. They do have a mad advantage ready for this retake. Do Entropiq want to test the waters? Mir, he's going to be sent in first. He'll be used as the sniffer dog, find out where the ECSTATIC boys are and allow the higher health players to go for these trades. Dafu up close, Crad, he'll find the kill. Mir, he'll take his third in the round. Bird from Sky, good to line two up. But ladies and gentlemen, it's the convincing finger placed on Dust 2 by Entropiq. With the defuse coming in, it's 16-5, it's map 2, it's 1-1, and Ancient on the cards.
I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with how Entropiq played that. It started not great as well. I mean, it was ECSTATIC finding the opening two. Things were starting to posture like there was the conversation around a 2-0. Not at all, definite, but it was definitely that conversation started to maybe creep into the back of the mind. But Entropiq made sure that was never going to be the case, of course, as they decimate on towards Dust 2, 16-5, nearly as one-sided as it gets. And now we go towards Ancient. And we mentioned both of these two sides don't mind Ancient. This becomes a best-of-1 coin flip to see who takes this.
A deciding match on Ancient to see who guarantees themselves in the playoff stage. Find out who's going to make it after the break. Entropiq 1, ECSTATIC 1.
It's Astralis.
Sure?
Да, это где Кирба.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Good job.
Если по контре я убью.
Nice.
Easy.
PGL major.
Easy.
Gambit. Adren MVP. I hope it was Pasha's or Snacks or
Wait. 2014, yeah? It's... Okay, in 2013, Getright was first, I think. 2014, Pasha Bitus was MVP of Katowice. They won Katowice Major.
Yeah.
Seems like Pasha Bitus plus Snacks, but...
I really don't know. But
I don't remember. Pasha Bitus was top 3 in the world or no? Snacks was top 4, 100%.
Let's go.
Pasha Snacks.
Pasha Snacks, final decision.
Yeah. Я думаю, Kenny Snacks. Yes, nice, easy. Easy, крот, easy. Okay, I think it's really, как сказать, дорогой-то, забыл.
Very expensive
knife. It's not C, it's not B, I'm sure. It's unique knife. But is A or D? 100%.
But D it's so much. I think
I think A.
Yeah, but because these numbers are not real.
А если он фул с двух сторон голубой?
Can you? Other side of knife?
If other side full blue, I don't know. It's but 1.4 million. It's
You know, maybe someone offer for him
Yeah.
1.4, but he didn't sell it. Sold it. So
Some,
yeah.
if I can jump in, someone offered him 1.4 million in Bitcoin, but he declined. Then.
No, D.
А Спасибо.
Okay.
Okay, that was my bad.
Yeah. Nice
got a
try.
point. You got a point.
It's a lot.
Wait, we are changing in rubles. Окей, 350, допустим, 30 тысяч рублей.
I think B.
Yeah, I think B too. Хотя...
You gifted
wait.
me this info.
Окей, B.
Let's go.
Ну, я думаю, так, Рад. Ну ладно, пускай будет B. B.
Let's...
Easy.
Good job.
Крот. Гений.
Good job. Good job.
I think no one will buy these stickers from the beginning for 400. So it's more real. See, I don't know.
Окей, CRD. Ну, давай C, пофигу.
Let's go see, yeah.
Let's see.
Let's go see.
Yeah, думаю, D.
Good job.
Да как вы успели? Why so easy, guys?
I'm on fire, you know.
Окей.
I think he'll
Ну, а
raid it.
Шер? У Stun Dragons он не был на мажоре.
Да, yeah.
Not Navi, not Liquid, not Stun Dragons. Hellraisers.
Yeah, I hope he'll raise it too.
Final answer B.
B, yeah.
Yeah, good job. It was Hellraisers.
It was pretty simple question.
Okay, I will do it. Wait, name 3 things you could buy in 1.6, but you can't in competitive. Okay, it's Shield,
Night vision.
Yes.
Night Vision, and... Блин, I played 1.6 like 5 years.
Эти bullets.
Yeah, bullets, ammo.
Yes, ammunition.
Блин, крат гений. Я забыл, он тоже покупается.
Under Heaven, you see this? It's like photoshopped. Or no? Oh, yeah, Under Heaven. One.
Ракета вот эта?
It's Rocket.
Uh-huh.
But from which map is it? And
No,
from-
looks like New Hell as well.
Ну, не, подожди.
Maybe Mirage from B side?
Там
But
ракета
I
такая есть?
didn't see it.
No, подожди, ладно. Dust 2, no. Inferno, Rocket, I think no.
Probably.
Inferno?
Ага.
Где
On
это
B
может
side near Temple.
Yes, that's right. B-side coffins. Good job.
Какое-то убийство.
I think we CSGO must bring back like I don't like Mirage nowadays because it's so simple and everyone know everything on this map and on this map starting to find some bugs and I don't know, it's like so old map and Valve should update it or change it to maybe new Tuscant. I saw that someone released that map and I don't know, Mirage is so simple and everyone really knows everything on this map.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think I don't like Vertigo because it's too simple to play on this map. It's you can split anything or like just simple map in like strategy and this stuff. I think I like when I play like 7 years ago or 5. It was Cobble and Cash, but updates I think not good. After no, I mean this Cobble is don't good, and new Cash is not good too. They need update this map because I played in 1.6. For example, Tuscan was really good, but in CS:GO he's not looking like in 1.6. I think it's not good for official competitive.
They updated it and released like a few weeks ago. It's like it probably good, better than they showed it some years ago.
I want a Cobble and Cash.
Yeah, I liked Cash
instead of Vertigo. All guys who is cheering us, who support us, thank you very much. We appreciate it. When we if we lost or if we win our official games, our tournaments. Thank you very much. It's really important for us. Cheer for us, and we will do our best. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Republic League Season 3. Here in Group A, things are heating up, I think is one way to put it. We head to map number 3. It's Ancient on the cards, a best of one, essentially, to decide who continues flawless thus far. My name's Neokai, joined by Retro, as per usual. Ryan, this one so far has been amazing.
Mir ended a 35-kill game on Dust 2. He went 35-9 to secure a win for Entropiq. And of course, Ancient are deciding map. Entropiq very comfortable on it. ECSTATIC as well recently have had a few stints on it. Pretty decent times for them. So we do head on to this conventional map of Ancient with everything in mind. You know, the CT-sidedness, you know, whatever you want to talk about Ancient, good or bad, the ugly map or not. I'm a big fan of it. I can't wait for these two teams to play. And it's very fitting that we go to a third map. Both teams, I think, deserve that chance.
No, exactly that. One thing to mention, you were kind of just touching back on that was a 16-5 scoreline, by the way. Not a, you know, sometimes he's at a 16-14, 35 bomb. That's fantastic. He did that in 16-5. That's phenomenal.
Can't blame him, can you? Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, ECSTATIC versus Entropiq. It's map 3. It's Ancient. It's do or die for either side. And the cutthroat upper bracket run will mean one team guarantees a place in playoffs, and for the other, they have to fight for their survival. And of course, as we load into the map, I'm not too sure if we've seen the knife round yet or not. I don't think so by the looks of things. And so we don't know who's on what side. We don't know how things are going to shape up to be. And when we see the knife round come in, that's where we're going to feel, you know, are we going to see a CT side start for Entropiq? Is that going to help them? Is it going to hinder them? There's a lot of questions that we can ask, and at least the knife round will give us some context.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what side they're starting on at the moment, but we do know what side they want to start on. Of course, on Ancient, it has to be CT. In my opinion, Ancient is the most CT-sided map in the pool. No comparison. So surely that's where they want to go.
Yes, I'm a big fan of the CT side as well. I think it's actually a lot harder to get into a game when you start on the T side. A lot of people were kind of like, the meta might actually be to pick the T side. I agree, it could be, but also when I play Counter-Strike, man, do I suck, and it gets a little annoying and whatever. So, yeah, gotta be careful with these things, Chief. Nonetheless, I do believe we're ready to run into the action now. Round number 1. I say round number 1. It's the knife round, mate. No chance to wait around here. We're going to be jumping straight into it.
Yeah, exactly that. Technically, you know, round number 0. Then we can get to round number 1. Knife round, of course, decide who starts where. This is important. We need to kind of see a solid knife round here because you want that CT side starting towards mid, trying to find a little bit of something, as it's already looking pretty decent if you're on the side of ECSTATIC. One man left alive, and there we go. ECSTATIC taking the knife means that they get the choice of the CT side. That's exactly where I'm assuming they're probably going to go.
Got to, right? I think it only makes sense. Start CT, get the good momentum going. You do you. That's what they're going to be looking to do here. Taking our time. Still want to select the side, make sure they want to choose the correct one. Have you ever been in a position, have you played much Counter-Strike when it comes to like official matches, like an ECA or something?
Well, I mean, Official is that's a loose term. I've played with friends. I've never really been someone who competed in CS like ever. I've never really been kind of that. I've played a couple of the ESA seasons with mates, but I mean, I would, you know, with our casting schedule, you're so busy, right? So I mean, I play maybe an entire season. I think the last time I did it, which was like 3 or 4 seasons ago, I think I only ended up playing like 4 games because we work so often, don't we? So yeah, I mean, no is the answer. But I do play CS:GO regularly.
The only reason why I ask is because I remember Dweg, obviously a caster announced for this event.
Yes.
We all know him, we all love him. When he was playing in Epic Land last time around, he thought it was a BO3 or a BO1, and he went to ban a map that they didn't want to play, but he picked it. And then he lost the series and lost the BO3 because he picked a map that they didn't want to play. So that's
that happened in the major.
Yeah, with
never mind Epic,
Nuke and Cloud9, right? So
exactly, yeah. So
that's why you
I mean, those mistakes
pick your sides,
happen at the highest level.
Pick everything. Make sure you do it right. Fasher, he's going to kick things off with a bang. Oh my word, Fasher, he's on for 4 as he takes the soul of another. The Grim Reaper's USP has found an ace. And Fasher off to the best possible start for ECSTATIC. A killer round for the big man. 5 kills, 400 damage. Damn straight. Fasher putting them on the board.
You know, I question him a little bit. You know, map number 1, a little bit quiet. Map number 2, at times, very, very quiet. And then Fasher comes on towards Ancient, and he takes things into his own hands. Fasher, take a bow, son. That is a stellar first round on the board, and Entropiq are stunned.
How do you even explain that, hey? I got aced. A beautiful, and I mean beautiful round from Fasher. Do you know what he does? He drops an AWP to Zalo. That's the kind of guy he is. Dafu?
I love him. I love him.
Gone, mate. Deleted. Entropiq have found the opening kill out towards A. Famas of Manx, he's got to be careful. He does find one. Within the utility, though, it's only the one. Miz Deagle will trade. And all of a sudden, a man down, and the AWP tag to low. ECSTATIC, what's just happened? Alien rattles off another shot with a scout, and another one, in fact. Oh my word, Alien. It might not be an ace, but an impactful triple. And Nickelback will find the last. ECSTATIC won, but Entropiq respond in spades.
Alien is as good with a scout as most professional players are with an AWP. Now we've got 2 maps to show for this. He did it on Dust 2 on numerous occasions, and then comes towards round number 2 against a full buy and picks them apart. Alien. Oh, that's brilliant. The reaction there as well. I mean, what can you do with your Dafu? There's absolutely nothing he did wrong. Spraying at the right time, expecting a preempting of, you know, running out of main. Alien is just, he's a different breed. In towards mid. Alien this time with the AK-47. 2 just aim. Looking for 3. Mer will come in for support, but Alien tapping away deep down on Zello. Just try to stay alive, and he will not for much longer. Fasher, in a matter of mere moments, left in a 1 versus 5.
And Entropiq, sure, they were able to lose out on the pistol quite drastically. Round 2 and round 3, that's their ballpark. Forrester. Oh, back turn, but he will eventually spin in the right direction. Fasher will get taken down. And with that, Entropiq up by a round. Oh.
I'm impressed.
The lovely sounds of Ancient.
Yeah, now Ancient does sound like that at times. It's the frogs in the leaves. You know, it is. You know, some of them they're quite vocal. In fact, it's a mating call.
It's like
but you know,
Mongolian throat singing more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows where is Ancient even set? That's a good question. I'm assuming it's somewhere kind of near the Aztecs, right? You know, that sort of area, or like, you know, based off, you know, the Aztecs and that kind of thing.
Hit me with trivia here, mate. I'm gonna have a check for you now. I want to have a little look. What is the law of ancients?
Mexico somewhere is what I assume, or like, you know, South America. It's got to be
Where
somewhere.
Did you say?
Mexico, if I'm right in saying.
Damn
like, you
right,
know,
it is Mexico,
is it?
indeed. Yes, sir.
This history degree is doing something. Let's go.
History degree. I respect it. I have no
undergraduate history that I have I've not used once. It's coming in huge here for just my obscure innate knowledge. But I think ECSTATIC gonna need some obscure innate kills here. They're going to find something. Just USPs. Can't expect too much. Flooding it towards Ram. It's actually a 1-for-1.
Not bad. Not bad. Getting off to a decent start here. T-side. Losing out more. Manx, he's able to find Ellie and Crad. He responds 3 versus 3. Entropiq, a bit of a scarier position than maybe they wanted to be in. Crad will pick up a second, though, despite being on low HP. An M4 scoops up into his hands as well. Dafu, he'll respond. So a FAMAS and an M4A1S at the siege of the CT side. But the bomb in the back pocket of Mir, they'll make the run towards A.
now they can just flood straight into the hands of not a Forester. Taps away Dafu, it's Zello. Now in a 1 versus 2. Doable, it's safe to say. Information gained, and Merce still just hightailing it. He's not even going to commit towards playing this trade game. Forester buying a little bit of time. Bombs go down with the priority. Just 25 seconds left on the clock, but they will be able to get it down. And this post-1, how do they want to play it? They know he was in towards mid. The only 2 places they really have to be cautious of is Donut and then the rat back in towards spawn.
Zello. Does he even attempt this? No kit, no armor, no point. Keep the M4. It's much better in safer hands. Use it later down the line. Saves you a bit of money heading into the next round as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is a 3rd on the board for Entropiq. What I did want to talk about, the previous 2 maps combined, despite Mir having a wonderful time. Oh, never mind. It hasn't updated. I was going to say, like, despite him having a wonderful time, HLTV showed that he was -4 overall, and I was like, there's no way he is. With the stats he put up in map 2, Vertigo didn't go well for him. It was, in fact, Nickelback that ended positive. The only man to end positive. ECSTATIC, it was Bird from Sky and Fasher, mostly, to find their damage. And what I was going to point out sort of along the lines is notice how things change so much for both teams. We don't have one individual piece to rely on. In Entropiq, it was Nickelback in map 1 that only ended positive. In map 2, it's Mir. Map 3 so far, maybe a lead in towards your Elian. For ECSTATIC, map 1, it was Bird from Sky. Map 2, we didn't really have an authoritative finger. Map 3 so far, it has been Fasher. Again, these individuals stepping up. You can have more than just 1-star man, and that's what they're trying to demonstrate here. In Entropiq, they get away with the early man. Mir got to be careful to dodge the nade, and he will get away with his life. A 5-on-4.
This is the test, though. Elian boosted up, elevated, spotted, and picked out of the air. Zello, nice shot. Brings things back to a level standing. As Elian off the cards, as we mentioned, that's an important kill. He has been a pivotal part of the success for Entropiq, and now he's no longer present in round number 5. For ECSTATIC, doubling back. They're going to play that 2-2 split. 2 towards A, 2 towards B, but it's a little bit of a looser hold.
Taking their time. Slowing the pace. Calculating the nerves. A missed donut smoke, though, from the T side, despite all of that. Molly towards Plat. Oh, Bird from Sky. Just keeping his toes toasty, by the looks of things. 45 seconds in Entropiq. They have themselves the late mid control.
Time is ticking. Entropiq need to make a decision. They're doubling back now, over towards this B side. They've seen success here before as they get excavation control for free, but Fasher going aggressive in towards ramp, but he's going dry as well. Spotting out the first, will find it. Crowd of 4, but it's murder at range. AWP in hands, finds himself a kill towards Fasher. 70 points of HP, needs to be careful. Doesn't expect the second, and it shows. 20 seconds left, and look at the time. It's ticking, dwindling away, and Bird from Sky, he can just hold.
No point going for this one, is there? Entropiq, they'll give it their best stab, but Bird from Sky, such a cheeky position. Forester wasn't there to trade, and with 7 seconds left, Forester realising his money's good. AK into the next round will be all right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, ECSTATIC will have themselves a second. But behind on the CT side, Neo, that is where things get a little more interesting, right? Because we always talk about Ancient being the most CT-sided map. If you're fighting from the back foot, it's an added pressure that ECSTATIC definitely don't want to be dealing with. And so, for Entropiq, they know they're still in a decent spot.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think as well, what you got to take into account is that this is regarded as one of the most, if not the most, CT-sided map, may I say. So if you have a good T side, that means so much more. I mean, when you look towards Nuke, we say the golden number is 6, right? It's like, 6 rounds in your T side is more than enough to set yourself up comfortably. I would say on Ancient, as we've had this conversation, time and time again before, 4 or 5.
Sometimes 4 is enough. That is exactly. That's the point we're getting across here. And as you said, Entropiq, not a very distant goal for them to pick up. Slow beginnings to round number 6. Want to make sure, they don't make the same mistake as last round. Make sure that they don't mess up in the same ways. Lose the early man, have to fight from the downhill. And right now, it's very chilled, very methodical. And ECSTATIC, they're going to punish them for the slow play. Aggressive towards ramp, Fasher looks.
That's exactly that. Well, Elian taking a bit of damage. Speaking of, Nickelback in a fall to the HE from Dafu, but Bird from Sky who provided the brunt of the damage. Fasher one more. Cradle trade on towards Manx, but Dafu again stepping up. Numbers favouring the CT side, and Entropiq backs against the wall in a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, difficult, isn't it? Entropiq, the man down. Especially with no bomb picked up just yet either. I'm trying to figure out where on the map it is. I think maybe Elian is incredibly close to it. Mir will be sweeping in from upper. In fact, no, the bomb I think may be tucked behind the smoke on the map. Yeah, it is. I think see it on the right-hand side, sticking out on ramp. And you can see it bleeping in the distance. Flashbang, Elian goes on the retrieval mission. He'll find it. Zello legs in with the AWP in the meantime, and he'll try and make it fast towards Donut. Whether his teammate goes to follow, though, Mir could be setting up for a little bit of a fake.
Oh, nice shot. Metal 4, Italian, 1 versus 3. It's dragged the tension back over towards A, as you mentioned. That bit of a fake gonna come through, but Fasher, of all the people holding down the fort, is that man who started things off with an ace. And the time's gone. There it is. ECSTATIC tie this game back up. I think Elliot makes a smart decision not to try and commit towards anything. To be honest, especially the second Murph falls, he can't afford to do so. He's got that big green. He needs to keep that in play if Entropiq want a chance. And that's what's going to happen. Still a nice shot from him towards Mur. That more or less seals the deal for them to tie this game back up. And now we can probably see ECSTATIC start to build a bit of a lead on their side.
Absolutely. So far, so good for the Entropiq boys, but they are starting to lose their grip a little bit here of the T side. Pavilion having a look towards middle, trying to find opening, trying to do their bit. Right now, though, very comfortable, the ECSTATIC side stand. Confident as well, bird from sky, aggressive from cave. And you start to see they're finding these advantages. Confidence, as I said earlier, I'll reiterate again. They are starting to feel their own value and get warm into map 3. Zello going to be holding down the AWP. Jump spot out. Missed shot. It does bait it, in fact. And Elian will find a leg-for-leg trade. No man advantage established. Dafu will only go for 1. Forrester responds. And Nade nearly taking himself out of the round there, Zello. Manx fortunately able to find the second. And I think the kills to just be subsequent from it. Tries this transfer. Manx will only be good for the follow-up. Nickelback and Elian both low HP. 2v3.
Yeah, surely they can't find too much here. I mean, they're so low on HP. Do have an AK and an AWP, and the AWP with low HP, Bogdan's Law, all that good stuff, but he get picked off, and same can be said for Nickelback, 6 feet under. As ECSTATIC go up 2-4, take a lead in this game as well. On their CT side, they're starting to bridge a little bit of a gap, and that's important, especially now when Entropiq have a very limited amount of economy to work with. Just keep this ticking across, keep this in your favor. And you should be able to go in towards that second half, the T side, with at least some gap to work with to give yourselves opportunities to be able to find some success.
Having a look towards middle, Manx. We'll try and make it fast. Giving it a good go here. Krads slips past the molly into pockets. I do believe that is the call-out used. Can't use Cubby because Cubby is like the call out for every other place on the map.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he's in Cubby. Yeah, which one? Like the one outside B, the one on B's site. Cubby as well can be the towards A. I've heard some people call Cubby like the back plat area. Like, oh, he's behind Cubby. Like, dude, that's not even Cubby. And then I've heard it also towards like CT spawn. You know, the bit that connects CT to B. People call that Cubby as well.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
There's too many Cubbies, mate. I feel like we need to make the tweet. I remember in the start of CS, Mohan Launders made the tweet. He was like, what is this position called? He added CS. He was like, is this called ring? Is it called donut? What's it called? And CS themselves, like the @CSGO on Twitter, said it's donut. And so since then, you know, we stuck with donut. But the question is, I feel like there's bigger positions to name, you know? The whole Cubby scenario. Which one is the true Cubby?
What's the true Cubby? Can we finally settle the debate as well of excavation or Jaguar, as some of the Americans call it? That needs to be sorted because that's still not confirmed. I'm personally go with excavation, but I know a lot of people in NA and I think Australia as well call it Jaguar.
I call it Jaguar. I'm not gonna lie, mate.
Really?
But then again, that's probably because I play with
been
Dweg
indoctrinated.
and he's Aussie, and so he calls it Jaguar, and so I call it Jaguar as well. So maybe that's the reason why.
I think in the EU they call it excavation, which most people.
Well,
so it's all cave. Like people also call it cave.
Yeah, to be fair, I generalize it as cave. Yeah, but no, you are dead right. A buy round. No time to blabber on. Crad taking a bit of early damage. The nade nearly furthering that HP lead, but ECSTATIC looking comfortable, mate. Now they're on that CT side, looking pretty strong.
Yeah, a bit of damage dealt as well. So far, so good if you're ECSTATIC. 2 round lead in their favour. And nades on towards the T side. A bit of a spam through the wood. Will do damage both ways. Bird from Sky is burning. He needs to be careful. He's just forced to play a little bit more passive. All the same, though, this swing from Crack could be a difference maker. Bird from Sky gets like a step away, smartly done, and a Molotov will force him to play even more passive over to the quote-unquote cubby.
Is it, though?
That's the big question. We go back.
Smokes towards B. They're going to give it a good go on this execute here. Entropiq have a chance to exploit maybe the lack of defenders for ECSTATIC on the site, but there's 4 of them in CT right now, and we know how detrimental the wall bangs and the spams through smokes can be, but actually, no damage done. The post plant set up here in the 5v5.
Ooh, Crad. 1. Fashion with trade. Trying to find a little bit more of this post plant. Doing quite well as far as makes it a double. Zello now. Well, alongside Mank in a 2 versus. But Zello will fall and Mank's in towards Cave and exactly where he was prior, and he is falling away, hightailing it. He doesn't want to put the pressure on, and I don't blame him. He's scared of the flank himself. In a 1 versus 3, the priority is keeping this M4A1S ticking across into the next. The question is, do they go hunting? I think they are.
I don't think they're like purposely going hunting.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Alien. He goes down to the bomb, but that is a brilliant kill to be found. Yeah. Entropiq, they're up to a 4th as well. The gap reduced to just 1. I didn't think the hunt was purposeful. I just, you know, you're all trying to exit. You don't all go the same way, which is a little bit their fault. But, yeah, definitely fortunate they find that kill. Really nice round from Entropiq here. Heroics seems to be a little bit from Forrester, but all in all, a confident round to be winning and ultimately closing that gap and taking a lot of the wind out of the ECSTATIC sails.
That's it. Tech pulls come through here for ECSTATIC. They are just trying to figure out how they can really limit these T-side rounds, because that is the priority, limiting the T-side rounds, because we've already mentioned how CT-sided this can be. If they let Entropiq just keep chipping away at the lead, you know, ECSTATIC take 3 rounds, Entropiq will put 1 on the board, another 4 rounds for ECSTATIC, but another 1 on the board. I mean, that's when this conversation starts to get quite concerning, you know, for Entropiq putting up enough on that T side, which so far you could already make the argument 4 rounds really isn't too bad. Now, into round number 10. This one for me is pivotal. Both of these 2 sides, limited economy in the long term for them, slightly better over towards Entropiq, but still not favourable. Winner of this gains an early bit of momentum.
Spam from Bird from Sky. He's found so much control towards Cave. Like, I swear I see him in this position from the get-go at the start of every single round. Like, he's so quick to it. Entropiq don't quite know how to respond. Forrester taking a large chunk of damage, and Nickel back out of the round. Worst possible start here for Entropiq. More or less a 2-man deficit, and indeed it is secured. Mir will fall by the wayside. Elian, oh my word, Elian. Gonna get boosted up. Daffy will respond. Forrester, the boostee on low HP. I think Daffy will be able to close in for a double. Crad as well. Not exactly the healthiest player on the side of Entropiq. So unfortunately for them, I feel like this round is all but done. Bomb dropped, Crab 1v4 required. ECSTATIC, a little bit of a dip, but maybe right back to their winning ways.
There we go. 6-4, 2-round lead, guarded up. And as we mentioned, you know, for Dice and Entropiq, yes, most of them have got economy to work with, but the same can't be said for Nickelback and Mur. What is the buy into this for them? Do they go for kind of like a little armor, limited utility, even less, maybe Mac 10s if they want to try and prioritize utility? It's a little bit of a dicey position for them to be in to try and find some security into this round. Nicely done. And I gotta say as well, you mentioned his name earlier, but it's down to, for me, a lot of that from Bird from Sky. Information and damage gained from single-handedly locking out Cave.
He's doing a really good job on this CT side. Fasher, though, this round, trying to find a few. It's a full buy that Crab responds with a double of his own. A 3 versus 3. Super competitive still, kept up by this T side. Forrester jiggling in, bomb in hand, and a Galil as well. He will get the kill eventually. The trade-off to a 2v2. Still the bomb, not the priority. Forrester looking eager to hunt for another one. And they will. And he's able to find it as well. Zello, last man left, 1 versus 2. And the volatility of this half so far has only ended in upset here for ECSTATIC. Look at the money that they have, and if they lose this round, if Zello can't pull off the 1 versus 2, it's going to hurt them greatly.
Yeah, look at the money that they have long term, but look at what Entropiq brought in. I said, you know, the Mac 10's coming through. Galil as well, still in the hands of Forrester. He's found 2. This is very worrying. Resmoke to come through. Zello's bought some time. What a shot! Eleanor 4, but Forrester makes it 3. But even still, that is stunning. What a shot. That is reactionary as it gets, but what really matters is Entropiq are up to 5. They've chipped the deficit down to 1, and they've broken the economy of ECSTATIC.
Yeah, the snowball effect, right? A brilliant double in. Forrester does ever so well with a Galil in this situation to swing for the trade. That is an unreal shot from Zello. Like, the reactions that you have to hit that, you can only imagine what it was like to be in his position. Unfortunately, not the round win. And from that, as you said, Entropiq dropped the deficit down to just 1. And ECSTATIC having to take a forced buy, and it's not the M4s that we're used to. This is SMGs and pistols. Crad is able to find the first with relative ease.
That's it. Elliot, Mer one apiece. Easy pickings. This is not even a contest into round number 12. It's only going one way, and it's Entropiq going to be tying this game right back up. 6 rounds apiece, and I think already that is more than enough on T side. This is becoming somewhat concerning towards me for the likes of ECSTATIC. If they let this get out of hand, with that snowball effect that you've spoken about, we could be in for a very one-sided second half.
Could be indeed. 1 minute and 5 to go. Entropiq, calculative, vocal amidst what they want to be planning out here. Nickelback is the first form of contact. Notice how he's gone so much more aggressive than the rest of the line. Sort of take it like a football defensive line, you know, where everyone else is so passive, and then there's one person that goes right forward. Nickelback is that guy. He's pushed through. He's got B completely to his own. Bomb's going to make its way around, and ECSTATIC will have no chance back into this round.
Yeah, nice and aggro from him. And they can expend them as well. It's worth it. They're more than happy to send one person go looking, and it's not going to be the end of the world. Murray's got 1 point of HP, so him staying alive is definitely a priority, especially with that AWP in hands. But for the time being, so far, so good. 2 players left. The only place they haven't cleared is deep in towards spawn, and then Donut. So I think they've got a pretty good inkling that there's one here. Elian spawning out the back, tapping away. Manx will fall, and he can probably make the assumption that the second is not too far away. Zello deep in towards back Donut, holding, waiting, deal in hand. What can he find? And the answer's probably not too much.
Okay, they'll find the last. Elian collects it. Relative ease, 0 casualties, 1 point of health for Mir. But that's enough to keep the AWP, and of course, Elian will be like, dude, give me that. That's my job. Utility damage graphs shown. Crad exceeding for the Entropiq side. For ECSTATIC, not bad, actually. I mean, Zello and Bird from Sky apparently yet to throw a nade or a molly or anything. Dafu, Manx, Fasha, all actually quite close when it comes to the bars. See how close they are.
Yeah, so far, so good. This is the second part of that double eco coming through. It's a really unfortunate situation for ECSTATIC to be in, and that's the problem with that CT economy. We see it time and time again. This time, though, look at the stack coming through. This could be problematic, or so I say. Nickelback 1, 2, 3. Crad for the 4th as well. Not even, 10 seconds went by without those 4 or 5 kills in concession. That's brilliant. Entropiq take a lead, 7-6. That's enough already for me in my books on that T side. And then they can guarantee a lead heading in towards the second half. That's where things become concerning. It is a full buyout for ECSTATIC, but a similar situation. No long-term economy. Lose this. Entropiq take a 9-6 off.
Round 14. As you said, we are a whisker away from a T-side victory after 15 rounds played, and it all really boils up to the 4 buy here. ECSTATIC minimal utility. They've opted for the weaponry. The HE of Dafu's done a great chunk of damage to Mir, but Entropiq can outclass them because they've got something ECSTATIC don't, and that is the use of the mollies and the smokes. And that plays very much into the hands here of the Entropiq side. For ECSTATIC, though, an AWP on the angle here for Zello. If he goes down with a couple, this round becomes all the spicier and could be in favour of that CT side to make things more competitive.
That's it. Mer take the initial bit of damage, and they're going to abide by Bogdan's law. Eleanor dropping back over towards that AWP. As they're doubling back towards mid, Dafu, jiggle peeking, looking for just the information to go off. Then he can drop the utility, fall away. That's what it's all about. Support will come through as well from the hands of Manx, so he's actually going to double back. This is getting interesting. In towards mid seems to be a priority for the T side, but they're not going to be given it.
Slow towards B. Crad. He'll hear the steps away of Manx, but more importantly, Bird from Sky up close to try and catch him off guard. So much damage done. Fasher will pick up the kill. 5 on 4. Entropiq, nothing towards B. They've got to go A fast. Look at the stack that ECSTATIC had. Nickelback holding down middle. He's going to be baited by the Jiggler Bird from Sky. Mir in the meantime to find one with the AWP. Forrester with a second kill. The AKs. Oh, even a team kill in the mix. Doing so much damage right now. ECSTATIC down to 2. Fasher pushes forward. Gets a double. Still in the round. Fasher reloads the M4. Quick switches back out as Forrester walks into it as well. One more man to go. The nade will do nothing. Fasher will fall. Bird from Sky should have this round sorted. Back and forth, dancing between the big box, and he will do it. Heroics from Fasher, Bird from Sky with the last, and ECSTATIC tie the game.
Tie the game when they needed to most. I mean, as we mentioned, look at that long-term economy. Prioritize picking up that AWP as well because of course they wouldn't be able to buy one regardless, but heading into the final round of the half, it is as even as it possibly can be. 7 apiece as this one, as we expected on a map number 3 between these two sides, is going the distance, and I'm glad we have got a feast of CSGO on our screens.
It really is a brawl that you can't take your eyes away from. Even going into round 15, not an ideal CT side for ECSTATIC. But if they can patch the bleeding a little bit and find themselves another round, maybe there is a damn chance that they can win this map. They would need a decent T side similarly to that of the Entropiq boys, but it's not impossible, that's my point.
Yeah, not impossible, improbable is probably one way you could sort of describe it, but still, Crad taking the early bit of damage. Aside from that, all quiet. And hang on a second, Bird from Sky has got all the... There's no one here. He's got all that information for free.
I don't know how they allowed this so much. How do you even begin to explain? Bird from Sky, he'll fall in the molly. 4 versus 4. But that is a great lead given away now. This T side of Entropiq. A little lost. Bird from Sky's done the same thing every round, and Entropiq have no counter to it. Dafu lining 2 up, and I feel like the half is all but over, my friend. ECSTATIC, although wobbly, might have themselves the 1-round lead heading onto their T side.
Yeah, just about as well, which is a necessity. I think it's safe to say on the CT side to go in towards that second half of a lead. It's down to 2. Crad and Forrester, what can they find? And probably not too much. Daffy will double back over towards Donor, and he's gone loud as well. So Forrester has an idea, and he got the information. It's just about can he hit the shots is the question. There's AWP holding it too. Not exactly the dream position he's got looking to try and make his way in towards. Crad will be spotted out by Fasher, and he can just be nice and passive.
Oh, and the AWP is able to catch off Forrester. 1 man for the job. Crad versus 4. Bomb is in Donut. It's in no man's land, and with no time left, ECSTATIC up by 1. We go to a break, heading into the second half, of course. They are up by 1. ECSTATIC, can they close out the map and make it 2-1 to them? Find out soon.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fasher!
No!
Ah!
That one still went down. Oh.
No!
Okay.
No arm! I can't jump. No. Okay, that is now, it's our time now, but it's not here anymore.
Oh.
You can do it.
Do it, Fasher. Ah.
I don't know what I need to do. Yes.
What is this? What is this? Oh, what is this?
I'll just go. You guys are boots.
No.
Yes.
You also respawn.
Oh, you have like 3 buttons for this.
No, I only have 1 bottom.
I'm not
Guys,
trusting you. I'm not trusting you.
I only had 1 bottom.
Oh, pull all the way back.
Oh, I got baited. No way.
What?
Hello, we're doing this for you.
I don't know what you can do in this.
How?
Hello, go, my man. Go kill Bird.
Oh,
Kill him!
what? Oh.
Run!
They are still shooting to the wall.
Hey, we got this set up.
Where do we need to go?
Okay.
Oh.
Ah, you got
No
it,
way.
guys.
There's no way.
No.
No! Thought I could sit on it.
It's actually nice because when you're respawning, you have a free way.
Try mix.
Ah. Thought I could make some tricks, but couldn't.
I mean, otherwise I can't do anything. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, then I'll just die, whatever.
Welcome back. A second half to get underway. Our final up to 15 rounds to see if ECSTATIC or Entropiq make their way through to the playoff stage. Seeding discounted. This one is to guarantee yourself a place in the top 6. I'm Retro, joined by Neo, running you up through the final half of the final map here. ECSTATIC up by 1, but now they're the hard task. The T side, can they continue?
Yeah, that tough T side start. It's a formidable foe, is one way to put it. In the pistol round in towards the start of Ancient, it was Fasher with an ace. Now, how do ECSTATIC fare? If they find a pistol here, though, that is the dream start to kickstart some team momentum.
Tapping away, Mir gonna try and find the opener. It's so sluggish. The USP's only finding 1 for 3. Elian gonna try and find a few, but he's only good for one of his own. Forrest, the last man standing. He's on a wild flank. It's not gonna happen. And with the bomb set down, I feel like that'll be the end of this round. ECSTATIC will have themselves an early lead, but Entropiq on that CT side, we know their capabilities to catch up.
Another pistol round for ECSTATIC. Credit to them. Looking very decent now in a 1 versus 3. This will require something special. We'll find the first, but that's all it will find. Dafu will trade 9 on the board for ECSTATIC, one away from double digit. And on a T side of Ancient, really not too bad at all for them. So far, so good. Just early doors in towards the half, but they'll take it nonetheless. And what you can see as well, that ECSTATIC's T-side pistol rounds, there's no formula behind them. It's just go aggressive, and I love it.
Yeah, just take the Glocks to close range, right? And that's what works out for them. Catch the Entropiq boys by surprise. And now they've got a much better force buy. They've got the good weapons. Entropiq have to deal with Deagles and sort of the worse weaponry. 1 scout on Elian. In the meantime, through the smoke, or Molly, excuse me, runs Dafu. Crad, 2 with the P250. Manic Fonty, just the scout, finds a tag onto Bird from Sky as well. Worst possible start here for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, not exactly what they were looking for at all. 4 versus 3. An AK in the hands of Crad too, alongside Alien Scout, can cause problems. It's Alien Scout that I'm more worried about. You've had a 3K with it towards the force buy in round number 2. I'm gonna come out just yet. Entropiq though, into his backside. Play nice and passive. Crad 1 more. Alien with the Scout, looking for something, but Fasher deletes him. What more can he find?
Oh, Crad spamming wildly, can't find the kill. But with an AK in his hands, this gets so scary. Fasher knows he is going to be living with hope to survive here. Good damage done. Mir swings in. That's the 4th kill. And the last man's tagged. Bird from Sky, low HP. A 10-second stick required. So this Mac 10 could be good for some damage. And it could actually find the round still. A tap of the bomb. Bird from Sky yet to budge. Just hearing the movement. He swings in. Finds 1. Crad swings in for the trade. And they got time for the defuse. Entropiq respond on the force.
There we go. On the force, and another time on the force. It's those who come on top. Entropiq, may I say. You know, I've really got to give them the credit. Really all play from them. And even though they have significantly less firepower, I like the aggression that they choose to come forward here. It's really nicely done from them. They actively try and make that work in their favor. Crad gets very fortunate for that 2nd kill, I've got to say. But after that, everything just falls into motion. Entropiq chipped down to a 1-round deficit, but most importantly as well is they've given themselves a real opportunity to buy coming in now. We see the full rifles at 1 MP9 against just a double Galil setup. It should be easy to dismantle.
Entropiq, such a good position to compare to where they were in the last. Such a healthy, economical gain as well. But from Sky's got to be careful. Crad spotting his head over the top of the smoke. Didn't want to overstay his welcome, making lots of racket on ramp. And so he's just going to back away. Information gathered. Not quite the possession that Bird from Sky was able to get on the CT side towards Cave, but Entropiq are giving it a good go and keeping ECSTATIC maintained here on ramp.
That's it. Crad finds Zello. Mer one more as well. Easy pickings as well. Mer can just spray him down, and he does. Pushing through K. That's enough. All down to one man. Manx low on HP. We'll get himself 1-2 as well. Hang on. Hang on a second. He's causing some issues. Just finding those kills is causing a couple of problems in terms of the economy. 1 versus 3. Bomb dropped. Can't find one more. Nickelback close and personal. And there we go.
Able to close it out. Probably made it a little more expensive than anticipated. The Deagle feels like it should have been a little less impactful than that. Crad, though, beautifully done near the second. And this lineup here, you can't really go wrong with it. It's just hold mouse 1, pull down, easily done. That double from Manx is apex from the major, V2, you know?
Yeah,
That's what it
exactly.
felt like. Another
Stunning.
force buy.
Really nice.
ECSTATIC have gone for another force buy. They opted to invest the game.
That's the thing, and we saw them do this a couple of times, you know, on towards Vertigo. It's so risky, and I just don't think the reward is there for it, and look at it now. Exactly that. Fash left all alone, Deagle in hand, I mean, what can he do? The force buy for me, it really just limits their abilities in towards... They're so good with full buys, right? And it limits their chances of having exactly that. Fasher, though, drops earlier, not about shots. Deagle's all causing issues at the very least, but that's all they will find. Entropiq up to 10. The full buy, the force buy, may I say, of ECSTATIC just gets dismantled with such ease.
No timeout taken, and I was expecting maybe for them to do that. You know, for Entropiq to... Well, maybe not Entropiq, but ECSTATIC to take a timeout and realise, like, what is going on? From Sky's full bought a game. Everyone else is E-code. What is... I
wonder what the game is.
Why?
I wonder what the mindset is about it. I mean, he's full forward into a 10.5 armor. I mean, 1 M4 1S bullets will destroy him. That's it. Done and dusted.
In fact, they've got AKs on the CT side as well, so even if you were to buy the head armor, it's not like it matters all too much. And he's already taken substantial damage at the beginning of this round. Chucks in a molly, but I feel like the threat's already neutralized. ECSTATIC, the rest of the team have taken pistols. He's gone for a bit of an investment, and it's not paid off whatsoever.
Nope, he's down to 35 points of HP, as you mentioned. I mean, what can he do from this situation? He goes to U2. Elliot trying to block, doesn't matter, spraying through, holding on the common angle, good for the first. Trade's coming in fact, though. Elliot into his back plat needs to be a little bit more cautious. Trying to deny the bomb plant. If he held on the spray, could have found something. 3 versus 3, bomb down, post bomb setup, and a rifle in the hands of Manx.
The post plant to come in. Oh, yeah, that's the problem with the Tech 9. It can be good, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Mir will respond. Elian right-clicking a smoke in. They'll be able to get the defuse off. Forrester sticking it. Head tuck turns around as well. Such an unorthodox angle. Manx able to find 2. Spam down in response. And Entropiq 5 rounds away from guaranteeing themselves a place in the playoffs. Killer instincts there from Manx, but it just isn't enough to win them the round.
Oh, the idea is nice, but not the execution. Now we see that full buy coming through. Both Sky owning it up for the Khalil because he wants to prioritize utility. Bomb plant does give them some quite stable economy to work with, but the big greens are going to be what, for me, sort of tells the tale into his round number 21. Elian pick one up, but of course, so is Zello. These two pop off. It's whoever goes a little bit more insane, for me, will be the one to find the round.
Round 21, off to the worst possible start from Sky. Kratz just banged him down through the wall. I'm not too sure. I think that was from short all the way through the cubby. The one we do call cubby. You know? The wall that's right in front of him. Yeah.
And the actual cubby.
Yeah, it's absolutely spammed down through it. Entropiq up the early man. M4A1Ss, good for one thing. Wall banging and spamming through smokes. And Entropiq are going to be using that to every advantage they can. Nice shot from Max. A second one, in fact. Ooh. Nicely taken care of. Elian will find a leg shot and a follow-up onto Max as well. Crab through the smokes, caught off Dafu. Looking formidable now. Entropiq, sure it was a wobbly start, but they've corrected themselves very nicely.
3 versus 2, Entropiq now. Numbers in their favor and the HP too. All they have to do is play for the trades. But saying that, they're walking over towards the site, which has only got one player here. Nickelback has to be a thorn in their side. It's all a question of can he? Holding, waiting. Timing as well on the peak's going to be everything. He spots the gun barrel. It could be it, and it will be. Flash F3B. Down to a 3 versus 1, and surely this can only go one way unless Zello can pull off something monumental. Jumping in the corner, won't find it, but he's going to buy some time for the rotation.
As you said, fortunately, this is a position that a little bit of extra cash goes their way. Zello honing in with the AWP, back and forth between the angles. Will find the first. Nickelback thinking about swinging in, but realizes he gave way too much breathability to the AWP up. As the X-ray goes off, and now it's just purely Zello's POV. Will right-click a flash over the top, has a scope in. Krad's nailed the shot, and he'll stick the defuse as well. 11 now turn 12. Entropiq 4 rounds away from making the playoff stage here at Republic Season 3.
Let's go. 12-9, 3-round lead. That CT side starting to look nice and clean. There's a spam coming through. Mate. Yeah, I love it. It's all about kind of just lineups and game sense, and he knows all too well from Krad there. Brilliant. Of course, another one for the smoke as well. Looking a little bit sus. You'd love to see it, but Krad's been phenomenal, hasn't he? He's one of those consistent factors who always steps up for this Entropiq side, and a really, really good round from him individually. For ECSTATIC, fortunately, as we mentioned, that bomb plant and the loss bonus keeps them having that consistent bias on the board, but it needs to get to a point where it needs to be converted. Molotov, Zello down to 44 as well. He ticked a little bit too much time in the fire there.
Oh, Nickelback got to be careful. Bird from Sky laying down some hate with the Galil. Makes his way through to the entrance of Cave, or Jaguar. Either way, very slow, methodical here for ECSTATIC, realizing the proportion of this round. Lose this, and I think it's safe to say they'll be chalking it up to a pretty hefty loss for them, and it's a fighting from a 14-9 scoreline, something that most people would consider done.
That's it. Elian holding. Reaction's brilliant. Looking for one more as well. Missed shot by Manx, and if he goes for the same peak, he'll be punished in exactly the same way. Elian, that is brilliant.
55 seconds left. The punishing entry, and ECSTATIC behind it have a softened HP bar set. Zello will find the response, but he's down to 4. Bird from Sky and Manx. Also the one-shot headshot potential from the A1S. Krad, is this a middle click molly to deny the plant? That's such a cheeky angle. Manx, he's actually going to be burning in the flames, burning completely down. Mira and Krab both with kills, low HP for the remaining 2. The nade will be enough, and Zello in a 1 versus 3. They know the AWP was lurking around. Another molly, and that will be the end of his life. A bomb plant is good, but 13 on the line for Entropiq. 3 more rounds to the finish line.
They're getting there. Closer and closer to seeing out H. We mentioned that this one was going to be a brawl. There's just 2 sides who are very decent on Ancient, but coming in towards that CT side. Oh, this reaction. I had to pause the point. That is brilliant from Elliot. That's stunning. Spotted the second as well, which is more than enough. But yeah, as I mentioned, we knew this was going to be quite a, an all-out brawl in towards this game. But I think that really strong T-side start from Entropiq set themselves up so comfortably going in towards that CT side. They picked up more than enough round to me, as we mentioned, on the T side, for them to find stability in the CT. And this is now where we're at. Up to 13, 3 rounds away, and a 4-round lead.
Round 23. Can ECSTATIC make the breakthrough to double digits? With the bomb plant, they can afford to rebuy, so me saying that the 14th round was looking likely as collateral damage. Actually, ECSTATIC will put up a bit of resistance here. Bird from Sky, who'll drop a flashbang, get himself involved early towards Cave. Good at taking that control away from Nickelback. Unfortunately, we're yet to see him work with it, though, and it really develop into a round that, because of his play, gets them a victory.
No, exactly that. Couldn't agree further. Now, of course, where we currently stand, all a little bit quiet. Damage dealt over towards ECSTATIC, but for them, it's about struggling to find control. Map control has been the biggest thorn on their side. And speaking of, Nickelback tucked it towards that close corner. All he has to do is hold and wait, invite the pressure.
Yeah, this could be solid. Bird from Sky, he'll find the first. Krad not looking the right direction. He'll be punished for it. Nickelback still lurking in and around, though. Do they expect a second player to be here? With the B site vacant, I think they'll have a pre-fire. Nickelback only good for the 1. And ECSTATIC a man advantage heading onto the B site.
Bomb goes down, post spawn set up, spam gonna come through. Forrester won't be able to find it. Still, numbers in favor of ECSTATIC and Entropiq. They might even be tempted to save, to be perfectly honest. We're seeing kind of not much of a decision being made, and yeah, they are going to call this early doors. Elian will find himself one. Fasher will fall at range, but it's a safe call. Running away as well. They've committed to this. They're just going to keep hold of what they've got. The AWP, the AK, and the M4A1S is going to be ticked across and towards the next, and there it is, done and dusted.
Bomb. It'll detonate, and that will be the end of the reign of terror that Entropiq have been on. Of course, the deciding map of this best of 3. Both teams chasing 16. ECSTATIC on the T side, currently behind. Does hurt to see a little bit, doesn't it? But, having said that, it is entirely doable that ECSTATIC, with this newfound momentum, can continue to perform.
Little side note, we'll deviate for a second. Do you know how we were talking about that dusty performance from Mer?
Yes.
I've got the stats. Scores 35 and 9 is how he finished things off. 152 ADR, plus 26 KD, and a 2.55 rating.
2.55 on Dust 2.
That is insane.
That is crazy. Probably one of the highest. As Mir, he's going to try and give similar results on Ancient. A double kill is not enough because Manx and Dafu, to prevent the offset of the man advantage, in fact, the 2-man advantage it originally found. Forrester, Crowd, and Nickelback now with some heavy lifting to do between the 3 of them here in the post plant.
Bird from Sky. Plant goes down. Post spawn to try and be set up, but Forrester might catch one in transition. The nice flash, and there it is. Bird from Sky will fall the IGL off the cards. Numbers in favour of the CT side as this retake starts to find a little bit of footing to it. One in towards main, and Molotov will clear him as well. A couple of pop shots guarantees the position. Dafu just going to sit behind it. They know exactly where he is, and they can just hard focus on him. Molotov on towards the bomb, though. And no smoke to deny it.
Yeah, but the problem is they haven't got another one, so if Crad just jumps onto the bomb, they can body block the diffuser. Crad, he'll go for it. Dafu finds the first. Only now he taps it. There's no stick. Crad's found the kill. Is there enough time? I think there is. I think there's just enough time. Yeah, there is. It's close, but Entropiq have it 14-10, 2 away from 16.
They're getting there, chipping it away, starting to find those rounds in their favour that require just a little bit of nerve behind them. A nice retake. It's Mer that's doubles open things up, just as we were singing his praises as well. Mer steps up huge, traded out by Manx. Swing coming in here, and that more or less confirms things. Once they have a 3 versus 2 off the back of Forrester's kill, that's all they needed to do. The utility usage was great by ECSTATIC, but that lack of a second Molotov was so costly.
This round means everything for ECSTATIC, investing every dollar they can into this round. Mir goes aggressive towards B, doesn't spot anyone, and amidst the flames, only taking 14 points of health. Gathers a lot of information, but look at this. It's towards A. Everyone right now positioned towards the double hall, apart from Bird from Sky. Zello peeks in, and he'll find a leg shot, and the AWP will not find a kill. Elian, he falls by the wayside. Mir, it's 2 though. Zello will respond with a double, a 2 versus 3, an ECSTATIC man advantage.
It's 2, but is it enough? Bombs are trying to get down. Oh, he swung with the rifle out. He would have got a freebie there. Instead, chooses to use the smoke and going above. Fasher will denied. Oh no, this is turned to tie 2 versus 2. But a space on the right side. Crad finds one more. Zallo's all no scope. Good for his own. M4A1S collected. But he has no idea where Nickelback is.
And he's swinging in low HP, but the AK reveals itself. Nickelback now needs to use his brain and engage in how he's going to be winning this round. Zello has the bomb. He can afford to rotate. Nickelback plays a little more passive. Zello none the wiser to his location. He'll tap the bomb once more. Try and bait out Nickelback. But look at this. This isn't a play towards A. He's going to wrap around towards middle. He's coming in from Donut.
Surely this is not even going to be expected as well.
Oh, sure.
Zello's got an idea. No, Zello seems to know, in fact. He's got an idea. I mean, he couldn't have rotated in towards main or else he would have been killed. He surely has to be here now, swinging forward. He'll get picked apart, surely. And he will. Zello, post-plant, genius. Really well done from him. Oh, well, just like that, it's been one of those situations now where, for Entropiq, they maybe overcomplicated things ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think maybe overthought it a little too much. Mir, this is a sick double, by the way. Literally like the penultimate bullet out of his magazine. Finds a second headshot. A brilliant play from Crad to deny the bomb, and he finds a second off the back of it. This play here, though, a little bit questionable from him. Runs back through the smoke. Didn't know it wasn't clear. And Zello with the M4A1S will pick up the last. It's an 11th on the board for ECSTATIC, closing that gap down. But despite a round win, look at the money and the weaponry that ECSTATIC have to show for.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, it's nothing of an investment here for them. Just going to be a P250, 4 USPSs, and Elian with that P250 already down to half HP.
Yeah, with pistols though, it's anticipated, right? Expected that Entropiq will be second in this round. Fasha, gotta be careful. Nade could have done a bit of damage. Takes a minimal amount to what it could have been. Molly in the meantime to try and force the fight. Fasha holding the angle, will find the first. A second kill, it's a laboured spam. Able to just about escape. Ultimately though, the kills to go in his favour. Oh, that's brilliant. Fasha just cracking open the B defense. No problems at all. He'll find 4. Forrest, the last man left. A Zeus and a USP for a 1 versus 5. Don't really count him in this round, my friend.
Yeah, safe to say this one's done. And yeah, not even going to find that point of damage just like that. Up to 12. ECSTATIC. Making this, at the very least, a little bit of a competitive environment. What was looking like it was getting potential towards being very one-sided. Now, okay, tactic balls come through. Look at the usual damage as well. 543 from Krad. He has got those lineups locked and loaded. 24 kills to his name as well. He has been phenomenal in every facet of the server.
Yeah, Krad's having a brilliant game. 24 and 17. Top of the score sheets, top of the UD sheets. He is really putting a shift for this map 3, but it might not be enough. A second time map called overall. It's the first for Entropiq as they take a bit of a breather. And as the opening kills as well, the department... Fasha's had a brilliant game in entry fragging, but it's been Krad again. This time joined by Elian. But another top spot taken by him for the side of Entropiq. He's putting in a shift on map 3 of Ancient where it matters most.
That's it.
ECSTATIC still playing a game of chase. Can they get it done?
That's exactly that. I mean, it's a... looking like a round-for-round affair towards the latter part. Potentially the big O word as well on the cards. Overtime. As these two sides, I mean, they are so evenly matched right now. 4 back on it both ways. Bird from Sky only got a Mach 10 though, and no AWP for Entropiq to try and counter that Azello.
Flash in, Nickelback. Hey, Addy have kept his crosshair and started pre-firing. Bird from Sky would have a little bit of lead through the wall. Nickelback definitely would have heard and probably spotted Bird from Sky move from left to right. He's just thinking about whether he wants to go for the lineup right and wall bang down towards middle, or if he wants to play this a little more passive. And considering Entropiq have invested everything into this round, rightly so, that he wants to play a little more of the slower approach, give ECSTATIC the control and work with the numbers as best as they can.
The regression over towards B ramp for the time being, though, not too much to be found. I mean, it's a slow push, isn't it? That's what we're looking for. ECSTATIC trying to bait out a lot of that CT utility, and so far, so good.
39 seconds left. Nade, decent damage. Evaded. ECSTATIC sit a little too deep. Slowing the pace at the 30-second mark. They've got to make a move. They've got to go quick. Elian, he's going to be patiently waiting. Literally, eyes set on the bomb carrier. But Zello gets spammed out through the smoke. Fasher up close will get the trade. And another follow-up traded out. Krad will only find the one. Forrester to fall. Nickelback will swing in and find the eventual 2v2. Mir pressuring forward. Manx to fall as well. The big man on Dust who has to step up even further on Ancient. A tap of the bomb and Nickelback has it covered. Map series playoff point Entropiq.
That's brilliant. That is stunning. Nickelback again. A double to his name. It's a double for Krad. Who would have thought? Up to 26 individually. He has been brilliant. 103 ADR as well. I mean, I'm so impressed with him. Deep in towards his back corner. It's all about that lovely, lovely lineup for him to be able to find that kill, to deny at least a bit of that pressure. And it buys time for the rotation. That's what's important. Then, simply as you do it, play the numbers game. Play for the trades, and it works. 15 to 12. A 3-round lead they hold. ECSTATIC need to be flawless from here on out if they want to take this, and that's just to overtime.
So much utility. I say so much. 2 mollies, 2 smokes, a third molly, in fact, dispensed towards middle early doors. ECSTATIC, this is a cry for help. This is their scream of desperation. The question is, can ECSTATIC be silenced? Can Entropiq make it 16-12? Or will there be some fight from the Danes? We know from the Astralis era, from a tier 2 standpoint as well, you know, the mentality of Danish players has always been, it's never over until it's over. And if there's one team, one region that could show that now, it would be ECSTATIC and the Danes. Sure, it's only a core, but with the support of Zello and Fasha, this team has hit new heights. Can they prevail here in round 28? Krad will deny Bird from Sky of any more deep information, but with the B-bomb site under siege, a 4 versus 4. Elian tested towards long, Nickelback on short. He will only find the 1. And in fact now a 3 versus 3 in the molly to force them further away. Forrester goes forward, Flasher traded out, a 2 versus 2. Both players sitting beneath the mollies. And now, more time expiring on that C4. Both players need to get stuck into this retake. There's a kit in front of Mir if he wants to pick it up. Elian with one right now. Zello, he's not peeking, he's not holding an angle. He is playing so passive right now from the CT position. Now the noise is being made, the flashbang is out. Zello up close with the no-scope, will find one. The bomb is too far gone.
Save.
Mir will run for the hills for the save. The smoke will give him some space, and the bomb will detonate. One player falls, Zello after time, Manx low HP, but ECSTATIC, they have metal, they have 13, and they are 2 away from overtime.
Just about, right? Just about able to find that round in their favor. That got a little bit too close for comfort. Of course, only one surviving. The orb doesn't survive either, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick one up nonetheless. A little no-scope coming through as well from Zello. Brilliant stuff. Tactical timeout to come here, called by Entropiq. And as you can see for them, over towards that CT side, that economy is brutal. They want to try and stick around that 2k mark, but Merge goes off an AK-47, and then there's nothing else to support it. Are they forcing into this? Surely not. They are. Not a fan personally. Forcing it at this sort of round around just one rifle, that requires something special.
But then again, we're on about Entropiq, a team that has something special, a team that's had Mir pop off on Dust 2, Krad, who's played unbelievable on Ancient, Alien, who's always put a shift in with the scope weapons, Dust 2 Scout. Talk about the AWP as well through Vertigo and Ancient. It's been mouth-watering to see him play. Don't forget, Nickelback alongside Forrester, 2 very capable players. Forrester has been unreal with the pistols in this series as well. There's pieces to this puzzle that can work out. The question is, a force buy. It's risky. Can they get it done?
Oh no, it requires something special, as you mentioned. Try to out the way through, won't find too much. Mer, though, going aggressive. Oh, and he makes sound. That's unfortunate. The idea was nice. Fails to make the jump up, and now they know that 1 AK that was in play. Save by the hands of Mer is over towards this site. They could potentially just double backwards with A for free.
Oh, what a great shot from Bird from Sky. An opening kill found down to 4. Mir thinking about swinging. But he will not. He holds his tongue, buys his time. Patiently waits for the move of ECSTATIC. Sure, they're a man down, but nothing like an AK triple kill that wouldn't put this round up in the air for the 5th or 6th time. 50 seconds left. This is no B play, though. This is towards Donut. This is out towards A, and it's a 5-7 of Forrester that needs to find a multi-kill. Manx will try and punch in the digits. Forrester swings out, and he buys valuable time. The bomb drops. They'll continue to swing as well, the T-side, as the Forrester 5-7 continues to do more. Elia missed shots. Mir alongside Krad. They've got to do it all. The 5-7 good for 1. More kills found, but it's all in red. As ECSTATIC, they should be on for 14. Krad caught blind, has to back away, and now a 1v2, and they know his position. Fortunately for him, both players softened up, but Krad's going to run away. He's going to go for a save. We go a full 30.
Yeah, he's long gone now. Keeping that AK-47 in hands, running back over towards the spawn, going to tuck himself in towards a corner and just hope and pray that he can keep it in, well, in play. That is the big question. And of course, the other question they have to start to discuss now is, are we going towards OT? ECSTATIC seem to have revitalized themselves. As we've spoken about as well, Entropiq, the force into that round has left them in a very uncomfortable spot in towards the next. Krad's got an AK-47, but what's the buy going to be around it? Most likely nothing. You know, even picking up an MP9 armor is a big ask.
I mean, Forrester did ever so well to delay here, and the damage he did to Daffy down to 21 points of health. Elian drops out at the worst possible time. Had he been a second earlier, probably would have found that kill. It's unfortunate. And now they suffer the consequences. 15-14. Another force buy here for the CT side. As bad as the previous. Nickelback has gone for a USP. That's the kind of level that we're at here. Never mind, he's got a 5-7. I was going to say, that would be asking for something unreal.
Yeah, things aren't looking too good right now, are they?
Oh,
they're going to go aggressive. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, but fast towards A. Alien, he's going to be tested. 5-7, only good for damage. First kill for ECSTATIC. And they are going to continue to push the boat out a little bit further. Minute and 25 on the clock. A second body drops. And Entropiq down to 3. They had 2 match points to do it in. 2 qualification, 2 playoff points. Neither of them go their way. In fact, they had 3. And Entropiq sees 0 of those opportunities. And now, with the 3 remaining players, you ask for heroics, you ask for Krad's multi-kill, you ask for a way back in. Manx thinks up low HP, AK and 5-7, both chiming in for some decent damage. Problem is, the HP issue will continue to plague the CT side. Nice shot from Fasher. Nickelback, he'll find himself another. Nade dropped in. There's a kit on Mir as well, but even he's taken out of the round, and with just no time left, Dafu's got them both, and we go to overtime.
That's it. That's exactly that. OT on the cards, and that's the way to decide things between these 2 sides. OT on a map number 3, I think, is the dream position and place to go. The question is now, of course, who can out on top? We said it was a stellar T-side performance from the likes of Entropiq, and ECSTATIC matched it. And it was all down for me, that force buy a couple of rounds for Briar, right? That force buy for me was unnecessary. It left them with no economy in towards next. It was so risky and for no reason. And look at where we are now. Of course, heading in towards OT, it's ECSTATIC starting on that T-side, Entropiq on the CT side. An attack pause from ECSTATIC just to figure out what's the game plan.
Difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to say. Overtime is where all of your emotion, all of your thoughts, everything, it's all bottled up here. It's all in the moment. And well, overtime 1, round 31, 1st to 19. Who's going to be the first team to prevail? Who's going to be the first team to meet it to 16?
Have to wait and see. Already in towards that excavation. Bird from Sky out on top. Caught by a flashbang. Quick trade from Krad. Molotov has all denies that presence. One more onto by Alien. His all needs to be careful. Missed shot could be punished. What about the pass? Only damage. No kill. And Dafu doubles down.
The prospect continues here for ECSTATIC to find 16. It's just Mir left. And, well, that's done and dusted, mate. It will be 16. Elimination of all 5 players gives ECSTATIC a 1-round lead, the advantage heading into this first OT.
That's a really, really nice T-side round there from ECSTATIC as well. They go aggressive. I mean, they get slightly fortunate in terms of the couple of missed shots from Alien, but in the same time, it worked so nicely in their favor. Dafu for swinging double as well. You love to see it. For the likes of Entropiq, they, for me, seem to have fallen a little bit flat. The kind of wind has been blown out of their sails, and things are already looking slightly dire. I think ECSTATIC got a fairly decent opportunity now.
Round 32, and a chance for ECSTATIC to develop that lead. The T-side has been sluggish, but one in which that they should be able to find themselves a decent run in on. A minute and 30 in this round. ECSTATIC slow towards B. Once again, a very B-heavy default.
Slower is what we like to see from ECSTATIC, though. They're kind of just cutting that tempo a little bit. They don't need to do anything too, I guess, overconfident, overzealous for the time being. They know they've got a lead to work with. They know they've got everything in their favor at the moment. And for Entropiq, it's a little bit of a dicey spot for them. Now, Alien looking down in towards ramp, won't spot too much for the time being. Slow. Flash will come over. Alien will fall back. He's missed this position before, so doesn't want to fail in exactly the same way.
Spam. Oh, it could be good, but Nickelback swings in too soon. I thought the idea was a bait and switch, but Krad even gets wall banged down by Dafu. Audio cues giving everything away. Entropiq down to 3. Mir will stand his ground towards middle, fighting with Manx to get the lead, but Fasher to provide 2 versus 4. Elliot and Forrester against the rest. This round is all but over, I feel like, as well.
ECSTATIC knocking on the door of 17 here. Forrester, what can he find? Well, the answers were 1. Fasher will fall at the very least. Flashbang over towards the side. Smoke in his face. He could go aggro as well, try and deny that presence. And the bomb going down, but it won't be able to do so. Swinging in. Zalo's the Eagle comes out on top, and it's down to Elliot. AWP, and he is nowhere to be seen. Just going to try and keep that over. But in fact, Bird from Sky's heard the sound cue. He could have got hunting.
We'll give it a good go, won't he? Bomb continuing to tick away. No chance at a retake for Alien, other side of the map. No chance of stabbing back in and finding the equalizer. 17-15, 2 more rounds required for ECSTATIC. Entropiq, we needed to see them at least a 2-1 on the CT side.
That's
yet
it,
to
yeah.
find a single, and I mean single, round. Oh!
Okay.
Oh my word.
Oh, whoa. Hang on a second. Well, as you mentioned, right? I mean, it's just been really, really good from ECSTATIC on their T side. You just got to give them the credit. Fantastic performance so far on the T side of Ancient, which is notoriously very difficult to do. And Entropiq, they are looking flustered. 17, ECSTATIC are up to. They are 2 away from taking this final map and, of course, the Series 2.
Could be promising. Mir having a spam through the mid-smoke. You can start to see desperation settling in for the CT side. They're trying everything they can. Mir, he will find the opener and a follow-up as well, Mir. Oh, he's had an exceptional performance. Talk about more or less your debut. This is his second BO3 for this side. And he's pulling out all the stops right now for Entropiq where needed most. Finally extinguished, but it's a dink onto Fasha. 290 damage done with his bare hands in round 33.
3 versus 4. Numbers favouring Entropiq finally. For the first time in OT, we see them look uniformed. But it's down to, as you mentioned, individual brilliance from Mer for a double. What do they do now? ECSTATIC. Fash is down to 9 points of HP. Not abided by Bogdan's lore either. They're just going to play things nice and passive. The Molotov thrown into front of sight. I'm not sure what the plan is around that. Or if it's just a misthrow.
Either way, ECSTATIC going to make their way towards B, and look who is there to welcome them. Nickelback alongside Crad. Nickelback to fall, and it is all on Crad himself. We'll get one. Only the one, though. Bomb still yet to be set down. Crad just trying to throw in on a bit of a whim here. 3 versus 2, and the bomb, it will get set down. ECSTATIC have to work from a man down. An unknown element for them is working against the grain. Dafu, oh, Dafu lining him up. One more man to go. Knows where Forrester is. Will peek into the angle. Dafu misses his spray, though. And with that, Entropiq has 16. Close, and I mean close. But finally, Entropiq break the curse. Only 1 round on their CT side, though.
Gosh, that is so unfortunate, you have to say. For Dafu as well, he found the 2 hard kills. It was actually the easier one that he couldn't, well, wasn't able to convert in his favour. That's really, really unfortunate. But a much better round, finally, from Entropiq in terms of starting well and finishing well. Made it a little bit difficult with a Dafu double, but all in all, it was individual brilliance from Forrester to close things out. 1 round in it between these two. The magic number we're looking for is 19.
That's it. And ECSTATIC 2 rounds away from doing so, and now they're on the CT side. Bird from Sky, as per usual, just sending it straight on in. And look at this, he doesn't stop yet. He will get blinded out. Crad will take him down. Fasha, while blind, will get the trade. A 4 versus 4. ECSTATIC, they lose the cave control, but they make up for it in numbers. Dafu going for a bit of a fight as well. And an exhausting one for Crad as he loses a lot of his HP. But Fasha just goes in heroically towards ramp and loses everything.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too overzealous there. Paying the price for it, numbers back in favour of the T side. Damage has been dealt significantly as well. And Mer just tucking himself in towards mid. He can hold away. Zello holding with the AWP as well. Might get a freebie if Crad, may I say, overextends. For the time being, so slow, so methodical. And Crad actually with a low HP, gonna double back.
Zello on the angle. Just waiting, mate. It's a game of patience that the ECSTATIC boys are trying to play. 40 seconds left, and well, there you go, breaking the silence. Zello will rattle off the first shot. Probably needs a few more than that, though, as he repositions himself in a more passive position on Donut. Overall, 30 seconds left. Entropiq, with the man advantage being in neither team's court. It is a nade drop by Mir to fake towards A, but in fact, the play, it's B. It is entirely the B site. Dafu, he could be in a position to drop Ellie in the bomb. Carrier dinked, no kill. Manx will swing forward, gets taken down by Crad, and it's going to be 17 all. ECSTATIC, even despite the man advantage being leveled out by Zello, there is no comfort towards B. Low HP on a few of these players, and Zello, he does have a chance finding the first. It does seem a bit distant, this 18th round to their name. Mir on a bit of a flank as well. Even if Zello can find Crad, I don't think he'll be expecting Mir to be so hot on his heels. And the bomb, it's tapped, it's not even stuck, and he doesn't even have a kit. It's a full 10-second stick. He steps in, makes noise, Mir toying with him. Doesn't matter if he goes down. The teammate yet to reveal, and Crad, ice in his veins as he patiently waits. Even he falls, but Zello, he will not give ECSTATIC their 18th. A nice attempt at the 1 versus 3, but Entropiq tie the game.
Yeah, finds the kills, just unfortunately not the round, as you mentioned. Entropiq tie this game right back up, 17 rounds apiece. And what we're starting to see in towards OT, which we didn't really see too much of in terms of the regulation, was it's a masterclass on T side. At the moment, it's been the showing of who can have the better T sides, and that's what we're seeing. Back all square, 17 apiece. And now it needs to be flawless from one of these two sides if they want to take in OT number 1. Or, of course, then we go to OT number 2, and it's that full reset.
Peek towards A early on. Yes, indeed. Zello missed shot, though. He's been so good on the AWP. He's been hitting the easy ones, but now starting to mess up. Zello will make up for it. Fires off a second shot. Manx will trade. A molly dropped in. Panic stations for Entropiq as they continue to lose numbers. Elian alongside Mir. A 2 versus 4. Mir will try the discipline. Dafu will have him covered. And it's Elian against 4. And the nade puts him sub 50. A smoke to reveal his position. And it is Fasher to take him out. ECSTATIC map series playoff point.
There it is. 1 round is all that ECSTATIC need. But it's still going to be a tough one to find all the same. Much better, though. Over towards the A site. That's how you're meant to hold things down. A little bit more formulated at range as well. Bit of brilliance. And, of course, Fasher steps up. Who would have thought? Merchant will play a little bit of trigger discipline. Doesn't work in his favour. And there we go. 18-17. Entropiq. This is their last opportunity. They have to be flawless in this round if they want to find this. And, of course, that's only to take it to double OT.
Yeah, it's not even for a map win. It's not even for the series win. We'll have to run it up once more. Bird from Sky. A confident man towards Cave. Looking for openers, looking for advantages. AWP on the back of Elian. Just trying to find maybe a wall bang, a setup, an entry, anything that could work in favor of the CIS side. For now, ECSTATIC making it hard for them, playing passive. No one towards A. Look at this setup. 4 towards B. Zello will take first contact on middle, fires off the AWP. Respect given to both sides. More importantly, though, look at this B control. They've pushed everyone away here in Entropiq.
That's it at the moment. There's no one over towards A. They're going to get this out for free. The bomb's nowhere to be seen, though. 4 players over towards B. It's a rogue call, but it could work.
Here's the clunk of the metal on the flesh of one. Fasher, he'll find the trade, or rather the opener. A 5 versus 4. ECSTATIC up the man. All 5 players dedicated towards B. The bomb's going to make its way around. The A site compromised, and ECSTATIC will rotate, flock with numbers. Entropiq will have a chance to set the bomb down. The question is, can they work with it here in the post plant?
I said bomb's going down momentarily, or will it? Elian denied of the bomb going down. Under 20 seconds on the clock to work with. They're running out of time. That plaza
they
open. They can't get it. Forrester all alone.
Oh,
1 versus 1.
Oh, Forrester! He's just hit a 1 versus 3. All headshots, all done. And we take it to double overtime. What is that from Forrester?
What a round. Forrester, brilliant. I thought they were done.
Back.
I thought they were done. That is
Feast
stunning.
your eyes. What a clutch. It doesn't matter what happens beforehand. Forrester goes huge. A double spray down towards Temple. And a 3rd one as he swings out wide. You cannot stop the beast for Entropiq. 18 all. We run it up once more.
We go again, boys. We go again. Nades come through. In towards mid. Man tries to take a bit of pressure. Go for the first as well. Eleanor falls. Smoke in front of mid as well. Gives him that at least somewhat comfort. Nade will come in. Crowd takes a bit of damage. But the numbers favour ECSTATIC on CT side.
Minute and 30. Mentally reset. Forrester. He'd have checked in. Realised he needed to step up, and that he did. Minute and 15 on the clock. And Entropiq have themselves a fair bit of control. A thorn in the side, maybe, of the ECSTATIC side. Zello sure he's holding the angle, but an advancement towards Donut. Has that been detected by the CT side?
That's it. Bit of Molotov damage. Forrester down to 68. More importantly, it's on a sound cue. That's all they need. See a triple stack coming over towards the A site once again. But as Fascia falls, that could tempt a rotation. Birth from Sky has to go huge here in towards this close right position.
Nice shot, Birth from Sky. He'll at least respond. Zello to follow up as well. A 2-on-4 scenario now for Entropiq. Forrester and Nickelback. They've got everything to do, and unfortunately, I don't think they'll have the resources to do it with. Nickelback now alone in the 1 versus 4. And this is delightful here for ECSTATIC. A good way to start your CT side, considering you're in a 3-on-1 in the last. Nothing like getting the mental state back.
That's it. Exactly that. Well, deny Nickelback and even get that bomb down. He went for a little tap, not going to find too much. Expected it. We can see that position lurking its way forward. It's ECSTATIC. You start well in towards OT number 2. The magic number we're looking for, of course, is 22. That's the first notch on the board for them. Up to 19 on the CT side. And a much more conclusive CT side needed from ECSTATIC if they want to try and find this.
Dafu, he'll find at least the killing blow to basically put an end to this whole play towards B. And I was going to mention Dafu as a big man. Talk about the step up he's had. Fascia's 37 and 29, 33 and 24. Dafu's having a corker of a game as well. Do not stop this man. He's living his best life. And Entropiq, they are a round down, but now on the T side, I feel like the pressure is less on them and more on ECSTATIC to make the early lead.
Well, precisely that. Now, Birth from Sky, we've seen him do this time and time again. Go nice and aggressive through caves, try and get a bit of control there, and we'll try and find somewhat of an entry. Won't be the case for the time being. Much slower from Entropiq.
Taking their time, mate. I don't think they want to risk all too much, do they? They want to make sure, after losing the first round, probably settling a little bit after the Forrester clutch. Adrenaline starts to dip down. And they just want to find themselves a calculative 5 versus 4. It has gone out of their hands, though. Manx has caught off Mir. Entropiq again, the man down, not to mention Elian, the earlier on tag, puts them in a further deeper position to work back from. Is doable, though. Plenty of time to work with. 45 seconds. What's their next move?
What is the question here? Man disadvantage. Elian taking damage too makes it all the more tougher. And you look over towards that CT side, they are unscathed for the time being. Or so I say. Fascia will fall through in towards Kobe's
Oh my god, Nickelback! That is unreal. I will say 2 through the wall. Sure, his molly takes the second kill, but had he have not done so much wallbang damage, he wouldn't have found that. And with the bomb set down, Nickelback has delivered with heroics. Dafu will find the spam to the planter. Forrester gone. A 3v2. No point not going for this one here, ECSTATIC. They'll be sinking their teeth into try and making it 20. Zello, that's a brilliant flick. The adjustments there, but only for 1. And I said Dafu, he was the man to deliver the goods in the first of the second OT. He needs to do the same in the second round of the second OT. Elian will have none of it. A triple kill for him. 19 all. Entropiq still in this game.
Still in it. This game all tied square. These two sides inseparable. They don't want this one to end. And now that away, it has been a banger of a matchup so far. A really good start, but it's this spam here. Finding damage onto a second, running through the Molotov. There's just nothing Birth from Sky can do. Elian finding 1, and that's enough. 19 apiece. This has been a stellar game thus far. We said that as well, that Ancient would be a blood bomb if we got there, and it's proved to be.
Fast, very fast. Forrester's opted for a Mac 10. He knows that the head Kevlar could have been an issue. It isn't for ECSTATIC. They find a first. Fascia dancing back and forth in the back of the site as he finds himself a second. 5-7 drawn. Oh my good God, Fascia! The Dutch delight for Fascia. It's an ace in the last of the second half. Oh my good God! You cannot stop this man. That is ridiculous.
The second ace he has found on Ancient as well. Fascia, again, I'll say it again. Take a bow, son. That is brilliant. Talk about isolation of fight. This is a prime example of exactly that. This is how you do it to a T. And tunnel vision in Elian didn't even know what hit him like a freight train. Thrasher in towards backside. Finds all 5.
Oh, you can't write this story. You can't, man. Adrenaline coursing through the veins of both sides. ECSTATIC, sure, they're up by a round, but it's now Entropiq on that CT side. It's their chance to give up some forgiveness and their chance to take this game. Sure, they're down, but they're not out. Fasha, that was heroics, but they need to realize ECSTATIC, this game's not done just yet. That is incredible as well. Nickelback, the intelligence, the pixel peak, and he's done integral damage to Birth from Sky.
I think goes from Yuto as well. Molotov into his front side. Manx gonna find one of his own to deny Crad, but it's Crad who found two, and that could be enough, especially with Nickelback finding one of his own. It's a 2 versus 3. Molotov in close and personal. Bomb to be planted. How will ECSTATIC try and deliver this into a 21st?
Orp connects. Elian will drop ECSTATIC down to just Dafu. A 1 versus 3 finds the first. Dafu, don't you dare even think about a clutch. And while he could have found Forrester, the flank from Mir is enough to take him down. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the defuse to come in. Entropiq 20, ECSTATIC 20.
Here we go. 20 apiece, of course, as you said, the magic number we're looking for is 22. One of these two teams, as we saw in OT number 1, now has to be flawless in the final 2 rounds to find it. This one again, I don't know if it's going to end here. I have to say, OT3 could be looming as these two sides, they cannot seem to separate each other. It has been phenomenal thus far, and I cannot wait to see what happens going further. 38 kills for Crad. Stunning for him, but it's Fasher with 42. That's been the highlight.
Unreal. All the antics, all the gimmicks. And it boils down to our final 2 once more, Neo. The chase for 22. One team could get it. And again, neither side could. And in turn, we run it up for triple OT. Both teams just as hungry for it as the other. The nades onto the head of Elian. Scalp feeling a little sore, maybe a bit of a headache. Takes about half HP as well. ECSTATIC. They get a position towards A. 1 minute and 10 to go, but they made up their mind quite early on.
That's it. So slow. Nickelback though. Nice shot, Nickel. As Birth from Sky, may I say, will fall. Nickelback left on 90 points of HP, but staying alive is what matters most. Forrester boosted up. Nice angle to hold, and it could be good for at least 1 here. And he will do. Finally 1, 2. Looking for 3. Zello trades. Well, that could be enough. It's a 2 versus 4.
And 4, oh, not good for anything. Zello just reads one better. Bomb could get set down as well by Fasher here. The spam coming out from Mir. Fasher tries to return the favor. He's going to try and plant a little safer. Mir will hear the new plant spot, go for a little bit more spam. And actually now Fasher left alone in a 1 versus 3. But look at this. He's killed the CT man, and it's given him space, Neo. Out towards B, the run will go. And he does have himself a vacant site for the bomb to be set down, for the post plant to come in. A molly to stop Mir in his tracks. And now he has to wait for Nickelback to rotate around, and that's going to give Fasher valuable time. The question is, where does he go? It's planted the flip side of default. It's for the CT side on pillar. And he positions himself around the ring. Can go short, can go long. Both CT side players of Entropiq heading from K. Fasher, it was an ace in round number 3 of the first half of second OT. A 1v3 required, and he's found the high HP, and Nickelback will walk into it as well. Fasher is a god of his own game, his own craft. It's map point, series point, qualification point, ECSTATIC.
This is Fasher's world, and we're just living in it. That is absolutely brilliant. Again, one man steps up, and who other than the Dutchman to find that sort of round. I cannot fault him at all. Nice entries out towards the A side, but it's wrapping back in towards CT. It's that kill there. That's the costly one. Because once he finds Elian, he can set up a post spawn and isolate those fights, as we like to speak about all the time. Stunning from him. ECSTATIC, 1 round away.
Oh, this is brilliant as well. Entropiq, they've got chances. They've got this one only now, though, to make it work, to force us to triple OT. And so far, it hasn't been a great start. Entropiq, sure, they've done some damage to Birth from Sky, but Nickelback sat in the flames for a little bit too long. Mir, he'll drop a smoke, and actually a molly to force him out in towards Donut. ECSTATIC, while showing a lot of presence towards middle, opt to back away.
So far. Now, Nickelback low on HP, and same can be said for Birth from Sky as well. They're going to be oh so cautious. Minute on the clock. What does a god that has a Birth from Sky call for this one? This needs something special from the IGL.
58 seconds left. Look at the positioning. Crad, oh, gets deleted. Fasher, he'll find one. Elium responds. A 4 versus 4. The 5-7 doesn't quite live up to Fasher's expectations. Nickelback will find a second, but Zello's got the kill. A 2 versus 2. Forrester alongside Mir. A flank from the newbie. And I say newbie, he's a veteran. But to this squad, his day's only just beginning. It's now all down to Zello. The AWP in a 1 versus 2. Position revealed, but it doesn't stop him from finding a first. And Forrester, will he walk into it as well? He will indeed. 22-20. It takes us double overtime, Neo. But we finally have our map and series winner. ECSTATIC, the first team to qualify to the playoff stage. Congratulations to them. Fasher's ace. Fasher's 1 versus 3. And then a Zello 1v2 to close things out. It seems only fitting that they win, but one hell of a performance from Entropiq, and I can only applaud them and appreciate the performance and the level of gameplay we saw from them today. Mir, an introduction to this team, if that's a taster for what Entropiq are going to look like, I am so excited to see this new team.
It's early doors for Entropiq. That's just the beginning for them with this new 5th under their belt. I've got to say, I'm impressed with what I saw. But for ECSTATIC, that was a tale of the highlight reel players. And of course, it was Fasher who stepped up. We highlighted him coming in towards the series, and for good reason, because he finds 2 aces in that final map, and one of them was one of the most important. Zello as well stepped up with the AWP. We questioned whether he could fill the big boots of Wolfie, and he did exactly that. Challenging Elian, will he be able to do it? Well, the answer is yes. They go through to that next stage, and of course, remain flawless thus far in REPUBLEAGUE. Ryan, what a game. What a marathon too.
Yeah, a best of 3, a double overtime. You couldn't ask for more drama, but it is ECSTATIC to take the victory. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. And obviously, I do believe we'll have a chat with one of the lads from ECSTATIC in just a moment. But thoughts on Mir as an introduction, right? He is one hell of a player. His Dust 2 performance was unbelievable. Ancient looked good as well. Mir's a man you got to look out for this side. And as I said earlier, if that's anything to go by, this Entropiq team, you know, we could see them make that return to Tier 1.
That's it. And that's the thing. I think, you know, Mir is probably that final puzzle piece to this side to be able to then once again resurge back in towards Tier 1, be the dominant force that's no longer needs Tier 2. They can kind of really start to restaple themselves going forward. And with that sort of performance he put in today, I feel like it's probably just around the corner. It was very clear to see that at times he was tough to deal with, right? He's a fantastic player who spent a wealth of his career playing in Tier 1, and it showed. His game knowledge, his game sense, experience, all of the above is just phenomenal, and it worked. And then now, once they kind of incorporate that in towards that 5, I think Entropiq can become scary in the future. But ECSTATIC, they're the ones who impressed me more today, and going forward, I mean, I can't wait to see what more this exact side can do, because they keep breaking every ceiling above their head.
Yeah, it looks to be that way, right? It really looks to be that way. We do get a chat with Mr. Bird from Sky himself. We can walk him through the game and ask a few questions, Neo, of course. We welcome Bird from Sky to the interview. First of all, brother, congratulations on an insane best of 3 victory, guaranteeing you guys a space in playoffs. How does it feel?
Amazing. I'm super happy at the moment. Like, beating Entropiq is always, for us, one of the most important things, simply because there's like a little bit of banter in between the teams, I would say. Nice. And yeah, they also maybe start some rumors we didn't like, and now we both won with good conditions, and when we were actually boot camp with laws and bad PC, ECA client, everything. So I don't think they can do much with these rumors anymore, because yeah, we have proved them like twice now that we can do it with and without all of these things. So that's just so nice.
Love to see it. And we were kind of having the conversation about Mir, right? It's a big kind of introduction towards this side. For you guys, and of course, I guess for you individually, what was the preparation around kind of Entropiq as a side now that they got him stepping in? Because obviously he's a very key factor in their success.
I think we did kind of a little bit normal preparation. The only thing we just was taking in consideration was just that he probably would play a little bit different than Lecky was, since I think Mia's a little more like a star player, and yeah, definitely also like under Dust 2, you can just see that he has some maps where he's just, in my opinion, one of the best in the world. I've said that also in the past, so I think he's insane on some maps, and I think on some other maps he's not as scary, in my opinion.
if we want to make comparisons, obviously you guys lost Wolfie at the start of this year, and it was difficult in bringing forward someone new. Zello has stepped in, and I want a few words from you, because if I'm honest with you, there was barely any expectation from me to see someone propel themselves as well as Wolfie did on this side. Zello looks like he's getting better by the minute. What's it like playing with him, and have you seen the improvement as much as we have?
Yes, I think Zello has been the AWPer I played with who learned the fastest, the most, and in general he just has like a very good attitude, and yeah, I'm just super happy to play with him, to be honest. And I think, yeah, as you said, every day is just getting better, and he's also delivering when he needs to, and it's just nice.
Love to see it. Well, last question I want to ask you is that, of course, you now net yourself in towards that next stage of Repub League. There's a few teams waiting to join you. Is there any in particular that you really want to play against? Any that you want to, aside from Entropiq, that you'd really want to go up against, maybe going towards that final?
Not as much in our bracket. I would rather play like someone in the Group B, because there's like bigger names, and I think even though bigger names means more like bigger organizations, more salary, all of these things, I still think there's a lot of these teams at our level who would actually do very well if they had the chance. The same about there's like this Pinnacle Cup tournament where Finest is doing really well at the moment, and I just think there's so many teams who can actually do it, but there's so much about the big organizations will get the spots, even though, to be honest, I feel like there's more people who deserve it.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations once again. A marathon of a game, but you come out on top 2-1 against Entropiq. So go and enjoy, go celebrate, and we'll speak to you soon. Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You love to see it.
go.
You really do.
What a nice
you really,
guy.
really do. Love to see it. I mean, yeah, he's a lovely dude. And you can just tell, or just by speaking to him, kind of how smart he is. It's why a lot of people kind of chalk him up as being one of the best IGLs coming out of the scene, kind of coming out of tier 2, for damn good reason. He is a brilliant IGL. And, of course, I've got to say as well, really good in terms of the mechanical prowess too.
Yeah, you can't write this any other way. ECSTATIC through to the player stage amidst the mayhem and all the roster changes and everything that they've been going on. They are going to be they're going to be very happy with that result. Neo, we're going to go to a break. When we are back, our second best of 3 underway. It needs no introduction. X-Mad Lions versus Bad News Eagles up next.
Gambit, Gambit. It's Gambit.
Yeah, Gambit.
Yeah.
B.
Good choice, BBB. Who ended on second?
Immortals.
Easy question for you. Good job.
Of course, bro.
2014.
No, Get Right was first. Get Right was first, 2014.
Yes.
Kenny Asbir, huh?
Yes, Guardian and Dogat.
Guardian? I think it's Kenny, but Flash was a Kenny beer. I think Kenny.
Or
So we can lock
No.
yes?
on said these, but
Go, lock Kenny.
Lock Kenny?
I think
Yeah.
it's Guard.
Okay, Kenny's final answer is wrong. It was Pasha.
Oh, Pasha.
My brother.
1.4 million.
B, 1.4 million.
Are you sure?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. It was offered in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yes. I
Good
know,
job.
I know. I bought it.
But
Almost.
it was offered but declined.
Yeah. He wants 2 million.
2 million he wants.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you have it from Republic, you know what to do.
Either A or D, GX.
Yeah, so straight here.
Really?
It's not that much
Okay, then it's
expensive.
B, bro.
I think it's B.
Yeah, B. Lock in B.
Us or?
No, I think it's A, man.
I think it's B.
What do we do now, Admin? We split?
You need to choose only one.
Okay,
Can
we
I-
choose this answer.
Ciao then.
Let's go A.
So final answer A.
Yeah, go.
That's right. Good job.
Ah, you see?
Skin
I'm a master. What do you think, GX?
C or A?
Well, you choose now. It's your choice.
C.
Okay, let's go lock in C.
Team, so final answer C.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
It's wrong.
Who paid for this one? Oh. Hellraisers or Astana?
B.
Hellraisers, yeah.
I think it's
Oh.
B.
Was Astana?
Uh-uh.
Or Astana played that? No. B, Hellraisers.
B. Lock in B.
Yeah.
B.
2014.
Yeah.
I think copyright issues with artwork.
Let's go with D. I don't know. I don't know this
You
question.
don't know? Yeah, it was because
Yeah,
of copyright issues.
I heard something about this.
Good job.
It was €5 at the beginning. Now 5k. Oh. It's this rocket, but
This is rocket.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
And from which map?
a rocket.
nuke maybe?
But it's new.
Nuke, I guess.
On Nuke, you have nuclear plant. There is not so much military stuff as I know.
Military stuff.
Is it official map?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is competitive map right now.
Mirage maybe. They have tanks. Oh?
Inferno?
Oh yeah, could be Inferno.
Inferno. And where exactly?
A site, huh? Or I don't know.
By the tanks maybe?
Where is tanks exactly?
City spawn.
City spawn.
No. But I give you point for Inferno. That's
It's
right.
A site.
It's B side coffins.
Oh. But
I forgot.
we need sign we found map at least.
But you get full points, so. it's
Oh.
okay.
I would remove Vertigo again, I hate this map. And I would bring back Train again.
I would remove Overpass and bring Train.
So Train is your favorite map?
Yeah.
And remove Overpass.
Not favorite, but I would remove those maps.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Republic Season 3. Of course, after the marathon of game number 1, it's only a small break before we get things started in towards game number 2. And of course, this one, just as good as a bang. It's Bad News Eagles taking on Eggs Mad Lions. My name's Neokai, joined by Retro as per usual, and we've just had an absolutely unreal, you know, map number 3, Double OT. The whole series was phenomenal. Merge dropping a 2.55 rating on Dust 2. A story to tell. And I think that's the same case in towards this one. There's going to be stories here.
Yeah, you can't write this one, can you? X-Mad Lions have been a team that have surprised us a lot in their Tier 2 space, but having said that, Bad News Eagles, man, they were my favourite team heading into the Major. And if I'm honest with you, you know, sometimes the casters are meant to show a little bit of bias. The Bad News Eagles are my favourite team of all time, man. I think the story that they have, the passion that they share for the game, I think both of us understand the pain that they went through in the Tier 2 space. The fact that they made the RMRs was so cool to see. The fact that they even made the Major, right? And then the Legends stage, they started to break into the top 16 teams. It was like, dude, like, that is awesome. If that isn't a testament to how Tier 2 Counter-Strike works, then I don't know what is. The most hard-working team we have right now, and the most improved team of Bad News Eagles, taking on X-Mad Lions, who they should not underestimate, by the way, because X-Mad Lions, they continue to surprise and impress, man. We have Red Star playing a few days ago in the Elisa games, and he really surprised us there, man. X-Mad Lions are on a whole new level right now, it seems, and since they've lost their organization, they've just improved.
Yeah, let's talk about Bad News Eagles first. You already mentioned them. I think their story is probably the best. It's one of the best, to be fair. And, you know, from LAN cafes in Kosovo, getting all the way to where they are now, I mean, you just got to love this side in every facet of its being. They're so good. You know, they were once under the Blink roster. Not too sure what happened. No one really knows exactly what happened there, but it didn't work out with the organization. But they decided to step away, stay together rather than kind of, you know, the guaranteed income of an organization. I mean, they are brilliant. I absolutely love this side, it's safe to say. And a really decent run through the RMR as well, showing that they do have the ability to compete within Tier 1. Come off the back of some slightly mixed results, but I love the side, man. I really do.
Yeah, and as you can see, the results, as you said, a little bit of a mixed bag, but these are against some fairly respectable teams.
Yeah, FaZe.
A 2-1 over Ents. A 2-1 over Ents as well. That is super cool to see. These guys definitely are cracking on when it comes to the Tier 1 space as well. Consistency is something they lack, though. The map pool looks tasteful, but as I said earlier, do not underestimate the X-Mad Lions side. When you look at their roster, it's also a very killer lineup for them, and they've got some heavy hitters, man. It doesn't look the case, you know, there's no name that you're instantly drawn to. Red Star, obviously, from Fiend. JL had a really good game. Waro 2K, we know, is really good with the AWP. TMB and Buzz, also the Danish duo coming together. These guys are very formidable. You've got to be careful when you face off against these guys. They definitely will know how to punish you if you do something wrong, and Bad News Eagles cannot afford to underestimate these guys.
Oh, that's it. I think, you know, when you look towards this side, there's a bunch of individuals there that are phenomenal. I mean, you mentioned JL, of course, the guy front and center there. In terms of stats, he's probably the best player on the team at the moment, but the guy on the left, that Waro, is the one you really also have to keep an eye on. If he gets the gears going, that's when things start to play out quite nicely into their fashion. And there's a reason why Simple put him as his one to watch, right? You know, if you're getting that sort of applause, there's something about you, right? We look towards their map pool as well, the instabans that are new. They have played it once, but it's not really their go-to by any means. I think it's safe to say we're a pretty, you know, decent map pool for them. Bad News Eagles, who on paper come as the favourites, they're going to be tested.
Yeah, and I guess we can talk a little bit about the veto as well, Neo, and sort of discuss the maps to be played. Bad News Eagles, I don't know, man, where do they take it? Vertigo's an okay-ish map for them. X-Mad Lions aren't very good at it either. So I think it comes to see what the ban is here for X-Mad Lions. Although they don't like playing Nuke, this is the problem. They know how to play it. They surprised us when they played it last, of course. We saw it in the Elisa game against ECSTATIC, where they won 16-12. It's an ancient pick coming out here for Bad News Eagles. Not their best map, but the one they have most experience on. Mirage coming out as well for the X-Mad Lions side. A map that they've won 7 out of 8 times. They're looking pretty good on that one. An Inferno ban coming out for the Bad News Eagles. Dust 2 being removed as well. And Nuke are Decider, a BO3 that I would say, if you looked just at the maps alone, kind of lean in favour of X-Mad Lions. But we know Bad News Eagles have had that Tier 1 experience, and X-Mad Lions haven't really. So the stats when it comes to percentages are slightly skewed.
Yeah, I was going to say that. The stats are slightly skewed. I would probably say on paper this leads more in favor for Banners Eagles for me, because I feel like just because Banners Eagles, I'd expect them to take Ancient. On paper, for me, they've looked like the better side because they played against better opponents, right? And if it goes towards Nuke, that's their map, right? I mean, X-Men Lions have played it once in the last 3 months and they lost it. I can't expect too much, but we are actually just about to get things underway in towards map number 1. Ancient is where we go. The pick of Bad News Eagles. Who's about to come on top is the question. This series is setting itself up to be a banger. Bad News Eagles, they're favorites on paper, but it's not always the case in the server.
Oh, how excited are we to see this game? I'm wondering, in the old Twitch chat, have we ran up any form of prediction? I think we did, if I'm not mistaken. Who will win the first map? You'll never guess who the people at home predict.
The Bad News Eagles.
Of course, mate, of course. 89% of people going with the Bad News Eagles. So, 89% of channel points on the Bad News Eagles side of things. And of course, if you're watching this on a VOD and you're not watching live, or maybe you're over on YouTube or any other platform, come and join us here on Twitch at REPUBLEAGUE. Come and place channel points. You can buy yourself some awesome REPUBLEAGUE merch just by sitting and watching the streams. And on top of that as well, you can interact with Twitch chat, which is being flooded with the BNE support, which we absolutely love to see. As I said, though, the Kosovian side can't afford to get complacent. We know X-Mad Lions is a side that can really turn up the heat when they need to, and especially when a playoff stage place is on the line. No doubt about it, they're going to be bringing their A game.
Yeah, I remember a while back as well. I got the chance to cover B&E when they were back under the Blink roster for a LAN tournament in Albania. It was called the Giraffe Masters League, and they did a best of 5 final. They took on fours as well, and it went the distance. And I remember once I watched them take on fours, and I saw some really brilliant moments in all 5 maps. That's when I remember being like, okay, I feel like this side actually really has something about them where they actually could comfortably compete in towards tier 1 and actually start to make a name for themselves. And I'm glad kind of since then, that was kind of, you know, earlier parts of 2021, they've become just better and better. I'm so impressed with this side. Same can be said for X-Mad Lions, though. You know, since they left their organization, or since, you know, they parted ways mutually, I feel like they've, as you mentioned, got better. It's been a really good showing from them.
Ladies and gentlemen, no time to sit around and wait. X-Mad Lions take on Bad News Eagles here. Best of 3 format. First of 2 maps will win. And actually for BNE and for the X-Mad Lions side, it isn't just about the BNE placement in the playoff stage or the X-Mad Lions place in this best of 3. As I said just a second ago, it's the playoff stage that they're looking for. No time to dwell. Synopsy looking aggressive towards Cave. Lightning fast from JL. TMB's dualies. It's going to cause problems for Juan Flatro and Synopsy. Red Star will fight GXX. And it's Scenari left in a 1 versus 4. Not the most ideal of starts here for the BNE boys as they all fall by the wayside. Bomb needs to be retrieved. But I think TMB, he's going to be waiting patiently with these dualies, looking for his third as well. And I don't think this is going to be a pretty comfortable time here for Scenari, although he finds a second. Scenari, oh, it got close there, and Red Star took the fight. Had he have lost it, would have been very, very sour. But BNE, they come second place in the Pistol, and X-Mad Lions, off to a cracker of a start.
Yeah, you know, normally on the kind of, well, on the normal circumstances, I would kind of say when building up the hype around Ancient, you know, one of those maps generally seen as super CT-sided, arguably one of the most CT-sided. That's what you should expect. But if the previous map has anything to go by, when we just saw, that's not always the case. We just saw it go to a double OT on Ancient, so you can't always say that it's the most CT-sided. We'll have to wait and see what BNE can do on their T side. How about that for aggression?
Oh
Flash drop for a double. Warrow Red Star 4, and that is all but 1 player remaining over towards the A side.
It's none other than Juan Flatro. Just runs right out with a Mac 10, deleting Red Star and Warrow 2K. But Buzz on the back of the site, FAMAS in his hands, full head Kevlar as well. So that Mac 10 maybe not the same success that you'd be looking towards from the mid play onto A. Nonetheless, BNE with a 2-man advantage. Despite the volatility that this side shows and the pace that they can provide, they know when to slam the brakes on as well. And now it's just about waiting, forcing X-Mad Lions to make the next move.
Well, that's it. Now, into a donut, the 5 versus 3. Now, rotations come through as 2 players here. JL's come for support. Bars will take the initial bit of contact, spotting 1. That could cause another rotation to come through. Gonna dig down as well. Rigon trying to cause a problem. Bars only good for 1. JL with an MP9 has to deny everything.
And an MP9 that could be put to good use. Synopsy's only got the Tech 9, so if he can close the gap and find a quick burst down, And he has a lot of space on site to work with. Problem is, Rigon's picked up an M4A1S, and although the thoughts that I had were there, I knew that Rigon's positioning would just be too good and too unconventional for JL to pre-fire into. TMB, he'll get the trade. Sceneri responds with a FAMAS, but he'll be able to pick up the M4A1S. And with that B&E respond, the force buy is there, and it's all tied up at 1-1.
Force buy, all off the back of a double from one Flatro, and that causes all of the issues. Decent start, decent response as well from B&E. Playing anti as well, it's unfortunate. Red Star just couldn't compose himself again once his teammate had gone down. Once TMB fell, it was more or less done or dusted. And as you mentioned, disposition from Rigon close things out. He can just hold down the 4 from exactly there and knock things out. It is a nice T-side round from them over towards X-Mad Lions as well. That was a full investment, so it's left them with nothing.
Does it get a little bit tricky, doesn't it? TMB sitting in the flames for a little bit too long. Feet maybe a little hotter than you would have expected, but at the end of the day, it's still a 5-on-5. Still pretty comfortable here. X-Mad Lions taking their time.
Super slow here. I mean, for X-Mad Lions, no firepower means they can't go too aggressive, and for B&E, they just make sure they avoid a gamble stack. It's quite smart. Looking for an opportunity, looking for a way in, and baiting out a decent amount of the CT utility or whatever's left of it. They can now just guarantee themselves a site and a post bomb. But if they go towards A, they're going to be in a bit of trouble. But over towards B, no one's there to meet them.
58 seconds on the clock. B&E really yet to make the move, make the play. GXX. He'll find the first. Buzz over oppressive towards middle. He gets caught out for it. Waro 2K. That's a scout shot to remember. Juan Flatro gone. A 4 versus 4. But the HP bars are in the red. And with Sceneri picking up TMB, the force buy conversion that X-Mad Lions were looking for in round 2 quite quickly becomes the second round for B&E here in round 3. A good turnaround and a great turnout when it comes to the weaponry as well. 2 AKs, an M4A1S and an MP9. B&E, they'll walk away with the second round.
We expected it, didn't we? I mean, if they can find one more, potentially Red Star, there it is, Synopsis will fall. That's not the end of the world. Damage dealt towards the economy of B&E is, you know, it's a silver lining in a bad situation. They'll take that all the way to the bank and more, but either way, 2 rounds already for B&E. They're starting to put a bit of a lead. Waro nearly gets caught in an unfortunate time, but GXX overextends and Red Star would delete him. That's a second with an Eagle for him. And an AK as well as a little present on top. Not the end of the world. 2 AKs to be saved for the X-Mad Lions side. That is actually a very decent round from them.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, as you said. Sure, they lose the second round, but this weaponry, it's no joke. B&E need to be careful what they walk into next. They definitely can take a fair chunk of damage. Great shot from Moro there to one Flatro, but at the end of the day, confidence, teammates' ability relied upon. And sure, a couple of weapons given to the wrong hands. But B&E, they'll walk away with the lead, especially on Ancient as well. Such a CT-sided map. They're going to be happy with this advantage.
Yeah, already picking up a little bit of a lead to go forward. It's not the end of the world. But as you mentioned, dropping 2 AKs across, they need to be cautious of it. There's no buy around it, which I guess is the silver lining. And they're actually going to go aggressive. The double Mac 10 is just flooding down over towards this B site, and it won't be tested for the most part. Red Star only good for 1, traded immediately.
Nicely done. It is one Flatro. He'll find one more maybe with his back 10 through the smoke. Waro 2K falls. Last 2 players on the AKs will learn quite quickly about both of their positions. But X-Mad Lions, they might go for another save. Ultimately, B&E should not be losing this round, and it will be a 3rd to their name. Starting to establish dominance on this T side.
That's it. I mean, when we said that those double AKs were going to be a bit of a problem, and that was the case, but they try to go for a gamble stack, and the idea is nice, but B&E just hold W. It's oh so simple, oh so effective. The double Mac 10s open up the site, close things out with 3 remaining alive. B&E up to 3, and now starting to build a wealth of a lead on their T side, which is becoming concerning. If X-Mad Lions, which they probably will full buy in towards the next, failure to convert, it's back to square one, back to the eco, and back to B&E, further distancing themselves from the X-Mad Lions side. This is already starting to get to that case where we have to start getting a little bit cautious. Now, full buy. Out for X-Mad Lions, as I mentioned, there's 2 AK saved across, supported by the triple M4 A1S. No AWP in the hands of Waro 2K just as of yet, but so far no AWP being brought into the server at all.
Being smart with it, want to understand and keep themselves with rifles well contained on the T side as well. a similar level of discipline, but I think for the X-Mad Lions side, it actually was the fact that we didn't have the money to do so, more than the discipline. X-Mad Lions, their chance to have an even buy with that of BNE, AKs included as well. Spams through the wall, Synopsy only takes one bullet, a confident start here out towards B. Rigon looking for the entries, not quite on the mark just yet. And a lot of spam coming out, but yet to find a kill to the feed. Oh my word, JL takes so much damage. Rigon and Synopsy open things up. Great shot from Red Star, but it is a 4 versus 3 BNE man advantage. Wouldn't be surprised to see another save here for the XML boys.
Exactly. I mean, oh, maybe not anymore. Warrow's denied the bomb going down, and now they've been given a lifeline extended in. One Flatcher trying to go aggressive himself. What can he find? Swinging in. Warrow one more. This is crumbling at their feet as Warrow makes it yet another. A third to his name. It's an Synopsy in a 1 versus 3 to deny. Good for the first pass as that Tetris bottle fall. Nearly finding Warrow as well on top as he's left on 14 points of HP. But it's individual brilliance from Warrow, and that he did everything. That round is all down to him.
Round 6, X-Mad Lions only down by 1. Becomes a lot more believable now, doesn't it, Neo, that X-Mad Lions have a chance to get back into this game. And then again, the BNE economy. Good to buy a second time. Good to reproduce the lost weapons in the previous with the addition of the big green. In the hands of GXX. Let's see what power BNE now have with the fully kitted out investment, but it will only be their last if they do lose, because a reset would be inbound. The flash catching GXS off the angle. In the meantime, TMB looking to drop the nades. GAL, actually, I'm not sure if that was a leg shot from GXX or whatever happened. I do believe so. Takes a big chunk of damage early doors anyways. Rigon getting wall banged as well. Getting complacent here towards B, but X-Mad Lions definitely want to keep them in their place.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, now. Oh, okay. GXX. Love it. JL, unfortunately, I mean, how did he even plan for that? That was in their favour. Warrow's very fortunate to stay alive, too.
5v4 scenario in favour of the BNE boys. Rigon thinking about the swing. Oh, he has utility pulled out. And that'll be the end of his life. TMB to slip away as well. But he's the only defender from B. And BNE have 3 out of their 4 players holding this right now. Wallbang attempted. TMB takes an extortionate amount of damage for that.
Synopsy's got control in towards cave. The spam coming through center is still causing problems just with the wall bangs. He's keeping them at bay. When Flatcho, though, crossing back in towards cave is going to be a problem. Will they expect it? Will they? Doesn't matter. When Flatcho good for 1. Nade as well could cause problems. Low on HP. Warrow just about escaping. Smoke in his face. Pop shot through. Won't quite find the mark. And this is giving One Flatcho space to work with. He's going to wrap back in towards spawn. And he might get timing here. But there's only 15 seconds.
And he's taken down. TMB's got it. Now they head towards B, but the problem is Juan Flatro isn't with them, so a 2v1. A molly on top of the site, but the smoke to put it out. Scenari to punch in the digits, and the bomb will get set down. GXX so close to death, but he does just survive in the meantime. Juan Flatro, oh, he's going to hear the steps. Warrow 2k expects it, but he's still got the kill anyway. Nearly finds the follow-up. Low HP on the last 2. Everyone is tasteful to the HP bar. And these rifles definitely can make a difference, but an AWP on both sides, it will plague the X-Mad Lions side a little bit more. And while as TMB has a look, they realise their days are numbered. BNE will be given space for a 4th.
There we go. 2 versus 2 in terms of the numbers remaining alive, but what matters most, may I say, is BNE again finding that 2-round lead. A little bit of a gap, just keeping an arm's distance away, and that's what matters most. An 8K and an AWP remaining alive for both. BNE didn't have a lot of time to work with, did they? But they just about found that round in their favour. There's kind of 15 seconds left on the execute. I was starting to get a little bit concerned, but all the better. All to play for now going forward. X-Mad Lions, they need a little bit of a better CT side performance from me, or this can start to get quite concerning.
X-Mad Lions with USPs to surround the safe weapons. Not the most ideal of situations to be in here for the XML boys. As BNE, the Eagles take their time. Mid, B, everything. They want to plan this round out and allow them as many options as possible. Scenari and Rigon, both with kills. A 5 versus 3. Easy pickups here for the lads. as they dismantle of the rifle save. Now just the AWP of Buzz in the picture, but A is left vacant. The over-rotation's pulled forward. B&E have done a great job in moving the X-Mad Lions players around exactly as they would expect.
Yeah, one flash throw as well. I mean, he can lead the charge. Dropped his AK for a second. Now he's got it back in his hands. This sight for free. No one there to test them. Hang on a second. Rig got a little bit of a laboured spray. Costly. One flash throw stepping up good for one of his own. Buzz with the AWP. If this can find a little bit of work, it might make this a bit easier, but I think it potentially is probably just going to be that early save call. The only thing is, though, saving is going to be the hard part. The retake as well is not even going to be tested. They're going to be hunted. I don't blame them at all. B&E go and try and drop that AWP and the AK out of the hands of X-Mad Lions, and they go forward in towards these next few rounds with a bit more of an easier showing. And you can already see Senri starting to make that movement back over towards ramp. Red Star with the first point of contention, and he falls. It's down to the Orb to deny.
And Buzz, will he even be allowed to save? Scenario knows his position. The AWP will connect, but it forces Buzz into the open. One flat throw will have him dead to right. And there we have it. B&E 5-2 ahead. A gorgeous start to Ancient.
Yeah, it's, really, really stellar start. I kind of, when this veto is set out in terms of how it is, with Ancient, on paper, this should only go one way. It should only go the way of Bad News Eagles. Mirage, a little bit more of a coin flip, but it is in favor of X-Mad Lions. And then, of course, that map number 3, if we get there, again, similar scenarios should only go one way, should go the way of B&E. So they win out the veto in that sense, but they have to get a very dominant win here for me. They have to at least set themselves up decently if they want a chance on Mirage.
Oh, my word. Synopsy. Life flashes before his eyes. The wall bang from Warren. Oh, JL's got him anyway. I was going to say, how lucky do you get to survive that kind of collision, that kind of entrance? But out towards A, Rigon will be spammed down. Buzz just finding an easy lineup through the smoke. Rigon out of it. 3 versus 5. Molly will force Red Star into the open, and he will burn to the flames and Snary's AK to finish the job. In the meantime, the A site actually sieged by the T side. Snary's nade has finished the job. A 3 versus 3. Quad flat throw back turned. The donut smoke's gone. Waro 2K will capitalize.
All gone quiet as well now. Numbers favouring the CT side. Still yet to get a bomb down, and that's the hardest bit. They cannot get a little bit of control here. Orb of GXX not going to be given anything for free. This one's going to be very difficult. The first fight will be the most important. JL passes. I think that might more or less confirm things. GXX might be tempted to save. Will be good for the information, but not the kill. JL, another one to his name. Brilliant stuff. X-Men Lions up to 3.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. JL. That spam is lovely. Through the smoke, Buzz pinning all of them down. Red Star forced into the open, as I said earlier, by the Molly. But ultimately, X-Mad Lions will get themselves a 3rd. Still fighting on the back foot, though, and for being on the CT side, I think it's safe to say the B&E boys, with this lead, they're going to be very happy with the position that they're in. Synopsy, though, going to get flashed into middle. A great shot. Buzz out of the round.
Not about start already. We've seen them cause problems with the pistols, and there it is once again. Was dropped. Red Star done a freebie. That's the M4 when it's back in towards CT hands, and now they've only got pistols once again. But of course, what they have got is a free sight and a bomb plant.
Of course, now the retake has to come in. B&E with these pistols can start to position in the off angles. TMB pushing in, spotted out Scenary. Oh my word, the Deagle, it finds a tag as well. And B&E in a 3 versus 3, but look at the bomb, 2/3 of the way gone, nearly 3/4 in fact. B&E have delayed so much here. The next Mad Lions, they wait too long. There's just no time to defuse the bomb. There's still 2 players to find. Rigon will nail the 4th shot. Waro 2K runs away to save, and with that, it will be a 6th on the board for B&E. A statement made on the T side of Ancient.
That's brilliant. I mean, as well, another scenario where B&E with not much of a buy was quite literally just pistols into that round. Make it work. We saw them do it with Mac 10s before on 2 occasions, and now all they needed this time was the Eagles and the Tech 9s. Stunning stuff from them. As B&E start to extend that lead once further. Already for me as well, this seems like a good enough T side. You know, we always talk about the golden numbers. We did it in the previous series when we said that. For a map like Ancient, 4 or 5 rounds on T side, you've seen those comebacks happen before. It's not the end of the world. And so far, they're on 6. I'm very much impressed.
And they're not done just yet, mate. They've still got another 5 rounds of CS that they could win. And that can get very, very scary for them. Out towards A early on. Of course, against an eco, this should be no problem. But a stack towards A that they've got to be a bit cautious for. Red Star, he takes a bit of damage early doors. Buzz looking for one with the USP. Rigon has 3 players covered with his M4A1S. Warrow might be the 4th man to fall as well, but a smoke in his face will prevail, at least to get the ace sight and preserve Warrow's life here into the post plant. Orp in his back pocket, though, I think. It's got to be another save call for him, and it will be a 7th on the board for BNE.
Has to be. I mean, there has to be the save call here. They cannot afford to let this AWP fall into wrong hands. Warrow just about making that one survive. Will he be able to do it a second time of asking? Answer's no. JL closer personal with just the USPS. Can't expect too much. Now the AWPs are longer in play for them. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Warrow can still pick one up. It's not the end of the world, but he would have liked to have kept it just in his pocket to keep somewhat of a stable economy. But BNE, I'm very much impressed by their T side thus far. I mean, they've realistically not been tested too much.
No, I think it's a well-respected T-half for BNE. They know all the right gimmicks. They know how to pull out all the right stops when they need to. Getting rid of the AWP as well. Bear in mind that round was done by elimination. Means that it's even more money invested on Warrow, where he only has half armor and it's a smoke and a flashbang to his name, rather than the Molly and head Kevlar and a double flash if he wanted to. And all the extra outskirts, the trimmings to the AWP, it's very stripped back. For BNE, they've got stacks of cash, mate. Keep reinvesting, no problems at all. They're one away from winning the half.
Who would have thought? On a T side, I'm so impressed. For X-Men Lions, it's safe to say that they've started off a little bit slowly in towards this map so far. Warrow missed shots. Sort of summarizes the performance at the moment for X-Men Lions, but in fact, if they can find a 4th here, it could kickstart some momentum, but that's not a great start. TMB will fall. Synopsy, nice opener. They're going to double back over towards Excavation.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Red Star. Ah! He will not find a single kill. Oh, no, Red Star. He's fluffed all his lines. A 5 versus 3. The spam from Buzz is good for the bomb carrier. GXX will find Warrow 2K, though. And the AWP v AWP battle won by the Krasovian once again. Synopsy will have Buzz dead to right. Rigon will find JL. And with that, it's a very comfortable way to win that round. Beautiful stuff from BNE. It's 8-3. They're 5 ahead. Their T-side looking strong. And X-Mad Lions back on pistols.
That's it. Already. That was really unfortunate, it's safe to say. I mean, that was tough to watch. Red Stars, you know, played tricky this one on the first, tried to line up 2 and couldn't find anything. They've guaranteed a lead at the half already with 8 rounds, and the way things are panning out, they should be able to find at the very least a couple more. 9 is knocking as well with not much of an investment from X-Med Lions. Only the pistols to work with here. It would require something special to deny BNE a 9th here.
Oh, one Flatro the first continues to spam through the wall looking for more. Rigon will take his place. A fully fresh AK ready to reap them up. And that will be that. BNE 4 kills simultaneously. GXX the only man to fall in that round. But his AK safely resting towards ramp. Or rather the AWP maybe safely resting towards ramp. As BNE, they'll have their 9th. What a showing so far from them. Their T-side of Ancient just keeps getting stronger.
And Boss will be deleted as well at the end there. Only 1 falling for BNE. Not too shabby. Look at that long-term economy as well. I mean, they are absolutely flourishing in the funds over towards BNE. Take a look at the stats as well. Comfortable. Very, very comfortable. Tag balls come through for X-Mad Lions. I don't blame them. A full buy coming out, but a similar scenario that we've seen time and time again for them, where it's full buy in, failure to convert, back to a double eco, rinse and repeat. It's a horrible scenario to be in, and breaking that cycle is arguably one of the most difficult things, especially on a CT side.
Round 13, 9-3 ahead. CT side up next for the BNE side as well. Mate, can't write any other way, can you? BNE have had a stonk in half so far. X-Mad Lions, no warps, just utility in the M4A1Ss to run with. For BNE, 1 away from double digits here on the T side of Ancient. Impressive to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that's safe to say. I mean, so impressed with BNE. X-Mad Lions has been a really kind of inconsistent showing on the CT side thus far. We already kind of talked, we've mentioned about how much rounds are enough. I think it's safe to say 9 is more than good. Nade's come through, we'll trade out. Rigon Fighting one after death isn't the end of the world. TMB there for a double. Make that a third two. Synopsy all alone. What can he find? Good for the first, but so much left to do. Being tagged from behind, and JL will clean things up. X-Mad Lions finally respond with a fourth in their favour, heading into the penultimate round of the half.
Beautifully done. You can't ride it any other way, can you? The TMB train is the gift that keeps on giving for the X-Mad Lions side. Sure, it was a very nice round, but, you know, you've got to look at it from the bigger picture and that they are still 5 rounds down when they're on the CT side of Ancient. You should be ahead by 5 rounds at this point, not behind. And so for BNE, sure, a little bit annoying that they couldn't make it as one-sided as they first maybe have anticipated. Still doing a great job in all of the things considered. And in this round as well, BNE have themselves a man advantage. Synopsy finding the kill early doors.
Spam coming through. Senary, good for the first. Damage dealt a dink as well and towards Rigon. Might get timing on TMB here. Buzz will find 2. TMB with just 3 points of HP. Just going to fall away, but it's a 2 versus 3 in favour of BNE.
Position from TMB could be good. Problem is, the BNE wrap has both players circled in, but just as quickly as they find themselves here, they could get out, but no. TMB tries something aggressive. Buzz now safeguarding the bomb like a penguin with its infant. And it will be a first kill, but only the one, as it's one Flatro's trade. 10-4 BNE continue to prevail. X-Mad Lions, the best they can do at this point is 5. And they are going to be on a bit of a weird buy, because Warren's sure he's got money to buy. Everyone behind him, though, is just going to be SMGs and fan passes.
That's it. It's a really uncomfortable end, I think it's safe to say, for X-Mad Lions in towards this half. They can have a very dysfunctional buy. I can't expect too much. I want to see what they bring out in towards this. Yeah, as you mentioned, Fatmas coming out with MP9, Deagle supporting that M4 when it's an AWP. It's all over the place for him to find something. And a lot of reliance now on Warrow and Buzz to step up huge.
GXX going to be caught by the smoke, but it allows Rigon to go further forward and charge down the opening frag. JL haven't beaten the opening engagement, though, so the man advantage falls in favour of the TT side. Synopsy, a wild wallbang. TMB takes a bit of damage for it, but X-Mad Lions in a 4 versus 3.
Better start. We hope for a decent ending in towards this half for them. Find 5 here, gives them some room to work with. So far, so good. An 8K as well collected by Red Star. Not the end of the world. What do they find, though? We've seen BNE turn things around from Mantis advantage before, but now in a 2 versus 4, they might be asking a little bit too much.
Nicely done, Senary with 1. Red Star will trade. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we can wrap this one up quite easily and say that the 10-5 half will be the scoreline that we end with. We are just waiting for the final few moments for this round to end. Synopsy will walk into the Deagle and take more damage. 17 points of health to his name. 35 seconds on the clock. Warrow, sidearm drawn, should be an easy pickup for him here. Unconventional dink actually found. Warrow's got to be careful. Although he's a bullet away from death, Synopsy can also do the same, and both players quite low. Got the nade, lobs it in, tries to do the damage, but Baz has him covered. 10-5, BNE now on the CT side. Can they close this out with ease? Find out after this.
So fast. Away. Okay, it's starting. Okay, it's gonna go live. I'm down.
Правіше, все чуть-чуть.
Not checking this time, okay? Now we go for kill.
Правіше. Стріляй. Він пригає зліва. Ти того. Доставай ніж.
D, yeah. Go left now.
Лівіше. Да. МТ. А він закорав. Правіше стріляй. Правіше, ще правіше. Нижче ти зажимаєшся, ти вмпаду зажимаєш той.
Flashing.
Need to go a bit to A. No. A, you're in mid. Tarek, aimball down.
Короче, все. Він йде ставить.
Dive him now. I believe in the dive.
Перед нижче.
Now you're in long, break it. Go right.
Перед тобою стоїть. Ти за сигарети, ти за лівіше. Ти зря пішов, насправді, він би ще зайшов.
Now you got the right height, and now you just need to aim.
Стріляй, нижче.
Are you hitting him? Close. A bit more right with the aim. Okay, now just run away.
Две бомбы и назад идти. Ну, типа скинуть, кинь пушку и назад.
Ninja, you're at the haystack.
Вперед иди вперед на 6.
Yeah, left with the aim.
Нижче.
Слева, да?
Straight in.
За фланг, релот, стой. Мышку влево.
Backside. Why are you playing?
Левее. Нижче.
Я защищу. No way he hits that. Bro, is it...
Влево, да, вот тут, все, дефай. Нижче.
He's just radar hacking.
Минболи кидает, не попал, но.
Ебать. Then he can defuse it.
Левее. Стреляй. Правее.
Press down. He's trying to kill you. Run.
Ты раздефаешь.
He's fading.
Последней секунде.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A first half that puts BNE double digits on their T side of Ancient. The question is, can they continue to convert heading into the second half? 6 rounds away from the ultimate goal of taking their map pick, of course. It's Ancient, picked by the BNE side. Should we need map 3, of course, the decider, Nuke, Mirage, the pick of XMAD Lions up next. At least we'll get to see a little bit of Mirage action. BNE, though, looking like different gravy today. They're looking really good.
That's it. 10-5. I mean, that's a phenomenal start on towards the CT, and a much easier CT could be looking good for them. One Flatcho ring on one apiece. Looking for even more. Buzz isolated towards the back slide. One Flatcho turn around and he just about makes it work. Buzz and Red Star fall. It's a flawless pistol for BNE. No questions asked. No if, buts, or maybes. It only goes one way. The CT side of BNE kickstart the second half in emphatic fashion.
Well, it seems to be the only lifeline that could have kept XMAD Lions in this game has quite quickly vanished. BNE have themselves an 11th to force by to come in for the XMAD Lions side, see if they can do any damage. But the BNE boys should be able to have a 12th and then, of course, a 13th as collateral under wraps. From a 13-5 scoreline, basically say this game is over. One Flatro, M4A4. He'll find the first, sits in the molly as well as he goes a little bit aggressive. And a second kill comes in for the A4 user as well. Synopsy will tap away, finds Buzz, MP9 swings in, both Juan Flatro and Synopsy, both with the kills. GXX gets nothing with the SMG, neither does Scenari. But hey man, BNE 12, that's what they were looking for.
That's what they're looking for. They find it as well, and it's all that matters. 12 on the board for them. They are starting to bridge quite the notable gap over XMAD Lions. And that question that we like to ask of too little, too late is starting to ring out true and proud right now, because for XMAD Lions, this would take something monumental on the T side to turn things around. I don't know. Are you a believer, Ryan?
In the comeback?
Yeah.
No.
I'm with you.
I think it's unfortunate for XMAD Lions. If they were on the CT side, like, we'd be considering it. But just because it's BNE, CT side, their map pick, 12-5 ahead, like, considering all of that, do you even consider it happening in like a normal scenario? You know, it's just yeah, too far gone. Never mind this situation where it's the full bite against the pistols. Very nicely done. Scenario and Juan Flatro sharing the love as it's 4 between them towards B, and BNE themselves up to a 13.
Love to see it. No questions asked about that one either. I mean, BNE are starting to seriously pull away. They're 3 rounds away from already concluding map number 1 in quite the lightning fast fashion. You'll have to see it, as it's now, well, a full buy for XMAD Lions. No AWP to be able to challenge the GXX might be the only big concern for them, and we know how important those AWPs can be on a CT side of Ancient. GXX posting himself up over towards this B site and towards back plat, and that can lock things out individually.
Having a little look towards ramp. GXX getting a nice boost over the top. Yeah, that's what you get for jump spotting that one, JL. Scenari runs out into the middle of no man's land. He'll get taken down. Does it stop GXX from finding a second? A clinic performance so far with the AWP from him. He's only 9-9. One Flatro 20-10. He's looking for more as well as he approaches down ramp. Warrow 2K will try and hold him down. The one Flatro train just keeps on plowing through the XMAD Lions side. Buzz and Red Star to keep the dreams alive of XMAD Lions, I feel like, here on Ancient. Synopsy back-turned, will eventually get taken down. A 2v3 is not impossible for the XML boys.
No, it's definitely not impossible, but for XML Lions, there's a lot on the line here with finding this round. This one has to be a necessity if they want to deny BNE just walking away with the CT side. It's already looking very dicey. It's a 2 versus 3 in favor. And as the clock starts to dwindle ever so slightly more and more, the call to save starts to ring louder, surely, because where do they go? What do they find? And even trying to deny GXX from finding a couple more of that AWP is going to be tough. Smoking towards front of cave. That now leaves him to isolate this fight over towards ramp if he wants to, and he can just hold on the fort. That's enough. I think it might be a save call with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I think for X-Mad Lions, they might give it a go, see if they can get a bomb plant.
Oh, no, yeah, they are.
The damage is already done, it feels like. Buzz is going to have to come from ramp. GXX is just holding down the angle. The molly will do nothing, and there you go. GXX catches Buzz. Bomb drops as well. 5 seconds left. No time to plant here for Red Star. And here we go. The pressure through. Juan Flatro will take him down, and with that, BNE 14-5.
There we go, 14-5. We said that round was a necessity. And of course, even more importantly, I think a bomb plant would have been nice just to kind of give them some economy to work with. But it's GXX from him, brilliant. Stunning to find a few kills in his name. I think it was 3 in total. It really was the difference maker. For BNE now up to 14, they're just 2 steps away, 2 notches left on that ladder to the all-elusive 16, and I can't see X-Mad Lions stopping them now. They just have that train going, that snowball effect is in full motion. Full bite to come through, but it's limited utility around it.
Giving a good spam, Juan Flatro trying his best to do some damage through the wafer thin walls of Cave. GXX, he'll find JL. Bars actually catching off Synopsy, very nice shot there. Other than that, though, by the looks of things, safe to say that X-Mad Lions, even though they're in the 4-on-4, I think we know the outcome of this round should be there. Actually, no. Buzz and TMB both with kills. I'll shut up quite quickly here. Scenario and Juan Flatro left in a 2 versus 4. X-Mad Lions showing some promise here.
I mean, still, safe to say, there's actually room for this to work with. When Flatro with a laboured spray, we'll find nonetheless. Now, Buzz. He's low on HP. And when Flatcher's made this doable, a 2 ver... Oh, hang on. Uh-oh. Knife out. Ah, that's unfortunate. Buzz read him like a book. Dancing back over towards the B sites. The bomb needs to make a decision. It will be collected. Oh, I didn't think he spotted it either. That's unfortunate. If he spotted the bomb, that's a different round.
It is indeed. Running around as well. Buzz makes his way towards A. Scenari. No 1 versus 3. We'll spot the first, take him down as well. 28 seconds left. Picks up another M4 just for the ammunition's sake. Buzz, oh my word, got to be careful. His backside nearly sticking out and could have cost him his life. Instead, now Scenari approaches with caution, but he'll have himself a second kill. TMB.
No way.
No, Scenari, does he know about the last? Oh, he does now. He absolutely does. Miss shot from TMB. And Scenari will clutch, and the disrespect on top. He knows the proportion of the round win. A 1 versus 3. He never stood a chance in the first place. But now, his reign only just starting. 15-5, map point BNE.
Love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, I counted them out, it's safe to say, but again, he steps up huge. Brilliant stuff. A 1 versus 3 to find 15, BNE. I think it's safe to say this one might be done in a little bit of a record of time here. I mean, for X-Mad Lions, a bomb plot will give them some buy to work with, but it's going to ask for, as he said time and time again, something special, and they just cannot seem to find that magic wish. Nothing's working in their favor. Quintuple AK-47's out for them. What can they find with it? Running through the Molotovs. Synopsy might want to push the smoke, but that could be risky.
JL finds the opener at least. X-Mad Lions, despite picking up the man advantage in the previous, still wasn't able to convert, so not convinced just yet here. The B&E train, definitely one in which the players will be feeling as well. Minute and 20 to go. Oh, that is not ideal. The mid-smoke won't find much. Scenari, a vacant B site for him to defend for now. Bomb in middle. More of a B heavy default for the X-Mad Lions side, but
yeah,
not really pressuring too much here.
The bomb's leaning towards A, and that would be a very risky choice. Now it's rotating back, and this is a smart decision, going back over towards B. Only one player there to meet them as well. That could be the difference maker. We see that rotation coming back, and for B&E, they're going to go for that age-old standard 2-2 split. Seneri and Synopsy, in fact, just taking the initial bit of the aggression. 40 seconds left to work with. X-Bad Lions, they could be in a very dicey spot right now.
Pressuring in, Seneri, he'll find the opener, a 4 versus 4. The bomb information picked up as well. 30 seconds left, Seneri. He will fall down. Synopsy, oh, he's just going to be looking to take the place. GXX, Molly at the ready. The flash chucks in. They go for a boost over the top to see if they can catch out the player. JL, he'll find GXX. Synopsy taking a big chunk of damage as well. Warrow nearly gets spammed down, but a rig on 1 versus 4. Orp in hand as well. Missed shot. Don't think he's going to be finding much more. Leg shot at least connects. JL, half HP as Rigon tries his best. He's not the Orper of the side. Nice snapshot onto the first, but one will only be the only... Oh, one will be the only one, I should say. Yeah. As BNE, they concede a 6. But still map point for them. Still plenty of time to find the last.
Yeah, exactly. They got loads of time to work with. It's 15-6. I mean, this one already seems like it's done. I feel like it's done inside. It seems like cannon fodder rounds and seconds. I think for X-Bad Lions as well, it's one of those things about trying to make this a little bit less embarrassing. And on the other side too, you know, try and get a bit of confidence going in towards their own map pick, that Mirage, which is going to be difficult because, you know, BNE, they haven't come to play at all here. 15-6. Fullback on up both ways. Well, fullish buy is how I'm going to put it for BNE because they've got a Famas on Deagle.
But one flat rose M4 could be good for some, but only the one. TMB will eventually trade through the wall. Smoke at least to deny pressure furthermore than the entrance of Cave. Whilst having a look towards middle, and X-Mad Lions playing things slow.
I like this. Slow things down. Don't need to do anything too aggressive right now. They've got a fairly decent amount of map control. The only thing is Rigon. Hang on a second here. This one could be cleared wrong. Buzz going to pass that test though. That's good enough. The question is, will they expect the second? GXX and his AWP coming in close. Shotgun AWPing. Spots one dropping down. It's his close left position, which is tough.
GXX rotates around.
Bomb's going towards B. There's no one there.
Yeah, B is... I mean, the gamble stack is sometimes worth it. Synopsy is going to let Buzz run by. He's going to know it's only the one. The AWP gets the kill anyway, so Synopsy feels a little bit useless in everything. TMB finding the mid-pressure. They don't know where the Deagle of Synopsy, now the AK of Synopsy lies. So they are going to be a little bit cautious in clearing the angles, but with the B site being vacant, they'll know that this is going to be a 7th round on the board here for X-Mad Lions. Forced by, I mean, some revelation to it. Of course, the AWP of GXX stays, and AK on Synopsy as well is quite nice. I think it'll be an eco for the BNE lads in the next.
I think it has to be. I mean, you know, you see Synopsy and GXX, they got an AK-47 and an AWP. And that's great to be saving across, but the buy around it is going to be horrible. I mean, what are they managed to pick up? Do they force in with the Deagles, which I think would actually probably, for me, be the right call? Try and force around them. Try and make them work. I feel like they still could find something. We've already seen them deliver with, you know, pistols before. Especially if Synopsy finds himself one more, at least give them a bit of a chance to work with. This needs to be cautious though, and AK dropping out makes the next round very, very difficult. We'll be able to save it across. But I think going in towards the next for BNE, oh, he finds the AWP, and it down as well towards TMB. That's changed things now. No AWP being saved across, they can buy one, but that has made the economy just that little bit more tentative over towards X-Mad Lions. I was questioning the swing from Synopsy, but fair play. For me, though, for BNE heading into this next round number 23, I would recommend a force, right? They've got an AWP and an AK-47. They know they're going to be able to compete. Try and pick up some Deagles and a bit of utility and give them the space.
How does he even get those 2 kills? Literally just as the time's about to expire of the round. X-Mad Lions in no position to allow that to happen again because money is such a problem for them. BNE going to be taking an eco, it's an AWP, and AK safe from the previous Deagle 5.7 USP to accompany it. X-Mad Lions should be on for 8 here. BNE themselves, let's see what damage they can cause.
Seneri, the pistol's causing problems. Synopsy goes backside one more, looking to try and find a second. Dinked as well as he just tries to fall back into the smoke. Rigon picks up an AK-47, makes it a second also one. Flash shows Buzz all alone. 1 versus 4. I think this one is done. It is 16-7. Ladies and gentlemen, the eco comes on top, and that's what I said. 4 surrounding AK and up, you can make it work, especially when you're B&E. What a map number 1 from them though, 16-7. That is a statement. They are not here to play. They're here to take this one 2-0. And now we focus our attention towards Mirage, but I gotta say this one a bit of a coin flip too.
Yes, absolutely. Mirage up next. It's the ex-Mad Lions map pick. With how Bad News Eagles played on map 1, though, there's no denying that these guys are going to be hot property heading into map 2. The organisation decide up by a map in this series. Can they make it 2-0 for the B&E boys? Will the ex-Mad Lions fight back? We find out after the break.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
Final answer.
So final answer, Cloud9. D is right.
Lovely.
Yes!
I think 2004. I don't know about you, Jill.
I am not sure, but I know they haven't been running for 20 years yet. So 2004.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go with that one.
Okay, 2004, final answer C is wrong.
They had
they had 20-year anniversary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Oh my lord. I thought it was
Yeah, man.
upcoming. I thought it was upcoming. What? It's my bad. So, It was Luminosity Gaming?
Yeah.
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 So, easy, fast answer A.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Good job. Good job.
We're back. No,
I have no idea.
I actually haven't seen Overpass in the first 2 majors ever.
But Train is also was.
I think
Did they play Train?
I'm pretty sure Train was like always a competitive map, no?
I don't have any idea. I wasn't born back then, Jill. It's all on you.
Final answer.
Okay, B.
So B, final answer is right.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't remember, Jill.
He
didn't play that many games.
He didn't, but he did make top 20 for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, and I think he didn't get a high place as well, because he didn't play much, but he made it. 11, maybe?
I have no idea.
C, final answer.
So final answer C, 11th place is right. Good job.
Yeah, you have to do it with confidence.
Yeah, you got this. I believe in you, Jill.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I get something with I. Rapid eye. I don't know.
Final answer.
No,
I got it.
Okay. You're the skid man.
Yeah, I got it in my invent.
So rapid eye movement is good choice.
Thank you.
You had that skin?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty nice.
It's from the Dreams of Nightmares collection.
It's way too expensive at the moment, so it's either A or C.
Actually, I do think it's B.
Okay, then we go with B. I believe in Mr. Jill.
B, final answer.
Just one more thing. The price is average from the Steam market from last year. So it can be price
from last year.
Yeah, it can be price range. It can be exact price, but
final answer.
Final answer A.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that.
Good job.
How is it so much? It's not that expensive.
Believe it, the skin expert.
It's not Siberia for sure. And it's not Central America.
And it's not South Africa, is it?
I don't think so. So it's probably Mongolia.
Let's go. What is that?
A, final answer.
So A, final answer is wrong.
What? Central America? New York doesn't look like that.
But yeah, true.
It's because of Aztec archaeology.
Ah. Alright. We got 8. It's alright. It's alright. Still good.
Question number 9. What is photoshopped in this screenshot? There are 3 things.
Okay, so first it's the letter C. Shouldn't be there. It should be away. Then the sick ass bike, the hell ride. I wish it looked like that, but it unfortunately doesn't. And the last week, Jill?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I feel like that number 3 to the right is wrong, but I'm not sure.
No, I think that's right. That's for sure right.
Okay. Then also like the stairs thing. Normally there's bricks there, right? It's not flat.
Oh yeah. It's the stairs. Nice. You got it, Thomas.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
Okay. We got it.
I would bring back Train. It's my favorite map, and I would replace Vertigo. I know Vertigo is it's not too hard, but it's a bit boring for me. And there's too much fight on A ramp, and if the cities don't play A ramp, it's re-TK, and then if you go for the plant, you get naded 5 times, you get mollied, and then the round basically lasts 3 minutes every single one. Yeah, so I'll replace Train. I like flashes over main, and I like running sandwich all of anywhere. And wherever I get space, I run. So yeah, I'd bring back Train.
I think I would bring back the old cobblestone. The cobblestone, as it looks right now, is kind of meh, but I really like the old cobblestone, and I've liked it a lot because it was such a big map. So it was easily to spread out and do proper things, like when you're not needed to be in a stack, as some of the maps are now, where you just go in a big stack. On cobblestone, you needed to be good at spreading out and doing things from that and all that stuff. And I would probably replace... I don't know, Mirage, man. I played it too much in Faceit lately. That map.
Well, Mr. Neokai, we welcome everyone back home, of course. Map 1 done and dusted. Bad news, Eagles very, very easily dispensing of the X-Mad Lions side at the end of Map 1. Of course, it's the map pick of the X-Mad Lions side heading into Map 2, but a very, very convincing performance on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with Bad News Eagles. We knew what they're like on Ancient. I expected it to be exactly like that. And now we focus towards Mirage. And I have to say I'm slightly concerned for X-Mad Lions because... well, this isn't a comfort pick by any means of B&E. They're not bad on it. And of course, with the experience they've had at the tier 1 level playing on Mirage, I do start to get ever so slightly nervy heading into this, that this potentially could be chalking up towards a 2-0. We were having this conversation just now on the green screen, and I'm more than happy to kind of share the thoughts here, but I just feel like B&E are a step above no matter what map they go towards compared to X-Mad Lions. And that's not to kind of discredit X-Mad Lions anyway, but I just think B&E, especially off the back of the major, they've just found this new level. They're brilliant.
Yeah, I think the perfect summary to that is that they're a level above, right? It just feels like for the tier 2 scene, these guys have quite quickly ramped up a pretty big CV of teams that they've beaten. And sure, Mirage isn't their best map, but when you look at the history of who they've played on Mirage, well, that's where things get a little more interesting, right? And you delve into the fact that their losses were to Sinners, Skade, and Imperial, but they've beaten NIP on this map. Do you know how crazy that is? And that was in the Brawl Spring Showdown, right? Remember that where they nearly beat NIP in a 2-1 series? They choked Inferno. I think they were like 11-0 up, 12-3 ahead, something like that. And they lost 16-14 or in overtime, something like that. But yeah, I do remember that game, and it was unfortunate to see, but we've seen glimpses of excellence from them on Mirage. And to beat NIP so convincingly as well, A little bit worrying maybe for the X-Mad Lions side, but they have confidence of their own, and rightly so. They've won 7 out of their 8 games played in the last 3 months, and in fact, on a 7-map winning streak as we speak. Their first loss was to Endpoint. Since then, they've gone on to beat Young Ninjas, Sacramento, Sinners, Entropiq Prague, Sprout, ECSTATIC, and Eternal Fire, just to name them all. Some pretty respectable teams, but there's no Bad News Eagles, there's no NIP, and so again we make that trade-off between the experience and the level of gameplay that we have, right? The percentages to the level of the team that you're playing against, right? And so for B&E, they've still got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, you know, and coming into this as well, B&E be starting on that CT side, a nice place to start. If they get a couple of pistol rounds, or get a pistol round on the belt, and then the forces afterwards, I think they could just kickstart that snowball effect back into motion, which is what found them all the success on Ancient. It's a classic case of just momentum-heavy game style. Well, we're about to get on the way in towards our map number 2. Is that of Mirage here between Mad Lions and, of course, B&E. The Bad News Eagles, 2 sides without an org. Only one of them going through to that next stage. I have to wait and see who it is. Map number 2, and this is the last opportunity for X-Mad Lions if they want to push this to that final decider of Nuke.
Oh, mate.
It's a box here as well, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh.
Where's Mirage meant to be set? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, without checking, isn't it Morocco?
I was gonna say like either Morocco or like Egypt, something like that. Like, is there? It's
I'm pretty sure it's like one of the questions, and I think it is Morocco. Like, you say I had to guess. My guess is Morocco. I've just checked. It is indeed Morocco.
It is Morocco. Yeah. It's got that vibe about it. So is the tunes as well. I'm loving the bops we got on here right now.
Mate, why didn't we get one for Ancient? For some Mexican music, you know? Then again, do you know what I would have loved? If we had a map set in Spain, right? Because Inferno is set in Italy.
Yeah.
Mirage, obviously, Morocco. Nuke set in America, if I'm not mistaken.
Like Cedar Creek or something like that,
It's northeast United States.
Yeah.
Overpass set in Berlin, Germany. Dust 2, also set in Morocco. Obviously, Ancient, we already had the trivial one of it being set in the... in
Mexico?
Central America. And Vertigo is also in the US. We don't have, like, any cool European maps where, like, the music is, like, funky. I mean, this is cool music, don't get me wrong. Like, I could sit and vibe to this, but I'm just saying, like, you know, Spanish music, very cool music. You know, we can have, like, an English one as well, but then again,
Where's
I don't know, like...
Where would you go? Skegness, Scunthorpe?
Do you know what, right? I would make like a very outside map and include some of like the landmarks in there because we have like the Stonehenge, right? Yeah, exactly. Maybe
London Eye, whack it in the back.
Maybe not the London Eye, mate. I don't know how that's going to be set in such like a, I don't know, but maybe because a lot of these maps are to do with like buildings, right? So, do you know what would be really cool is if we had a whole map that was like a house, but like with like a garden as well. I don't know.
Isn't there basically that? Isn't it like it's like a one of those war game maps? Like it's called like Townhouse. Lake House.
Oh, Lake. Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
Not Lake House. No. There's the other one. You know, it's literally just a house and 2 gardens.
I know what you mean. But it's hostage.
Wingman.
It's hostage.
Yeah, I play Flying Wingman on that one. Great map.
Is that?
Jump on the roof, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough rambling.
Oh no.
Everyone's finally readied up. Finally readied up. We can get back underway. Piss around. X-Mad Lions on that T side, walking straight into us. Synopsy, good for 1. Looking to try and find a little bit more. We are done with our ramble, and so is Synopsy as he wants danger. Good for the first. Damage delta towards one Flatulence. He's dropped to 20 points of HP. And it all goes a little bit quiet. Man advantage in favour of B&E, but the HP not looking too great for a couple.
Oh, mate, that's going to annoy me. Is it Insurgent? No, it's not Insurgent, is it? That's the massive map.
I can't think of it. Yeah. I cannot think.
Oh, you've done me there, because I'm actually fuming that I don't remember the name of that map.
I'll remember it. Give me a second.
Season? No. Keep thinking, mate. Keep thinking.
It'll come to me. Don't you worry. It'll come to me.
Maybe chat will let us know, because I reckon by the time that we're, like, thinking, they'll know. They'll know. It's like a hostage. It's like one of the Danger Zone maps as well. Not Danger Zone. The 2-man game mode.
Yeah, Wingman.
Yeah, no, not Wingman. The like when there's the operation on. It's like one of the maps they always use.
Yeah.
It's like, secure the hostages, you know, that map. Guys, let us know, please. Please tell us. Nonetheless, in this round, it's all kicked off a little bit. It has gone in favour of the X-Mad Lions side. 1 man left of Scenari, but with a smoke and a kit to his name, this could get scary. Both X-Mad Lions players positioned in apartments. Would you expect him to just stick the bomb out right here?
I mean, it is doable, but it's risky. Multiple smoke as well. Is he going to stick this? This might work in his favor.
Oh, no. Oh,
No.
okay. Never mind, Red Star. Had to rein it operate a little bit, didn't he? The old jump out headshot, easy as. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The pistol round goes the way of the X-Mad Lions side. Tech pause to come in. Hopefully, hopefully someone in chat can let us know. I'm just watching.
I have got it, by the way. I was waiting for it to end.
Oh, don't tell me. Let me think. Let me think a little bit more. Because it's a hostage map, right? Like,
I think
know
so.
it's-
I only played
I know
Flying
it's-
Scoutsman or whatever it's called on it.
Okay. I know it's a hostage. Oh, mate, what's it called? Is it? No. It's not Agency, is it? Agency's like the skyscraper one.
Agency is one of the best MM maps ever. That is a hostage map as well. Fantastic map. That's one of my go-tos if I'm really feeling like if I want a JDM with my friends. I just get a bit of Agency and a 5-stack.
Aren't you a Santorini fan as well?
Oh, what a map!
Yeah, I remember.
But the thing is, I have a really good. I like Santorini just because when I first started playing CS, that was in the map pool. So that's kind of like. So my first kind of initial looking towards CS, Santorini was one of the maps I played because it was just one of the first. And I think like I got kind of influenced because YouTubers were playing it, and I just loved it, and it looked really pretty. And
okay,
yeah. So I mean, I think quite literally like a month or two after I started playing, when Santorini was in the pool, it got taken out and it's never been back. So rest in peace.
I'm gonna have one more guess.
Go on.
Is it? Oh, I don't know. Is it Basalt?
No, not Basalt. Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's it's a bigger house, right? So that's part of it. That's part of the word. It's one word.
Is it Lake House?
No, it's not Lake House. It's Safe House.
Oh, damn. Yeah, no, I don't think I would have gotten that. I'm not gonna lie, but that's annoying. There you go.
Oh, hang on a second. We're flat for a double.
All right. He's had enough of us yapping on about maps and the trivial side of Counter-Strike. He just wants to shoot heads. The same with Synopsy. A Mag 7 soaring through apartments as Red Star dinked up as well. A Synopsy still looks for their shots, but a 2 versus 5 B&E have gotten away with theft in the force buy response.
They never should have been able to get away with that. Okay, the double FAMAS opener, yeah, I'll give them the credit for that. But the Mag 7, come on now. Now Buzz taking a bit of damage into his top mid. They know exactly where he is. Well, Flatcho makes it a third. This is a stellar force in here for B&E. That's Red Star, all alone. AK in hand. He's found 1 kill, 4 more as well if he wants to find the round.
Oh, that's so sick, man. So sick. Juan Flatro runs in, finds 2. And even finds a 3rd off the back of it as well. A clinical performance. You cannot stop him. And I think it's safe to say B&E will respond in flying colours. So cheeky. So cheeky. I fear the worst here for the T side of X-Mad Lions. If Red Star goes for the save, 20 seconds left, no bomb. He's going to have no money. And then that causes more problems for the X-Mad Lions side because they're going to have to force back. The buy isn't going to be good. And then, all of a sudden, you know, X-Mad Lions are even further behind with no progress made financially.
That's it. I mean, at the very least, they can keep this AK ticking across with just a bar. I don't think they're going to go hunting for him over towards ramp. So that's a priority and a little bit of a sigh of relief, I think you could say, for X-Mad Lions is the fact that they can have that AK towards next, but it's a hero AK. What a round. It's this double here for Juan Flatcho. 1 to the right, 1 to the left, and of course the jumping Mag 7. Not often you say no to a little bit of that. Does get the trade coming through, but that's all he finds. A really, really nice round from that man there, Juan Flatcho, over 3k to his name to give B&E a first on the board. And on CT side, already kickstarting a little bit of that momentum that we saw carry them all the way through in Ancient.
And smoke towards top mid to start this round. Is there a gap in the bottom right that they can abuse there? I'm not too sure if I saw one. Juan Flatro got to be careful for the boost. Chucks in the nade. And well, it's about 20 damage done to everyone there in vicinity of the nade. Waro, JL, Buzz, all hit by it. B&E, slow beginnings, but one in which they know they can't afford to lose these rifles. There's Galils, M4s, AKs, there's a FAMAS on Synopsy as well. It's looking pretty promising here, and for the CT side of B&E, they definitely don't want to be losing any of them. Not the best of ways to start, though. The safe gun from Red Star, it's found the opener.
Yeah, that's a good start. Red Star's got a lot of reliance on him to be successful. GXX trades. Nice, looking for one more. Warro low on HP, but it's actually JL who comes out on top. So obviously going to double back in towards that position though, and this could work quite nicely, but it actually overextends. They're falling apart against an eco.
How on earth is this happening? No, another one to fall. It's just blow for blow right now on Mirage, forced by a Warfare. The next Mad Lions, while they were able to quite convincingly show us that Bad News Eagles are a good team on Mirage, are able to snap right back into action. Warro 2K spotted, but it's beaten out. Scenari didn't see it coming. And BNE, they can see the second round. X-Mad Lions' response, it does integral damage to that CT side. Then again, the money on everyone but Rigon is pretty good, so I'm wondering, is this going to be the underhand eco to catch X-Mad Lions off guard and hope for a fall by in the next?
Yeah, I don't know what the idea around this next one is. I think I'd like for them to just kind of reset the economy a little bit in terms of just try and play for that eco to have a really full buy coming through. It's the AOK from the CT man, but not the AOK in terms of that round from them. Yeah, they've actually gone for the force. And I question it a little bit because they made it work once before, but it was, you know, individual brilliance to turn across the line.
Oh, great shot from Rigon. No stopping him. That's a corker of a response, though. Rigon a second. Caught blind as the M4 of GXX to find another. Oh, GXX. It's a monster performance from the Kosovian King as he just destroys everyone on the X-Mad Lions side. BNE 2, X-Mad Lions 2.
Love to see it. Really do. 2-all. We're still yet to see a consecutive round put on the board. These two sides, they are round for round thus far. I think for me, whoever kind of breaks that economy first should be able to now run away with things in their favor in terms of the early part of map number 2 in their favor. And again, as you can kind of see, a little bit of investment coming through, but this time for X-Mad Lions, in fact, they're actually going to play things a little bit more relaxed. Just a Deagle coming out at the very most, and a healthy A2 to greet them in towards top mid.
Oh, one flat throw. Lovely! One flat throw and Rigon. All the kills in the round. 3-2, BNE in front.
Yeah, no questions asked about that one. That was only going one way. This is now an important round for the likes of X-Mad Lions. A full buy to come through. Of course, the full rifles on display and a good amount of utility too. The thing that gets concerning for me is lose this round and then they start to, the same way we saw in Ancient, get back into that brutal cycle. Full buy in. Lose the round. Eco, rinse and repeat. It's a horrible scenario to be in. Easier on T side to build up that economy, but even still, it'll be brutal.
Red Star. He's found the opener GXX to trade. Warro 2K finds one on ramp, low HP on both Buzz and the AWP of those. So not the worst situation to be in, but definitely not the best. BNE, they themselves are in a pretty difficult position. GXX, Scenario and Rigon. Got to fend off against the rest. Bomb yet to be detected. Utility. It's okay, but only a single smoke for the X-Mad Lions side. That's probably the only thing going for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, numbers in their favor. And they're going to go for a bit of a gamble cycle towards B. They're caught this wrong. The bomb is still looking like it wants to make its way over towards that of the A side. TMB holding, nice and passive. If Senri overextends, it's a free kill. That more or less would guarantee the round going only one way. But TMB, he's expecting this aggression to come through.
Smoke blocking off TMB's vision. Scenari finding a little bit of damage through it as well. We'll stick around in the flames just for a tad there. Escaping away with the most of his HP. Pretty comfortable beginnings here for X-Mad Lions. Just gathering the information. Rigon, oh, timing is so not on his side, but for Scenari, he's holding connector. Now a 3 versus 3.
What do they do here? That's the question, isn't it? Now swinging in towards the side. Rigon 1. Buzz will fall. Time is dwindling, and that bomb is going to struggle to make his way across. Warro might even be trying to go for somewhat of a save, potentially. No, TMB going to find one. Look at try and cross, will just about make it. TMB will fall, though. Rigon comes off the bomb, has to find both. They can't. GXX, last man remaining alive, and finds one of the most crucial kills as BNE are up to 4. And most importantly, as I mentioned, for the likes of BNE, they've broken that Mad Lions economy once again.
Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Composure when they were the man down. They're able to just fork out a few frags, pick them apart, play it smart. And there we have it. Very nicely taken care of. 4-2, B&E in front. And of course, you can see it's an eco for the T side. Oh my good God, the nade damage. Literally a bomb dropped on the X-Mad Lions side. Low HP for everyone all around. One Flatro will find the first. Waro, he responds with a 1D onto Rigon. But in a 4-on-4 scenario, sure, you could pick up a weapon. Juan Flatro's got to be careful as JL takes it. But now they start to realize a couple of these players definitely hit by the HE. 3 versus 3, M4A4 in JL's hands. He might get swung upon. Synopsy will take the frag with him. Nade dropped in. Will miss TMB. In the meantime, though, AWP of GXX will collect Buzz. And with TMB left alone in a 1 versus 3, B&E should have their 5th.
Yeah, it can't be right. It should only go one way now. Missed shot, but they got the information. Synopsy won't miss, though. 5-2. The CT side already looking quite nice over towards B&E. You got to say, I'm impressed thus far. It was only a sort of a low buy coming out for X-Mad Lions. Now the full buy on display, but it's all down to this beaut of a nade. I mean, how much damage that one single nade did? That was brilliant.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's just how you get away with so much damage. GXX, nice shot as well. Synopsy making things easy, just ensuring that the only casualties were the initial 2. Juan Flatro, fast towards short. GXX having a look from connector. B&E themselves, very passive approach, taking their time. More importantly, though, for X-Mad Lions, a little bit of a HP lead, and even fact, JL.
Okay, all right.
Has he just hit him through the mid boxes?
I think he may have. I think he was just tapping away in towards, you know, that left-hand window. GXX overextends. TMB, freebie, sitting in the flames. He'd coming through, though. At least that will trade out JL. They know they're wanted towards under. We'll get timing. It's Synopsy. Nice peek. Brings the numbers back level. Or not for much longer.
Red Star finds the opener. Rigon knows there's a couple towards B. Oh, Rigon! It was made messy. Did pick up one. Waro's trade, leaving Synopsy in a 1 versus 2. He knows one was short, and he knows that one was a bomb planter, so he's got Waro dead to right. Oh, and he's tagged Buzz as well, and he knows that the last man's there now, baiting out the shot from Buzz. And Synopsy dancing back and forth between the angles, left and right. He'll swing from the left as Synopsy looks right, and with that, Buzz, ice in his veins, is able to make it X-Mad Lions to a 3rd. B&E still ahead by 2, but that gap sporadically closing. Money as well, a little bit of an issue for the Kosovian side, as B&E themselves suffering. Never mind. I thought the wallbang was a little nicer than that. I thought he had a lineup from top mid behind the boxes, but no, just tapping him in the corner. Yeah. Life's good. X-Mad Lions, it doesn't matter how they come, they've got themselves a 3rd.
There we go. At the very least, right? Kind of chipping away that deficit, making it a little bit easier. And especially, kind of more importantly, look at the buy. I mean, B&E really not too comfortable for them. 2 pistols to try and support that full buy. It's not exactly where they want to be. Gone for a double stacking towards ramp, but as his smoke dissipates, this is going to be a bloodbath.
Close up. Oh, my words. Juan Flatro and Cineri have both found kills. Juan Flatro follows up. And we're down to a 4-on-2. AK spotted and taken down by Synopsy. And B&E a force buy that will absolutely kill the T economy. Waro 2K, he's actually managing to find some good damage. GXX should swing in though, and Synopsy will find him from CT. The double up setup will find B&E their 6th. And on the force buy where desperation starts to settle, they find themselves out on top. B&E 3 ahead.
There we go. 3 ahead once again. Just keeping that arm's distance away. That's all that matters for B&E. They don't mind kind of how this half ends as long as it's a lead in their favor with kind of enough of a gap to give them room to work with in the, you know, the worst case scenario, like they lose a pistol or anything of the kind. Waro does make it at the race a little bit expensive, but the double orbs are in play, and that's all that matters for them. Now, once further for X-Mad Lions, all reliant on this hero AK in the hands of TMB. They got aggressive towards B.
Well, towards B they head towards GXX. He'll find the opener. Orb while blind doesn't find the second. Synopsy able to make up for the missed Orb shot though. As Cineri, it's messy with the M4A1S. He'll get it done. Rigon. He finds the 4th, and with that, Red Star last man standing. Juan Flatro takes him down. B&E dispense X-Mad Lions off the half buy. It's a 7th on the board, and they continue to develop.
This is getting concerning, ever so slightly concerning. Similar scenario to what we saw towards Ancient when it's looking just so much so one-sided. This is kind of in the same faucet ever so slightly. You know, 7-3 is where we stand already.
Yeah.
4-round lead built up. And the question of too little too late is going to start to reign supreme unless X-Mad Lions at least start to make this competitive.
GXX is going to get the early peek in towards middle, the short jump. Unsuccessful to find the opening frag. One flat throw, not without dropping a nade. Buzz will take big damage as one flat throw. So much damage done to TMB as well. Waro 2K responds a 4-on-4. The nade of Rigon will finish the job though. And with that, B&E, a 4 versus 3 scenario, comfortable once again.
Well, smoking towards ramp now denies a bit of that pressure. Numbers in favor of the CT side, and they can just play so passively. They don't need to overextend, don't need to do anything too overzealous. Invite the pressure. So far, Senri could be the difference maker. In fact, there's one player towards ladder, one towards Con, and the other just lurking down mid. Waro can't drop down into his window. They haven't broken that ladder, so he's going to be stuck in there unless he wants to go by foot.
Red Star holding short. Waro 2K in the ladder room just as he stops peeking the angle. Senri. Oh, he's in such an advanced position. Waro 2K going to be swinging in from the right. It's a great shot from Senri and a dink onto Waro 2K. Synopsy will find the penultimate. Red Star in a 1 versus 3, making all the noise out towards A, and Synopsy from short will have him dead to right. 8-3, B&E up by 5.
Guarantee a lead at the half as well. That's what matters most. Starting to seriously pull away. Look over towards T-side once again. It's a similar scenario that we've seen time and time again, where the buy really isn't going to be too fruitful. If they force in, it'll be, you know, AK's armor, no utility, or AK's half armor and a bit of utility. Galil full armor, some utility. A horrible scenario for them to be in, and it is actually just going to be a hero AK, a scout, and then a few pistols.
I mean, I can respect it. I understand the idea.
Oh,
leg shot.
Already, though.
First things first.
If it was Elian in the scout, I'd have a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But it's not. So, I mean, he was, oh man, him with the AWP, him with the scout, may I say, he was a problem.
AWP creating a couple more issues maybe. Not so much in the damage department, but GXX showing what's up. One flat throw having a look on short as well. X-Mad Lions. Not in the best of positions to win this round in the first place, but considering, of course, the 20 HP on the Scoutsman. And TMB also taking a tiny bit of damage at the beginning of this round as well. B&E should be in a pretty solid place to find a 9th. GXX patiently waiting. Will find the first. Rigon's assist finally coming into fruition as one flat throw. The M4A4 picking up one. Waro 2K responds though. The hero AK at least finding a single kill. Synopsy will have Buzz taken down. And Red Star on Waro 2K here in a 2-on-4.
2-on-4, over towards the short position they go. They'll be spotted as well. That's surely the round done now. I mean, look at the time dwindling.
Ooh.
Okay, Waro, he's making something of this. And actually, it looks like they want to test the waters back over towards the A side. Red Star going to be the man to try and deliver on something. Good for one. Bomb in hand, 1 versus 2. And actually, he should be able to get this bomb down.
Probably the most doable of all the scenarios that he's been in so far. He picks up the AWP as well. Red Star, not really much of an AWPer. He will find the first though, and Senri peeks in. A second shot will cost him his life. And B&E, well made expensive considering it was only the hero weapon. It is indeed a 9th on the board. Senri bunny hopping about. And only now will he find an
Love and
infuse. He's just enjoying it, mate. He's taking in the Moroccan air, sightseeing. You know how it is.
Yeah, I've heard Morocco's a beautiful country.
I've been there, mate. It is lovely. It is lovely.
Yeah, I've heard it's very nice. It's always been up there and kind of one of the ones I want to go towards. So one day. But yeah, really nice. Again from B&E. Lovely stuff. 9-3 as well, with a 6-round lead already built up. This is what we were saying about things getting concerning, and you know, the question of too little, too late coming back into our minds the same way we saw in Ancient. I'm getting concerned. But things are looking A-okay if you're in the B&E camp.
Yeah. Oh, great shot from Waro 2K. That's a brilliant open up. TMB. I was wondering what he was lining up then, but it's only to chuck the nade. I was like, what sort of flash are we going to see here? But no, I think he just dropped the smoke over maybe to Waro 2K, so he could dispense out towards the A site. One man to defend. Synopsy with the A1S caught blind under Palace, low HP. and it's not looking good for him. Orb will peek in, and GXX will spare his life for a little bit longer. A flashbang goes in, Buzz to take a bit of damage as well. GXX gets over aggressive as Sineri picks up another, and it's all kicking off for the BNE side. They're a man down, they're trying to fight the numbers back. And it's Sineri and Rigon now in the 2 versus 3 to try and put BNE out to double digits. The flash, it's good. Bomb dropped as well. Sineri's done a great job in pressuring the scenario, but now it's Rigon. The man living in Switzerland needs to come up huge here in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Nade to be tossed in. He's already been tagged up. TMB will only add to that. And as the bomb will be set down, Red Star and TMB, they should have themselves an easy pickup of a 4th until that happens. One more man, Rigon up close, and he is just a masterclass with every weapon. The disrespect with the knife as he slashes his opponent to just pulp on the floor. Rigon has BNE their 10th, and X-Mad Lions kicking themselves if they don't win that round.
Rigon, what is that? You cannot do that. There's no way. The first goal was fantastic. Then jumping into his back triple. Oh, it's just such confidence. I love it. I mean, this just sums up BNE. This is why people love BNE as well. They play and they ooze confidence in the way that they play as well. And Rigon, masterclass. The quick scope of dreams as he crab walks and slices over his opponents. You absolutely love it. 10-3, heading into the penultimate round. BNE, a masterclass.
10-3, a good start for Juan. Flatro does decent damage to Buzz as well. Synopsy edges in, an easy pickup for him, but he continues to go aggressive. Red Star, he's going to get caught out by the B push as well. BNE, relentless aggression, and that gives them a 2-on-4. Rigon, he's going to be inhaling JL in just a second with how close these two are. And in the smoke, JL, the Lithuanian, will be able to pick up Rigon. A 2v3, not the worst case scenario for sure, but absolutely one that they can work from. Then again, it was a 1v2 in their hands in the last round, and Rigon was able to come out on top. This time, they're at a man disadvantage. And JL, it was a nice idea, but now Waro left alone.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this one should be done. Waro would need something special. He's been brilliant thus far, I've got to say as well. 16 and 12, he's individually looked fantastic, but even still, it's going to be a 1 versus 3 post bomb. The rotation to come over towards the B side momentarily. Bomb get planted. Molly in towards kitchen. Smoking towards that of Apps. He's buying himself some time and some room to work with. But if he pushes this smoke, he'll walk straight towards Synopsy. Does Synopsy know is the question. Warrior's got such a good angle. He's just holding, waiting, looking for something. As Synopsy spamming it, will find it. There's the round. There's the 11th. And there is BNE getting inch by inch, round by round, closer to taking this series 2-0.
BNE. Brilliant. And I mean brilliant. What a half of Counter-Strike they're having. Can't put a stop to it, it seems. And although JL fights for his ground, Sineri just doing amazingly. And then the smoke vision. Obviously, it's not as easy to see through the smokes as it is in the server than that replay. But illustrated ever so nicely by our observing team, who we haven't given much love to today. I would like to say our observing team, hopefully the graphic comes up in the top right once more, and it's the message in Twitch chat that should tell you. Honestly, they are amazing, and I mean amazing people. Please, please drop them a follow, honestly. And for the whole production as well, it extends to. You guys have seen what REPUBLEAGUE are capable of, and, you know, sharing 1% of the love that we have for this this tournament organizer, it would mean the world to us. So please, please go and drop them a follow. Blabbling on. Of course, as you can see, a bit of a solemn way to end the half as well. The hot streak from BNE seems to come to an end in round 15. Sineri falls as well. Rigon in a 1 versus 4. And it seems to be that the Bad News Eagles, they're going to have to settle for a 12-3 half. A monstrous comeback required here. Sorry, it's 11-4. But still, same applies. A huge comeback needed here for the X-Mad Lions side. And it has to start with a pistol.
Hej bre! Bra.
Kujamare, aha. Hey, måste blocka ni, hey! Admin, stop making this, hey!
Is it
Okres, bre!
Sorry, what's that? Guys, attack. Wait. Nu börjar han boosta sig.
You ready?
Go. Yeah. Run so shit.
Are you ready? Go.
Trump reps up with your flash on sen.
Support.
Be not on top flash. Why is he throwing flashes, bro?
To blind the T.
Hey!
Yeah, flash.
Yeah, flash him.
Nah. Hey, what the f should we do here? And flash.
Alright, sir.
Oh. Flash not work.
Got baited.
Flash is made in...
Oh my god, it sends me.
Go them first. Run. Run. Hey, where have to go, admin?
Admin.
Spoty kommer skor doj.
Nalt ekki jo bjeden, ja.
Qysh mëra naltin djath?
Hey, that's more than internet se vjen ajt myt o kles, që i të bukto.
O si që shtu jam më bish, po di ka më shku.
Ja, të gjithë nalt.
What?
Što ovo? Koji fordën?
Same.
No! What? From the start?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Flash. You want? GX.
No.
What is this, bro? Hey.
Ai.
This is hard, I think.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to REPUBLEAGUE Season 3. Now, of course, into map number 2. So far, so good. If you're a fan of B&E, it's 11-4 half. They have looked phenomenal at the moment. And a pistol round here for me, Ryan, I think that might just more or less confirm things.
If I'm honest with you, mate, as well, it doesn't even depend on the pistol. If B&E lose this,
yeah, true.
They have such a buffer. They have so much to work with. There we go. Observed by Ryden, Pista, Burek, and Loxar. Please, guys, go show some love. We love them a lot. Literally the kings. Round 16,
Absolutely.
guys. Let's get things underway. B&E 5 away from guaranteeing themselves a place in playoffs. It would be a huge story for them. Of course, their recent run at the major, one that you can only applaud. But a more consistent place in Tier 2 is exactly where we want to see this side. For X-Mad Lions, we knew this was going to be a difficult battle, and already off to a pretty sour start here. Red Star at least going to find another, and X-Mad Lions actually not a bad job so far here on the pistol. Their CT side looking quite scary.
Yeah, 2 versus 5 now. Dink or Rigon, that's brilliant. Double dink coming through. Well, Flatro could find something, but no, he only finds some damage. It's down to just one man, Rigon. The superstar has to step up in a 1 versus 4, and he can't.
Beautifully done. X-Mad Lions. A brilliant start, can't stop it. Bomb will get defused, the X-Mad Lions. They'll have themselves a 5th. The pistol round that we talked about, the one that we needed to see them win to keep in this game, they've got it covered. Question is, B&E with a bomb plant, what do they do with it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question for me. I mean, what's kind of the next steps going forward now for X-Mad Lions to try and make this work in their favour? But of course, B&E, they should be able to pick up somewhat of a buy coming through if they want to, or they might just go for, yeah, okay, bit of a half buy. I don't mind this at all. They're kind of playing to give up this kind of 6th over towards X-Mad Lions, and then they'll play for a full round in their favour afterwards. So it's not the end of the world. They're playing nice and slow because they know they have so many rounds to work with.
Now towards B, M4A1S of Buzz. Will claim his first soul. Deagle, oh, one Flatro makes up for it. Second shot, the bomb actually going to go down as Rigon finds a second. Now this is where things get scary. Scenari's come late from underpass. M4 of Red Stars kept things cool though. Waro 2K drops down. Dinked up by the Glock. Oh my god, Buzz as well nearly falls down. One Flatro, 1 versus 2. Buzz seems to have a good idea of where the Deagle player will be. Tap of the bomb, won't be stuck as one Flatro finds another. Red Star now, he's just got to claim the last. That he will. 4 casualties though. Red Star was the man to make that round. B&E, a great job considering they just taken an eco there. It wasn't even a force buy.
Yeah. Do you know what? That's really not too bad at all from them. To find kind of 4 kills, a bomb plant as well, in a round which they shouldn't have really even been able to kind of scrape the surface. They will absolutely take that. It's Red Star in that flank. Those two, more or less, kind of take the round back in their favor, but that got so close for a comfort. I mean, that seriously could have gone the other way with relative ease, but not to be. 11-6. Now, full buy coming out, and GXX, he's got himself a big green.
BNE. They've got all the weapons, pulled out all the stops. Is this going to be the beginning to the end of X-Mad Lions in the upper bracket? Utility going to be dropped on in. JL having a little jump spot. Cheeky little look over the top of Ticket Booth. And GXX, despite having the ult, will fall to a foul massive TMB. A good start here for the X-Mad Lions boys. On the full buy, they show no remorse.
Not about start, as you mentioned. FAMAS finding 1, already looking pretty decent. That would back over towards the A side now. Good decision as well. You kind of see a little bit of a posturing for the CTs over towards that of B. Molotov in towards bench 2. That denies that rotation and the presence.
JL, he can work around this smoke, a double boost as well. TMB has eyes on Synopsy. Although the boost dismantled, he's going to go for a wild spam through it here, Synopsy. One Flatro's going to get flashed through, and he looks to try and find the opening, but it won't happen. A 3 versus 4. All of these BNE players tagged up as Rigon goes down. Sceneri alongside Synopsy, excuse me, to finish up that round, and they get nothing between them. X-Mad Lions up to 7.
That's it. Already chipping away. I've got to say, X-Mad Lions on their CT side looking decent. You know, I said a pistol round for BNE more or less will confirm things, but the fact that X-Mad Lions have found it, and then, of course, the subsequent rounds after, they're doing exactly the replica of what BNE did to kickstart this map number 2, and it's looking very, very good so far. Since coming towards the CT side, they finally look just a little bit more relaxed.
Flash in, Sceneri trying to get close to middle, and he will win in the engagement. JL's flashbang only doing negative to that CT side. Sceneri, low HP. Quad Flatro finding another one, though. And this weird half by a concoction of rifles, pistols, and everything in between. BNE have put themselves in a 2-man advantage post-plant. And look at this. X-Mad Lions, they're going to save. Not comfortable with their financial situation. And they'll give BNE their 12th. 4 from victory. The BNE side stand. This is brilliant.
Not complaining. Not complaining at all now for BNE. Another round which we've seen in this series that they probably shouldn't have converted and have, so I've got to give them the credit for it. Just using those pistols and, of course, that 1 AK to make all of the difference now for what's left of X-Mad Lions, trying to keep it ticking across. Missed shot with the AWP. Warrow is being tested by the pistols. Red Star will survive one of his own. Rig on. Or 4. But it won't really take too much of a dampering to the mood over there as they once again extend the lead to 5.
Utility damage. Look at that. Quad Flatro.
563.
Do you know what it was, mate? It was that nade in the first half.
Yeah, that was it. It was just brilliant. I mean, it caused so much damage, so many problems.
How do you even explain that, you know? Like, how do you even... It's just a nade that does... It was like 250 damage, like, instantly. There was no stopping it. It just, bang. Goodbye, X-Mad Lions. However, X-Mad Lions have done a decent job in recovering this scoreline so far. TMB, a smoke dropped in, a couple of smokes towards connector as well. Synopsy going to get a silent boost into window here if he wants to use it. This is where things get dangerous, but he spotted TMB using the light, and that'll give the info away. Very nicely done. Man advantage picked up by the X-Mad Lions side.
Again, another scenario where they got a man advantage by keeping it now, though. Testing. Over towards Pilots, I can find too much. Henry going aggro, spots TMB, he's low on HP, but JL comes alive, one of his own, in towards Con. Very nice work from him to find one more, and he could be able to find Rig on, and he will with ease. Back turn, only going one way.
Brilliantly done. Down to 2. X-Mad Lions have got all 5 to face off against GXX and Juan Flatro. Decent damage done to the initial rifler. The AWP will clap out the Palace push of Juan Flatro. Red Star has got GXX covered, and we have a second map on our hands. X-Mad Lions, despite being 11-4 down at half-time, they have themselves a decent recovery and in a position now that they can push this out to a third map, which is crazy to say.
Who would have thought? I never even considered that to be a possibility.
Yeah.
And look where we are now. I mean, fair play. Fair play. Things are looking very decent. I think is one way to put it in the XMAD Alliance camp. The deficit down to 4. So there's now room for them to work with. It's still not a done story, though.
The molly expended by XMAD Lions, thinking that a window smoke was going to be thrown, but instead, nothing. Absolutely nothing. B&E will throw the cross smoke. Now a smoke goes in. Not too sure if it was caught by Red Star. Either way, there's a gap on the right. Well, it's XMAD Lions is left. See how they deal with this pressure. Molly towards underpass. Synopsy's beaten it. And he can move in towards connector. B&E advanced positions here, but it's another casualty. This time Rigon. He's gone down in the 5-on-4. Second man to fall as well. Synopsy, nice attempt towards connector. Brilliantly done.
That's it. 3 versus 5. Already should be comfortably going one way. I say comfortably though, because that's not the full story. Spoken towards when Flatcho used that to force his way forward. The question is, does Boz expect it? He does. Brilliantly done. GXX Accelerate. 2 versus 5. This one's done. Up to 9. Who knows? Potentially there's still much more left in this map and potentially the series than we initially anticipated.
Does get a bit dicey, doesn't it? When we're in this position here, we're like 11-4, yeah, it's done. Like, you know, what are the chances that B&E lose this? It's looking a lot more likely than what it was beforehand, I'll tell you that now. As with 22 seconds left, GXX and Scenario left to save. Does get a bit worrying. B&E, I don't know, maybe quaking in their boots a little bit by the looks of things. It's not the greatest of scenarios to be in, and of course we'll run the replays now just to save you the waiting around. Beautifully done. Very well executed. And B&E, they have themselves a bit of competition. XMAD Lions, the gap is now down to 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of chipping away, right? That's all they need to do, just keep this momentum trucking forward. That's all that matters. Keep it ticking. Just keep them in the conversation. I counted them out, and it's quite safe to do so at 11-4, but now this is going on towards the CT side. It's a completely different scenario, and one of the biggest factors that's been part of it is something we speak about quite a lot, is that brutal cycle, right? Where B&E, full buy-in, failure to convert, eco, rinse and repeat, they can't ever find momentum, and that's been the biggest cause of their error, where XMAD Lions, they just seem to have this confidence about them now that they're on CT.
Of course. So far, so good. B&E testing towards A, having a look. Definitely want to ponder towards A. JL counter molly tossed in. As of right now, absolutely nothing, and I mean nothing to the kill feed. It's just lots of ammunition expended. Ooh. A brilliant shot from Juan. Flatro takes down JL. GXX finding TMB. All of a sudden a 5 versus 3. Bad News Eagles in a pretty positive position. Moro 2K to try and deny that though. His AWP finding its first. Flash is dropped in. Rigon second to fall. Just like that, a 3 versus 3. A chance maybe now. B&E, they continue to lose out as Waro 2K fires through. It's just one man left. A Synopsy 1 versus 3. Waro would have spotted him. Red Star to take him down. XMAD Lions, double digits.
They are extending this lifeline and doing a damn good job of it. I'm really impressed now they're on their CT side. It has been, well, it's been textbook, hasn't it? So simple, playing the numbers advantage, playing for those positions and the crossfires. And there's nothing kind of B&E can do to just chip them away. Warrior, a bit of individual brilliance, I've got to say as well. And fantastically done. Look where we are now. 12-10. Only a 2-round deficit, and of course, to make matters worse, B&E are down to just pistols. XMAD Lions have a very good opportunity to not only tie this game up, but potentially even extend it to a lead.
Waro 2K having a deep look towards apartments, fires off the shot. Will not claim another soul, instead B&E. They fight from the 5-on-5, but it's pistols in this round. XMAD Lions look so comfortable on their CT side, so willing.
Well. Only pistols, but we've seen them do damage with them before. I'm not going to count them out just yet, but it still requires quite a lot. Rigon in towards top mid. Nothing to be found for the moment. Cautious of short. Red Star's in towards window, but it's TMB in towards con that's going to deny a lot of this pressure.
A great shot from Juan Flatro. TMB out of the equation, mate. B&E in the 5-on-4. Problem is, it's pistols. Rigon overstays his welcome a little bit. The bomb carrier taken down. JL, oh my word, snaps back to find Scenari. Synopsy will take him down with the Desert Eagle. Oh, and a second shot from Synopsy. All right. Deagle Maestro orchestrating the B&E side to success. GXX now in a 1 versus 2. Warro caught out. Buzz as well catches him on the gun switch. And that will be an 11th on the board. X-Mad Lions, excuse me, only within 1 of catching up with the B&E side.
Yeah, I love it. I really do. That's very much... and around that there's needed for them. It started off with kind of a bit of a Tech-9 starting towards here. Warro and this AWP, though, has been the consistent issue, hasn't it? That's, for me, that's been something that... I mean, impossible to stop, I think it's safe to say. Even when GXX has picked his own up, he's still been unable to counter that Warro AWP. As you mentioned, now we're only within 1 touching distance of tying this game up. This is going down to the wire. Full buy coming out. GXX needs to challenge and counter Warro if they want any chance of finding something here. Not about start. JL will fall, but the trade comes through. GXX comes alive over one of his own. The numbers stay in favor of B&E.
And Juan Flatro, such an oppressive angle. Red Star's got him covered though, but Juan Flatro just went better in the fight. Buzz and Warro 2K in a 2 versus 4. It took so long for the lads to get going on the B&E side, but now they finally break through. X-Mad Lions down to 1. It's Buzz left against 4. But to be fair, even though B&E have won the round, you know, I hate to be that guy and dampen the spirits for the B&E boys. X-Mad Lions have put on one hell of a stint on their CT side of Mirage, and it is not something they can get too complacent with just yet. Buzz, he'll find one, drops in towards Connector. Juan Flatro would have spotted him coming up. Bomb still needs to be picked up by GXX, but it will be the AWP eventually to find the kill. B&E ahead by 2, but it's 13-11. X-Mad Lions hot on their heels.
That's it. Exactly that. 13-11. 2-round gap, it's extended by 1, but it's still a very difficult approach to try and find something off this. Brilliant. I question GXX's AWP as well, saying that, you know, he hasn't really been able to counter that of Warro just far, and there we go. I mean, he steps up in his own regard. He heard me, I think, because he now finds that form once again. B&E up to 13, 3 rounds away from the map and the series, but X-Mad Lions, they're hot on their tails.
Round 25, B&E. A chance to wipe a lot of that economy away from the X-Mad Lions side. Question is, can they do so? Second off, even if they can, what are the chances that B&E can continue to perform on this T side? That's a great flashbang from GXX, but a bigger entry from Synopsy. Warro 2K forced towards Kitchen. 4v5 scenario, B&E siege the B site. Bomb picks up by Synopsy. He'll punch in the digits, a 5v4 post plant.
Post one set up. Warro as well going to make a little bit more of a passive approach. I think, in fact, this might even be a safe call. I mean, look at the long-term economy of X-Mad Lions. Can they even afford to make this work? I think the answer is probably no. Made the way towards stairs. Red Star is holding. I think he just spotted the barrel. He has, swinging in. So obviously a century will fall. The safe call is still committed to because that bomb so far ticked.
Yeah.
B&E up to 14. But X-Mad Lions still coming to the next round with plenty of economy to work with in terms of they have 4 rifles able to cross, and 2 of those are a double AWP setup.
Bomb's going to blow up. It's a 14th on the board for the B&E side. 2 away from victory now. It was a very difficult start for their T-side stint. X-Mad Lions putting on one hell of a show. But for B&E, it just seems to be one better right now. Looking at the opening kill graphs, Juan Flatro. Nade damage, opening kills. Is there anything this man can't do? The answer is keep a straight face when the player photo's taken. That's what he can't do. Look at that cheeky grin. Same with Synopsy. I see you.
I love it.
GXX rig on scenario. They all know how to keep a straight face. Look at these cheeky chappies at the bottom. Smiling away. B&E 14.
Gotta say, what a trim as well. Juan Flatro. Perfect. Not a hair out of place.
Yeah.
I'm envious.
I'm jealous as well, mate. I've just gone into like the mop, you know? It's got to that point. The mop's come in. Usually,
I've got the quiff, but I haven't got the volume. I haven't got the volume on the quiff. He's got a great bit of volume. Speaking of, in towards this A side of volume, and A's coming through. Rigon can pick up the first, looking for more. What more can he find? That's going to be JL. As he falls, the AWP part of the display only limited to 1.
TMB falls as well. Rigon's hat-trick on the entry. And B&E, surely this puts them to series point, to playoffs point. And despite the distressing stint on their T side to begin with, X-Mad Lions put up one hell of a performance, but now it's crunch time. It's 4 in a row, or they have to face off in the lower bracket. and they have to play an extra 2 best-of-3s to guarantee a place in playoffs. Red Star, he'll find Synopsy as BNE just look for the damage, but it is map point, series point, playoffs points for the BNE side. A great shot from Morrow there as well.
That's it. Exactly that. Well, already 2 versus 2. The save call has been made a long time ago. It's more a question of can they save? And yeah, the hunt hasn't gone. Aggressively looking for them. As you mentioned, BNE are up to 15 now. 1 round is all they need. It's a Rig on masterclass on the entry. Z finds a hat trick just to guarantee the A site. And, you know, we look towards the X-Mad Lions side and talking about their grit and what can they do to turn things around. This would require something special. I mean, they need to be flawless now, and that's just for OT. The pressure definitely on their shoulders, but, you know, as the age-old saying goes, diamonds are made under pressure.
And X-Mad Lions do have a few in the rough already. Red Star, he's always been someone we talk about as a very fluid, capable rifler. Warrow 2K, the one to watch from Mr. Simple himself. This round though, Red Star falls, JL hefty spam through the smoke, Rig on low HP, and JL falls to low HP as well. Juan Flatro dives in towards B as everyone just piling out right now. Still looking for these entries towards B, Juan Flatro stands. As Buzz, he's having a look with the MP9. Juan Flatro with a second, GXX will find the third. Buzz in the back lines will find one, but with him falling by the wayside, it's 1 man against 4, and JL will be no longer. Bad news, Eagles flail their flag as they get their place in playoffs. Neo, it was a pretty easy best-of-3 for them. Did actually have a bit of trouble on the T side of Mirage, but apart from that, Ancient was solid, their CT side of Mirage was solid, and a very deserved team of the playoff stage. Despite all that, though, I think we've got to talk about X-Mad Lions a little bit, because they actually showed really good promise on their CT side of Mirage. And again, although the scoreline a little bit dampening on the moods, I'm very impressed with this side. There's no denying they are a team that, should they stick together, very promising to strike tier 2 in a good stride.
Yeah, I think, you know, X-Men Lions to me are a side that have a future in tier 2. I think it's safe to say they're a side for me who I believe should remain together because I think they do work very, very well. I mean, putting up very competitive performances on map number 2 against a side like BNE who just astounded everyone at the major. I feel like you really have to take that into kind of, you know, that into reflectiveness, right, when it comes forward. I think, you know, this side did well, but it was the favourites to come out top. BNE, you got to give them the credit. I mean, what a performance from them. And now they go towards the next stage. I know BNE, for me, they have to be one of those people you put in towards consideration of maybe going the distance.
Yes, absolutely so. I'm very, very proud of the BNE boys of what they've accomplished in the last 6 months or so. And the same can be said for the X-Mad Lions boys to face off against a side like BNE and put them under so much pressure, especially on Mirage as well, right? That massive CT comeback was something that, you know, at one point we were kind of like, oh my God, like, is map 3 going to happen kind of mentality. So, yeah, absolutely. I think for the X-Mad Lions boys, they can be proud of that result. Although the best of 3 is, you know, a 2-0 in favor of the BNE boys, they can be very, very proud of it. But of course, we have a winners interview as always at REPUBLEAGUE. We welcome Rigon to the hot seat, and we can have a little chat to him about some Counter-Strike. Brother, a very warm welcome to you. Look at that smile, he knows. A playoff stage place for you guys guaranteed at this point, just playing for the seeding. How does it feel for you guys coming out of the major, coming into this, back into tier 2? The hard grind continues to pay off. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we played like a bigger tournament, like we played a major, we gained a lot of confidence there. So coming into those games, we feel really comfortable and we take it like more on the easy shoulder. So yeah, I'm feeling happy, but I'm not like that, how to say, like excited, you know?
Okay, fair enough. And, you know, coming towards this game, you know, X-Mad Lions had a couple of changes here and there. Red Stars now come into the lineup too, which is another quite notable name within tier 2. What was the preparation looking like coming in for you guys? Or was it kind of more focusing on your own game?
To be honest, we didn't do any preparation for them because we knew they played like a mix, and they have Red Star as stand-in as well. So we just we mostly in tier 2 we mostly focus just on our game and just play our style, and like most of the times it works.
Fair enough. Playoff stage for you guys as well must be, obviously, as you said, you're happy with it. For the future of you guys, obviously, as you said, you played in the major, had a dream run there. What do you guys want to be accomplishing by the end of this year?
Of course, we want to grind even more. We want to achieve even more. We want to play better than the last major. We're going to try to qualify for the next major as well, and to play a lot of tier 1 tournaments as well this year. So I hope we can pay off the grind and play a lot of tournaments, yeah.
Okay, big question on my side. Has there been any news about any orgs sniffing around? I know you guys are looking for one. Any news, anything in the works? I know you got Banks in as the manager too. Anything happening?
I mean, we had a meeting today with Banks. He told us some offers, but before the player break, we are not gonna join our organization, so we're gonna look back when the major starts, maybe, and the online tournament. So yeah.
Cool.
Fair enough. I've got one more question for you, Rigon, and it's more to the fans at home that are watching across the streams that we have. Is there anything you want to say to your fans? They seem to come at the masses now here. Is there anything you want to say to the guys at home watching?
Can I say it in Albanian?
Of course you can, man. Of course you can. Take the floor.
Ju përshëndes krejtve, faleminderit shumë për suportin për Bad News Eagles, edhe jena gjithë krenar edhe po mundohem sa më shumë me bu. Faleminderit. Thank you guys.
Thank you
I
very
have no
much.
idea what you said, but I'm assuming it was really good. So thank you very much, Rigon. I'll leave you to it. Go and celebrate. Go and enjoy. Appreciate joining us, mate. And we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Brother.
Much love. Bye, guys.
Much love to you, man. What a happy chappy, man. He makes you smile. He makes you smile. He just,
he's so lovely.
You can't write any other way, can you? It's just nice to see a team that's accomplished so much. The smiles on their faces. They continue to just live, man. And it makes me smile as well.
I love them.
Yeah. It's just the characters that we have on that team, man. It just makes me smile. Anyway, let's have a look at the bigger picture, guys, of course. We're not done with today's matches, of course. We can have a look at the upper bracket and the lower bracket a little more complete as we pencil in a little bit more, of course. ECSTATIC 2-1 over Entropiq, guaranteeing themselves a place in the playoff stage. And BNE, of course, dispensing of the ex-Mad Lions side, as we've just witnessed, 2-0. So they, of course, get the other slot in the upper bracket. Moving down, or moving across to the upper bracket, of course. As you can see, both teams now winning today play in that final stage. ECSTATIC versus Bad News Eagles to get the first seed. That puts them into the top 4 to give them prize money, to give them a chance to run all the way with REPUBLEAGUE Season 3. And if you look towards the lower bracket, we have 2 more games tomorrow to bring you guys. K23 versus ex-Mad Lions. Eternal Fire taking on Entropiq. Both teams fight, and the losers of those games are eliminated. No chance at playoffs, no chance at playoff stage for them. And as you can see here, K23 versus ex-Mad Lions at 16 CEST, and then of course Entropiq taking on Eternal Fire at 19 CEST.
There we go. I mean, some big games tomorrow as well. I think it's safe to say there's a couple of favourites on paper, but that's not always the case. Interesting times, to say the least, going into towards tomorrow's games. I'm looking forward to watching them. I don't know if you're actually on them. You might be, right? I think you are. But potentially you might be on them. But yeah, they're going to be exciting. I'll be elsewhere, but I'll be watching from the sidelines. Either way, though, that is us done for today. Here. REPUBLEAGUE Season 3 Group A is spicing up, heating up as ECSTATIC and BNE make it through to that next step. And they've looked brilliant thus far. Fantastic games. And, of course, we can wrap things up here. So, Retro, of course, thank you, brother, for joining me. It's been a pleasure as per usual. Thank you to the beautiful people behind the scenes at REPUBLEAGUE, the production, the observers. We cannot thank you enough. Make our life so easy. So much love extended out to you. And, most importantly, you wonderful people at home. From us here at REPUBLEAGUE, my name is Neokai, John Retro, and we bid you farewell.
very slow. It's not enough to please you. Pretty Caroline, oh, 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 stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the diner. Oh, 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 serves as a reminder to count your blessings, 'cause it's town ain't fair, town ain't fair. They'll put you down and leave you dead, don't make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, let's go. It's the missed opportunity train. It only comes on a very blue moon. Think twice, and you missed it again. Waiting in line for the party to end. Guess you didn't get what they asked for. Not a genie in sight, that reality gets so. There's no point to being careful. Learn the rules to the game before you lose your mental. Pretty Caroline, the stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the diner. It serves as a reminder to count your blessings, 'cause this town ain't fair. They'll put you down and leave you dead, don't make them scared.